So, out of plan, because I missed the last Friday, hardcore project day. I stream today and going with the audiobook today. But to keep a look. I think I will do first a little bit of Tanaris. What, both in Tanaris? Ironforge. Okay, my paladin will be the one to do the Christmas quest first. I guess I have a 1 in a 3 chance. No. Oh. Madsen the reindeer. I don't want to make Madsen the reindeer go away. And the treats, I don't care. Hopefully that's not enough. Madsen the reindeer, destroy, bam. Okay, let's go. I'm wondering how many people playing on the server still. Earnest proposition. Ooh. Not Ironforge. Ooh. Complete 12 player at the moment. Doesn't really change a lot. So, I start with the audiobook when? Is there a reason not to start at the beginning? Let's open the files. King Killer Chronicle Book 2. The Wise Man Fear. Why not? I start instantly. Don't look like it had an effect. Wait a minute, why double open now?
Chapter 15.
Okay, enjoy.
Fact. Elodine strode into the lecture hall, almost an hour late. His clothes were covered in grass stains, and there were dried leaves tangled in his hair. He was grinning. Today there were only 6 of us waiting for him. Jared hadn't shown up for the last 2 classes. Given the scathing comments he'd made before disappearing, I doubted he'd be coming back. "Now," Elodine shouted without preamble, "tell me things." This was his newest way to waste our time. At the beginning of every lecture, he demanded an interesting fact he had never heard before. Of course, Elodine himself was the sole arbiter of what was interesting, and if the first fact you provided didn't measure up, or if he already knew it, he would demand another, and another, until you finally came up with something that amused him. He pointed at Brian. "Go." "Spiders can breathe underwater," she said promptly. Elodine nodded. "Good." He looked at Fenton. There's a river south of Ventus that flows the wrong way, Fenton said. It's a saltwater river that runs inland from the Kenthay Sea. Elodine shook his head. Already know about that. Fenton looked down at a piece of paper. Emperor Venturan once passed a law. Boring, Elodine interjected, cutting him off. If you drink more than 2 quarts of seawater, you'll throw up? Fenton asked. Elodine worked his mouth speculatively, as if he were trying to get a piece of gristle out of his teeth. Then he gave a satisfied nod. That's a good one. He pointed to Ure. You can divide infinity an infinite number of times, and the resulting pieces will still be infinitely large, Uresh said, in his odd Lanati accent. But if you divide a non-infinite number an infinite number of times, the resulting pieces are non-infinitely small. Since they are non-infinitely small, but there are infinite number of them, if you add them back together, their sum is infinite. This implies any number is, in fact, infinite. Wow, Elodine said after a long pause. He leveled a serious finger at the Lanati man. Uresh, your next assignment is to have sex. If you do not know how to do this, see me after class. He turned to look at Inisa. The Ilish people never developed a written language, she said. Not true, Elodine said. They used a system of woven knots. He made a complex motion with his hands as if braiding something. And they were doing it long before we started scratching pictograms on the skins of sheep. I didn't say they lacked recorded language, Inisa muttered. I said written language. Elodine managed to convey his vast boredom in a simple shrug. Inisa frowned at him. Fine. There's a type of dog in Scaria that gives birth through a vestigial penis, she said. Wow, Elodine said. Okay, yeah. He pointed to Faire. 80 years back, the Medica discovered how to remove cataracts from eyes, Faire said. I already know that, Elodine said, waving his hand dismissively. Let me finish, Faire said. When they figured out how to do this, it meant they could restore sight to people who had never been able to see before. These people hadn't gone blind. They had been born blind. Elodine cocked his head curiously. Faire continued. After they could see, they were shown objects, a ball, a cube, and a pyramid all sitting on a table. Faire made the shapes with her hands as she spoke. Then the physicers asked them which one of the 3 objects was round. Faire paused for effect, looking at all of us. They couldn't tell, just by looking at them. They needed to touch them first. Only after they touched the ball did they realize it was the round one. Elodine threw his head back and laughed delightedly. Really? He asked her. She nodded. Faire wins the prize! Elodine shouted, throwing up his hands. He reached into his pocket and brought out something brown and oblong, pressing it into her hands. She looked at it curiously. It was a milkweed pod. Kvothe hasn't gone yet, Brian said. Doesn't matter, Elodine said in an offhand way. Kvothe is crap at interesting facts. I scowled as loudly as I could. Fine, Elodine said. Tell me what you have. The Ardam mercenaries have a secret art called the Lethani, I said. It is the key to what makes them such fierce warriors. Elodine cocked his head to one side. Really? He asked. What is it? I don't know, I said flippantly, hoping to irritate him. Like I said, it's a secret. Elodine seemed to consider this for a moment, then shook his head. No. Interesting, but not a fact. Like saying the Kael'dish moneylenders have a secret art called Financia that makes them such fierce bankers. There's no substance to it. He looked at me again, expectantly. I tried to think of something else, but I couldn't. My head was full of fairy tales and dead-ended research into the Chandrian. See? Elodine said to Brian. He's crap. I just don't know why we're wasting our time with this, I snapped. Do you have better things to do? Elodine asked. Yes, I exploded angrily. I have 1,000 more important things to do, like learning about the name of the wind. Elodine held up a finger, attempting to strike a sage pose and failing because of the leaves in his hair. Small facts, lead to great knowing, he intoned. Just as small names lead to large names. He clapped his hands and rubbed them together eagerly. Right, Faire, open your prize, and we can give Quoth the lesson he so greatly desires. Faire cracked the dry husk of the milkweed pod. The white fluff of the floating seed spilled out into her hands. Master Namer motioned for her to toss it into the air. Faire threw it, and everyone watched the mass of white fluff sail toward the high ceiling of the lecture hall, then fall back heavily to the ground. God damn it, Elodine said. He stalked over to the bundle of seeds, picked it up, and waved it around vigorously until the air was full of gently floating puffs of milkweed seed. Then Elodine started to chase the seeds wildly around the room, trying to snatch them out of the air with his hands. He clambered over the chairs, ran across the lecturer's dais, and jumped onto the table at the front of the room. All the while, he grabbed the seeds. At first, he did it one-handed like you catch a ball, but he met with no success, and so he started clapping at them, the way you'd swat a fly. When this didn't work either, he tried to catch them with both hands, the way a child might cup a firefly out of the air. But he couldn't get hold of one. The more he chased, the more frantic he became, the faster he ran, the wilder he grabbed. This went on for a full minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10. It might have gone on for the entire class period, but eventually he tripped over a chair and tumbled painfully to the stone floor, tearing open the leg of his pants and bloodying his knee. Clutching his leg, he sat on the ground and let loose with a string of angry cursing, the like of which I had never heard in my entire life. He shouted and snarled and spat. He moved through at least 8 languages, and even when I couldn't understand the words he used, the sound of it made my gut clench and the hair on my arms stand up. He said things that made me sweat. He said things that made me sick. He said things I didn't know it was possible to say. I expect this might have continued, but while drawing an angry breath, he sucked one of the floating milkweed seeds into his mouth and began to cough and choke violently. Eventually, he spat out the seed, caught his breath, got to his feet, and limped out of the lecture hall without saying another word. This was not a particularly odd day's class under Master Elodine. After Elodine's class, I ate a bit of lunch at Anchor's, then went to my shift in the Medica, watching more experienced Elthe diagnose and treat incoming patients. After that, I headed over the river with the hope of finding Denner. It was my 3rd trip in as many days, but it was a crisp, sunny day, and after all my time in the archives, I felt the need to stretch my legs a bit. I stopped at the Aeolian first, though it was far too early for Denner to be there. I chatted with Stanchion and Diop before moving on to a few of the other inns I knew she occasionally frequented. Taps, Barrel and Bale, and Dog in the Wall. She wasn't at any of those either. I wandered through a few public gardens, their trees almost entirely devoid of leaves. Then I visited all the instrument shops I could find, browsing the lutes and asking if they'd seen a pretty dark-haired woman looking at harps. They hadn't. It was fully dark by then, so I stopped by the Aeolian again and wandered slowly through the crowd. Denner was still nowhere to be seen, but I did meet up with Count 3. We shared a drink and listened to a few songs before I left. I pulled my cloak more tightly around my shoulders as I started back to the university. Imre's streets were busier now than they had been during the day, and despite the chill in the air, there was a festival feel to the town. Music of a dozen different kinds poured from the doorways of inns and theaters. People crowded in and out of restaurants and exhibition halls. Then I heard a laugh rise high and bright over the low murmuring of the crowds. I would have recognized it anywhere. It was Denner's laugh. I knew it like the backs of my own hands. I turned around, feeling a smile spread across my face. This was always the way of it. I only seemed to be able to find her after I'd given up hope. I scanned the faces in the milling throng and found her easily. Denner stood by the doorway of a small cafe, wearing a long dress of dark blue velvet. took a step toward her, then stopped. I watched as Denna spoke to someone standing behind the open door of a carriage. The only part of her companion I could see was the very top of his head. He was wearing a hat with a tall white plume. A moment later, Ambrose closed the carriage door. He gave her a wide, charming smile and said something that made her laugh. Lamplight glittered on the gold brocade of his jacket, and his gloves were dyed the same dark royal purple as his boots. The color should have looked garish on him, but it didn't. As I stood staring, a passing two-horse fetter cart nearly knocked me flat and trampled me, which would have been fair as I was standing in the middle of the road. The driver cursed and flicked out with his horsewhip as he went past. It caught me on the back of the neck, but I didn't even feel it. I regained my balance and looked up in time to see Ambrose kiss Denna's hand. Then, moving gracefully, he offered her his arm, and they entered the cafe together. Chapter 16. Unspoken Fear. After seeing Ambrose and Denna in Imre, I fell into a dark mood. On the walk back to the university, my head spun with thoughts of them. Was Ambrose doing this purely out of spite? How had it happened? What was Denna thinking? After a largely sleepless night, I tried not to think of it. Instead, I burrowed deep into the archives. Books are a poor substitute for female companionship, but they are easier to find. I consoled myself by hunting through the dark corners of the archives for the Chandrian. I read until my eyes burned, and my head felt thick and cramped. Nearly a span passed, and I did little but attend the classes and pillage the archive. For my pains, I gained lungs full of dust, a persistent headache from hours of reading by sympathy light, and a knot between my shoulder blades from hunching over a low table while I paged through the faded remains of the Gillian legend. I also found a single mention of the Chandrian. It was in a handwritten octavo titled A Quaint Compendium of Folk Belief. At my best guess, the book was 200 years old. The book was a collection of stories and superstitions gathered by an amateur historian in Vintus. Unlike the mating habits of the common Dracus, it made no attempt to prove or disprove these beliefs. The author had simply collected and organized the stories with occasional brief commentaries about how beliefs seemed to change from region to region. It was an impressive volume, obviously comprising years of research. There were 4 chapters about demons, 3 chapters for fairies, one of which was entirely devoted to tales of Felurian. There were pages on the Shamblemen, Rendlings, and the Trow. The author recorded songs about the Grey Ladies and White Riders. A lengthy section on Barrow Draugr. There were 6 chapters on folk magic, 8 ways to cure warts, 12 ways to talk to the dead, 22 love charms. The entire entry on the Chandrian was less than half a page. Of the Chandrian there is little to be said. Every man knows of them. Every child chants their song, yet folk tell no stories. For the price of a small beer, a farmer will talk 2 hours on Danelings, but mention the Chandrian, and his mouth goes tight as a spinner's ass, and he is touching iron and pushing back his chair. Many think it bad luck to speak of the Fae, yet still folk do. What makes the Chandrian different, I know not. One rather drunk tanner in the town of Hillsborough said in hushed tones, "If you talk of them, they come for you." This seems the unspoken fear of these common folk. So I write what I have gleaned, all common and inspecific. The Chandrian are a group of various number, likely 7 given their name. They appear and commit diverse violence for no clear reason. There are signs which herald their arrival, but there is no agreement as to these. Blue flame is the most common, but I have also heard of wine going sour, blindness, crops withering, unseasonable storms, miscarriage, and the sun going dark in the sky. Altogether, I have found them a frustrating and profitless area of inquiry. I closed the book. Frustrating and profitless had a familiar ring to it. The worst part wasn't that I already knew everything written in the entry. The worst part was that this was the best source of information I'd managed to discover in over 100 long hours of searching. Chapter 17. Interlude. Parts. Kvothe held up his hand, and Chronicler lifted his pen from the paper. "Let's pause there for a moment," Kvothe said, nodding toward the window. "I can see Cobb coming down the road." Kvothe stood and brushed off the front of his apron. "Might I suggest the two of you take a moment to compose yourselves?" He nodded to Chronicler. "You look like you've just been doing something you shouldn't." Kvothe walked calmly to stand behind the bar. "Nothing could be further from the truth, of course. Chronicler, you are bored, waiting for work. That is why your writing gear is out. You wish you weren't stuck without a horse in this nowhere town, but you are, and you're going to make the best of it." Bast grinned. "Oh, give me something too." "Play to your strengths, Bast," Kvothe said. "You're drinking with our only customer because you're a shiftless layabout nobody would ever dream of asking for help in the fields." Bast grinned eagerly. "Am I bored too?" "Of course you are, Bast. What else is there to be?" He folded the linen cloth and lay it on the bar. "I, on the other hand, am too busy to be bored. I am bustling about, tending to the 100 small tasks that keep the inn running smoothly." He looked at the two of them. "Chronicler, slouch back in your chair. Bast, if you can't stop grinning, at least start telling our friend the story about the 3 priests and the miller's daughter." Bast's grin widened. "That's a good one." "Everyone have their parts?" Kvothe picked up the cloth from the bar and walked through the doorway into the kitchen, saying, "Enter Old Cobb, stage left." There was the thump of feet on the wooden landing. Then Old Cobb stomped irritably into the Waystone Inn. He glanced past the table where Bast was grinning and making gestures to accompany some story, then made his way to the bar. "Hello? You in there, Coat?" After a second, the innkeeper came bustling in from the kitchen, drying his wet hands on his apron. "Hello there, Cobb. What can I do for you?" "Graham sent the little Owens boy to fetch me," Cobb said, irritated. "You have any idea why I'm here instead of hauling oats?" Coat shook his head. "I thought he was bringing in the Murrians' wheat today." "Damn foolishness," Cobb muttered. "We're in for rain tonight, and I'm standing here with dry oats stacked in my field." "Since you're here anyway," the innkeeper said hopefully, "can I interest you in some cider? Pressed it fresh this morning." Some of the irritation faded from the old man's weathered face. "Since I'm waiting anyway," he said, "mug of cider would be proper nice." Coat went into the back room and returned with a pottery jug. There was the sound of more feet on the landing outside, and Graham came through the door with Jake, Carter, and the smith's apprentice all in tow. Cobb turned to glare at them. "What's so damned important it's worth hauling me into town this time of morning?" he demanded. "Daylight's burning." There was a sudden burst of laughter from the table where Chronicler and Bast sat. Everyone turned to see Chronicler flushing a bright red, laughing and covering his mouth with one hand. Bast was laughing too, pounding at the table. Graham led the others to the bar. "I found out Carter and the boy are helping the Orisons take their sheep to market," he said. "Off to Baden, wasn't it?" Carter and the smith's apprentice nodded. "I see." Old Cobb looked down at his hands. "You'll be missing his funeral then." Carter nodded solemnly, but Aaron's expression went stricken. He looked from face to face, but everyone else was standing very still, watching the old farmer by the bar. "Good," Cobb said at last, looking up at Graham. "It's good you fetched us in." He saw the boy's face and snorted. You look like you just killed your cat, boy. Mutton goes to market. Shep knew that. He wouldn't think one jot less of you for doing what needs doing. He reached up to pat the smith's apprentice on the back. We'll all have a drink together to send him off proper. That's the important thing. What happens in the church tonight is just a bunch of priestly speechifying. We know how to say goodbye better than that. He looked behind the bar. Bring us out some of his favourite coats. The innkeeper was already moving, gathering wooden mugs and filling them with a dark brown beer from a smaller keg behind the bar. Old Cobb held up his mug, and the others followed suit. To our Shep. Graham spoke first. When we were kids, I broke my leg when we were out hunting, he said. I told him to run off for help, but he wouldn't leave me. He rigged a little sled together out of pure nothing and cussedness. Dragged me the whole way back to town. Everyone drank. He introduced me to my missus, Jake said. I don't know if I ever thanked him proper for that. Everyone drank. When I was sick with the croup, he came out to visit me every day, Carter said. Not many folk did. Brought me soup his wife made too. Everyone drank. He was nice to me when I first came here, the smith's apprentice said. He would tell me jokes, and once I ruined a wagon couple he'd brought in for me to fix, and he never told Master Caleb. He swallowed hard and looked around nervously. I really liked him. Everyone drank. He was braver than all of us, Cobb said. He was the first to stick a knife to that fella last night. If the bastard had been any way normal, that would have been an end to it. Cobb's voice shook a bit, and for a moment he looked small and tired and every bit as old as he was. But that weren't the case. These ain't good days to be a brave man. But he was brave all the same. I wish I'd been brave and dead instead, and him home right now, kissing his young wife. There was a murmur from the others, and they all drank to the bottom of their mugs. Graham coughed a bit before he set his down on the bar. I didn't know what to say, the smith's apprentice said softly. Graham patted him on the back, smiling. You did fine, boy. The innkeeper cleared his throat, and everyone's eyes turned to him. I hope you won't think me too forward, he said. I didn't know him as well as you, not enough for the first toast, but maybe enough for the second. He fidgeted with his apron strings, as if embarrassed for speaking up at all. I know it's early, but I'd dearly like to share a tumble of whiskey with you on Shep's account. There was a murmur of assent, and the innkeeper pulled glasses from beneath the bar and began to fill them. Not with bottle whiskey either. The red-haired man tapped it from one of the massive barrels resting on the counter behind the bar. Barrel whiskey was a penny a swallow, so they raised their glasses with more earnest warmth than might have otherwise been the case. What's this toast going to be, then? Graham asked. To the end of a pisser of a year? Jake said. That's no kind of toast, Old Cobb grumbled at him. To the king? Aaron said. No, the innkeeper said, his voice surprisingly firm. He held up his glass. To old friends, who deserved better than they got. The men on the other side of the bar nodded solemnly and tossed back their drinks. Lord and lady, that's a lovely tumble, Old Cobb said respectfully, his eyes watering slightly. You're a gentleman, Coat, and I'm glad I know you. The smith's apprentice set his glass down, only to have it tip onto its side and roll across the bar. He snatched it up before it skittered over the edge and turned it over, eyeing its rounded bottom suspiciously. Jake laughed a loud farmer's laugh at his bewilderment while Carter made a point of setting his glass on the bar top-side down. I don't know how they do it in Ranish, Carter said to the boy, but round here there's a reason we call it a tumble. The smith's apprentice looked properly abashed and turned his tumble upside down to match the others on the bar. The innkeeper gave him a reassuring smile before gathering up the glasses and disappearing into the kitchen. Right then, Old Cobb said briskly, rubbing his hands together. We'll have a whole evening of this after the two of you get back from baiting.
but the weather won't wait on me, and I don't doubt the Orisons are eager to be on the road.
After they filtered out of the Waystone Inn in a loose group, Kvothe emerged from the kitchen and returned to the table where Bast and Chronicler sat. I like Shep, Bast said quietly. Cobb might be a bit of a crusty old cousin. He knows what he's talking about most of the time. Cobb doesn't know half of what he thinks he does, Kvothe said. You saved everyone last night. If not for you, it would have gone through the room like a farmer threshing wheat. That just isn't true, Reshi, Bast said, his tone plainly offended. You would have stopped it. That's what you do. The innkeeper shrugged the comment away, unwilling to argue. Bast's mouth formed into a hard, angry line, his eyes narrowing. Still, Chronicler said softly, breaking the tension before it grew too thick. Cobb was right. It was a brave thing to do. You have to respect that. No, I don't, Kvothe said. Cobb was right about that. These aren't good times to be brave. He motioned for Chronicler to pick up his pen. Still, I wish I'd been braver. And Shep was home kissing his young wife, too.
Potential customer! Hurry back!
Chapter 18. Wine and Blood. Eventually, Will and Sim pulled me from the warm embrace of the archives. I struggled and cursed them, but they were firm in their convictions, and the three of us braved the chill wind on the road to Imre. We made our way to the Aeolian, claiming a table near the eastern hearth where we could watch the stage and keep our backs warm. After a drink or two, I felt the book longing fade to a dull ache. The three of us talked and played cards, and eventually I began to enjoy myself despite the fact that Denner was doubtless out there somewhere, hanging on Ambrose's arm. After several hours, I sat slouched in my chair, drowsy and warm from the nearby fire, while Will and Sim bickered about whether the High King of Modeg was a true ruling monarch or merely a figurehead. I was nearly asleep when a heavy bottle knocked down hard onto our table, followed by the delicate chime of wine glasses. Denner stood next to our table. "Play along," she said under her breath. "You've been waiting for me. I'm late and you're upset." Blearily, I struggled upright in my seat and tried to blink myself awake. Sim leapt to the challenge. "It's been an hour," he said, scowling fiercely. He tapped the table firmly with 2 fingers. "Don't think buying me a drink is going to fix matters. I want an apology." "It's not entirely my fault," Denner said, radiating embarrassment. She turned and gestured to the bar. I looked, worried I would see Ambrose standing there, watching me smugly in his goddamn hat. But it was only a balding Kael'dish man. He made a short, odd bow toward us, halfway between acknowledgement and apology. Sim scowled at him, then turned back to Denner and made a grudging gesture to the empty chair across from me. "Fine. So are we going to play corners or what?" Denner sank down into the chair, sitting with her back to the room, then leaned over to kiss Simon on the forehead. "Perfect," she said. "I was scowling too," Willem said. Denner slid him the bottle. "And for that, you may pour." She set the glasses in front of each of us. A gift from my overly persistent suitor. She gave an irritated sigh. "Oh, they always need to give you something." She eyed me speculatively. "You're curiously mute." I rubbed a hand over my face. "I didn't expect to see you tonight," I said. "You caught me nearly napping." Willem poured a pale pink wine, then passed around the glasses while Denner examined the etching on the top of the bottle. "Kerbeor," she mused. "I don't even know if this is a decent vintage." "It's not, actually," Simon said matter-of-factly as he took his glass. "Kerbeor is a Turin. Only wines from Vintus have a vintage, technically." He took a sip. "Really?" I asked, looking at my own glass. Sim nodded. "It's a common misuse of the word." Denner took a drink and nodded to herself. "Good wine, though," she said. "Is he still at the bar?" "He is," I said without looking. "Well then," she smiled, "it seems you're stuck with me. Have you ever played corners?" Sim asked hopefully. I'm afraid not, Denna said, but I'm a quick study. Sim explained the rules with help from Will and myself. Denna asked a few pointed questions, showing she understood the gist of it. I was glad. Since she was sitting across the table from me, she was going to be my partner. What do you usually play for? She asked. Depends, Will said. Sometimes we play by the hand, sometimes by the set. For a set of hands, then, Denna said. How much? We can do a practice set first, Sim said, brushing his hair out of his eyes, since you're just learning and all. Her eyes narrowed. I don't need any special treatment. She reached into a pocket and brought a coin up onto the table. A jot too much for you, boy? It was too much for me, especially with a partner who had just learned the game. Be careful with these two, I said. They play for blood. In point of fact, Willem said, I have no use for blood and play for money instead. He fingered through his purse until he found a jot, which he pressed firmly onto the table. I am willing to play a practice game, but if she finds the thought insulting, I will thrash her and take whatever she is willing to lay on the table. Denna grinned at that. You're my kind of guy, Will. The first hand went fairly well. Denna mislaid a trick, but we couldn't have won anyway as the cards were against us. But the second hand, she made a mistake in the bidding. Then when Sim corrected her, she got flustered and bid wildly. Then she accidentally led out of turn, not a huge mistake, but she led the Jack of Hearts, which let everyone know exactly what sort of hand she had. She realized it too, and I heard her mutter something distinctly unladylike under her breath. True to their word, Will and Sim moved in ruthlessly to take advantage of the situation. Given the weak cards in my hand, there wasn't much I could do but sit and watch as they won the next two tricks and began to close on her like hungry wolves. Except they couldn't. She pulled a clever card force, then produced the King of Hearts, which didn't make any sense as she tried to lead the Jack before. Then she produced the Ace, too. I realized her fumbling misplay had been an act slightly before Will and Sim. I managed to keep it off my face until I saw the dim realization creep onto their expressions. Then I started to laugh. Don't be smug, she said to me. I had you fooled too. You looked like you were going to be sick when I showed the Jack. She put her hand in front of her mouth and made her eyes wide and innocent. Oh my, I've never bled corners before. Could you teach me? Is it true that sometimes people play for money? Denna snapped down another card onto the table and gathered in the trick. Please, you lot should be glad I'm giving you a slap on the hand instead of the profound full-night fleecing you deserve. She mopped up the rest of the hand relentlessly, and it gave us such a solid lead that the rest of the set was a foregone conclusion. Denna never missed a trick after that, and played with enough cunning flair to make Manet seem like a dray horse by comparison. That was instructional, Will said as he slid his jot toward Denna. I might need to lick my wounds a bit. Denna lifted her glass in a salute. To the gullibility of the well-educated. We touched our glasses to hers and drank. You lot have been curiously absent, Denna said. I've been keeping an eye out for you for almost 2 span. Why's that? Sim asked. Denna gave Will and Sim a calculating look. You two are students at the university too, aren't you? The special one that teaches magic? That's us, Sim said agreeably. We're chock full of arcane secrets. We tinker with dark forces better left alone, Will said nonchalantly. It's called the Arcanum, by the way, I pointed out. Denna nodded seriously as she leaned forward, her expression intent. Between the 3 of you, I'm guessing you know how most of it works. She looked at us. So tell me, how does it work? It? I asked. Magic, she said. Real magic. Will, Sim, and I exchanged glances. It's complicated, I said. Denna shrugged and leaned back in her chair. I have all the time in the world, she said, and I need to know how it works. Show me. Do some magic. The 3 of us shifted uncomfortably in our seats. Denna laughed. We're not supposed to, I said. What? She asked. Does it disturb some cosmic balance? It disturbs the constables, I said. They don't take kindly to that sort of thing over here. The masters at the university don't care for it much either, Will said. They're very mindful of the university's reputation. Oh, come now, Denna said. I heard a story about how our man Quoth called up some sort of demon wind. She jerked her thumb at the door behind her, right in the courtyard outside. Had Ambrose told her that? It was just a wind, I said. No demon involved. They whipped him for it too, Will said. Denna looked at him as if she couldn't tell if he were joking, then shrugged. Well, I wouldn't want to get anyone in trouble, she said with glaring insincerity, but I am powerfully curious, and I have secrets I'm willing to offer in trade. Sim perked up at this. What sort of secrets? All the vast and varied secrets of womankind, she said with a smile. I happen to know several things that can help improve your failing relations with the gentler sex. Sim leaned closer to Will and asked in a stage whisper, Did she say failing or flailing? Will pointed at his own chest, then Sim's. Me failing, you flailing. Denna raised one eyebrow and cocked her head to one side, looking at the three of us expectantly. I cleared my throat uncomfortably. We're discouraged from sharing Arcanum secrets. It's not strictly against the laws of the university. It is actually, Simon interrupted, giving me an apologetic look. Several laws. Denna gave a dramatic sigh, looking up at the high ceiling.
I got what you
Oh, I thought as much, she said.
Hello.
You lot just talk a good game. Admit it. You can't turn cream into butter. I happen to know for a fact that Sim can turn cream into butter, I said. He just doesn't like to because he's lazy. I'm not asking you to teach me magic, Denna said. I just need to know how it works. Sim looked at Will. That wouldn't fall under unsanctioned divulgence, would it? Illicit revelation, Will said grimly. Denna leaned forward conspiratorially, resting her elbows on the table. In that case, she said, I am also willing to finance a night of extravagant drinking far above and beyond the simple bottle you see before you. She turned her gaze to Will. One of the bartenders here has recently discovered a dusty stone bottle in the basement. Not only is it fine old Scutton, drink of the kings of Kael'dim, it is a Merovani as well. Willem's expression didn't change, but his dark eyes glittered. I looked around the largely empty room. Auden is a slow night. We shouldn't have any trouble if we keep things quiet. I looked at the other two. Sim was grinning his boyish grin. It seems reasonable. A secret for a secret. If it is truly a Merovani, Willem said, I am willing to risk offending the master's sensibility somewhat. Right then, Denna said with a wide grin. You first. Sim leaned forward in his chair. Sympathy is probably the easiest to get a grip on, he said, then paused as if uncertain how to proceed. I stepped in. You know how a block and tackle lets you lift something too heavy for you to lift by hand? Denna nodded. Sympathy lets us do things like that, I said, but without all the awkward rope and pulleys. Willem dropped a pair of iron drabs onto the table and muttered a binding. He pushed the right hand one with the finger, and the left hand one slid across the table at the same time, mimicking the motion. Denna's eyes went a little wide at this, and while she didn't gasp, she did draw a long breath through her nose. It only then occurred to me that she'd probably never seen anything like this before. Given my studies, it was easy to forget that someone could live mere miles from the university without ever having any exposure to even the most basic sympathy. To her credit, Denna recovered from her surprise without missing a beat. With only the slightest hesitation, she reached out a finger to touch one of the drabs. This is how the bell in my room works, she mused. I nodded. Will slid his drab across the table, and Denna picked it up. The other drab rose off the table too, bobbing in midair. It's heavy, she said, then nodded to herself. Right, because it's like a pulley. I'm lifting both of them. Heat, light, and motion are all just energy, I said. We can't create energy or make it disappear, but sympathy lets us move it around or change it from one type into another. She put the drab back down on the table, and the other followed suit. And this is useful how? Will grunted with vague amusement. Is a water wheel useful? He asked. Is a windmill? I reached into the pocket of my cloak. Have you ever seen a sympathy lamp? I asked. She nodded. I slid my hand lamp across the table to her. They work under the same principle. They take a little bit of heat and turn it into light. It converts one type of energy into another. Like a money changer, Will said. Dinah turned the lamp over in her hands curiously. Where does it get the heat? The metal itself holds heat, I explained. If you leave it on, you'll eventually feel the metal get chilly. If it gets too cold, it won't work. I pointed. I made that one, so it's pretty efficient. Just the heat from your hand should be enough to keep it working. Denner flicked the switch, and dull red light shone out in a narrow arc. I can see how heat and light are related, she said thoughtfully. The sun is bright and warm. Same with a candle. She frowned. But motion doesn't fit into it. A fire can't push something. Think about friction, Sim chimed in. When you rub something, it gets hot. He demonstrated by running his hand back and forth vigorously across the fabric of his pants. Like this. He continued rubbing his thigh enthusiastically, unaware of the fact that since it was happening below the level of the table, it looked more than slightly obscene. It's all just energy. If you keep doing it, you'll feel it get hot. Denner somehow kept a straight face, but Willem started to laugh, covering his face with one hand as if embarrassed to be sitting at the same table with Sim. Simon froze and flushed red with embarrassment. I came to his rescue. It's a good example. The hub of a wagon wheel will be warm to the touch. That heat comes from the motion of the wheel. A sympathist can make the energy go the other way, from heat into motion. I pointed to the lamp. Or from heat into light. Fine, she said. Your energy money changes, but how do you make it happen? There's a special way of thinking called alar, Willem said. You believe something so strongly that it becomes so. He lifted up one drab, and the other followed it. I believe these two drabs are connected. So they are. Suddenly the other drab clattered to the tabletop. If I stop believing, it stops being so. Denner picked up the drab. So it's like faith, she said skeptically. More like strength of will, Sim said. She cocked her head. Why don't you call it strength of will then? Alar sounds better, Willem said. I nodded. If we didn't have impressive sounding names for things, no one would take us seriously. Denner nodded appreciatively, a smile tugging at the corners of her lovely mouth. And that's it then? Energy and strength of will? And the sympathetic link, I said. Will's water wheel analogy is a good one. The link is like a pipe leading to the water wheel. A bad link is like a pipe full of holes. What makes a good link? Denner asked. The more similar two objects are, the better the link, like this. I poured an inch of the pale wine into my cup and dipped my finger into it. Here is a perfect link to the wine, I said. A drop of the wine itself. I stood and walked to the nearby hearth. I murmured a binding and let a drop fall from my finger onto the hot metal andiron holding the burning logs. I sat back down just as the wine in my glass started to steam, then boil. And that, Willem said grimly, is why you never want a sympathist to get a drop of your blood. Denner looked at Willem, then back to the glass, her face going pale. Black hands, Will, Simon said with a horrified look. What a thing to say. He looked at Denner. No sympathist would ever do something like that, he said earnestly. It's called malfeasance. And we don't do it. Ever. Denner managed a smile, though it was a bit strained. If no one ever does it, why is there a name for it? They used to, I said. But not anymore, not for 100 years. I let the binding go and the wine stopped boiling. Denna reached out and touched the nearby bottle. Why doesn't this wine boil too? She asked, puzzled. It's the same wine. I tapped my temple. The Allah, my mind provides the focus and direction. If that's a good link, she asked, what's a bad one? Here, let me show you. I pulled out my purse, guessing coins would seem less alarming after Willem's comment. Sim, do you have a hard penny? He did, and I arranged 2 lines of coins on the table in front of Denna. I pointed to a pair of iron drabs and murmured a binding. Lift it up, I said. She picked up one drab and the other followed it. I pointed to the second pair, a drab and my single remaining silver talent. Now that one. Denna picked up the second drab and the talent followed it into the air. She moved both hands up and down like the arms of a scale. This is heavier. I nodded. Different metals. They're less similar, so you have to put more energy into it. I pointed to the drab and the silver penny and muttered a third binding. Denna put the first 2 drabs into her left hand and picked up the third in her right. The silver penny followed it into the air. She nodded to herself. And this one's heavier still because it's a different shape and a different metal. Exactly, I said. I pointed to the 4th and final pair, a drab and a piece of chalk. Denna almost couldn't get her fingers underneath the drab to pick it up. It's heavier than all the others together, she said. It's got to be 3 pounds. Iron to chalk is a lousy link, Willem said. Bad transference. But you said energy couldn't be created or destroyed, Denna said. If I have to struggle to lift this tiny piece of chalk, where does the extra energy go? Clever, Willem chuckled. So clever. I went a year before I thought to ask that. He eyed her in admiration. Some energy is lost into the air. He waved one hand. Some goes into the objects themselves, and some goes into the body of the sympathist who is controlling the link. He frowned. That can get dangerful. Dangerous, Simon corrected gently. Denna looked at me. So right now you're believing each of these drabs is connected to each of these other things? I nodded. She moved her hands around. The coins and chalk bobbed in the air. Isn't that hard? It is, Willem said. But our growth is a bit of a show-off. That's why I've been so quiet, Sim said. I didn't know you could hold 4 bindings at once. That's impressive as hell. I can do 5 if I need to, I said. But that's pretty much my limit. Sim smiled at Denna. One more thing, watch this. He pointed at the floating piece of chalk. Nothing happened. Come on, Sim said plaintively. I'm trying to show her something. Then show her, I said smugly, leaning back in my chair. Sim took a deep breath and stared hard at the piece of chalk. It trembled. Will leaned close to Denna and explained. One sympathist can oppose another's Allah, he said. It's just a matter of firmly believing that a drab is not the same as a silver penny at all. Will pointed, and the penny clattered to the tabletop. Foul! I protested, laughing. 2 on 1 isn't fair. It is in this case, Simon said, and the chalk trembled again. Fine, I said, taking a deep breath. Do your worst. The chalk dropped to the table quickly, followed by the drab, but the silver talent stayed where it was. Sim sat back in his chair. You're creepy, he said, shaking his head. Fine, you win. Willem nodded and relaxed as well. Denna looked at me. So your Allah is stronger than theirs put together? Probably not, I said graciously. If they had practice working together, they could probably beat me. Her eyes ranged over the scattered coins. So that's it? She asked, sounding slightly disappointed. It's all just energy money changing. There are other arts, I said. Sim does alchemy, for example. While I, Willem said, focus on being pretty. Denna looked us over again, her eyes serious. Is there a type of magic that's just... She wiggled her fingers vaguely. Just sort of writing things down? That's sigildry, I said. Like that bell in your room. It's like permanent sympathy. But it's still money changing, right? She asked. Just energy. I nodded. Denna looked embarrassed as she asked, what if someone told you they knew a type of magic that did more than that? A magic where you sort of wrote things down and whatever you wrote became true. She looked down nervously, her fingers tracing patterns on the tabletop. Then, if someone saw the writing, even if they couldn't read it, it would be true for them. They'd think a certain thing or act a certain way depending on what the writing said. She looked up at us again, her expression a strange mix of curiosity, hope, and uncertainty. The three of us looked at each other. Willem shrugged. Sounds a damn sight easier than alchemy, Simmons said. I'd rather do that than spend all day unbinding principles. Sounds like fairy tale magic, I said. Storybook stuff that doesn't really exist. I certainly never heard about anything like that at the university. Denna looked down at the tabletop where her fingers still traced patterns against the wood. Her mouth was pursed slightly, her eyes distant. I couldn't tell if she was disappointed or simply thoughtful. Why do you ask? Denna looked up at me, and her expression quickly slid into a wry smile. She shrugged away the question. It was just something I heard, she said dismissively. I thought it sounded too good to be true. She looked over her shoulder. I seem to have outlasted my over-enthusiastic suitor, she said. Will held up the flat of his hand. We had an arrangement, he said. There was drink involved and the woman's secret. I'll have a word with the barman before I leave, Denna said, her eyes dancing with amusement. As for the secret, there are two ladies sitting behind you. They've been making eyes at you for most of the evening. The one in green fancies Sim, while the one with short blonde hair seems to have a thing for kaledish men who focus on being pretty. We have already made a note of them, Willem said without turning to look. Unfortunately, they are already in the company of a young Norwegian gentleman. The gentleman is not with them in any romantic sense, Denna said. While the ladies have been eyeing you, the gentleman has been making it abundantly clear that he prefers redheads. She lay a hand on my arm possessively. Unfortunately for him, I have already staked my claim. I fought the urge to look at the table. Are you serious? I asked. Don't worry, she said to Will and Sim. I'll send Deok over to distract the Medigan. That will leave the door open for the two of you. What's Deok going to do? Simon said with a laugh. Juggle? Denna gave him a frank look. What? Simon said. What? Deok isn't sly. Denna blinked at him. He and Stanchion own the Aeolian together, she said. Didn't you know that? They own the place, Sim said. They're not, together. Denna laughed. Of course they are. But Deok is up to his neck in women, Simon protested. He can't. Denna looked at him as if he were simple, then to Will and myself. The two of you knew, didn't you? Willem shrugged. I hadn't any knowledge of it, but small wonder he is a basha. He is attractive enough. Will hesitated, frowned. Basha. What is the word for that here? A man who is intimate with both women and men. Lucky, Denna suggested. Tired, ambidextrous? Ambisextrous? I corrected. That won't do, Denna chided me. We don't have impressive-sounding names for things no one will take us seriously. Sim blinked at her, obviously unable to come to grips with the situation. You see, Denna said slowly, as if explaining to a child, it's all just energy, and we can direct it in different ways. She blossomed into a brilliant smile, as if realizing the perfect way to explain the situation to him. It's like when you do this. She began to vigorously rub her hands up and down her thighs, mimicking his earlier motion. It's all just energy. By this point, Willem was hiding his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking with silent laughter. Simon's expression was still incredulous and confused, but now it was also a furious, blushing red. I got to my feet and took Denna's elbow. Leave the poor boy alone, I said as I steered her gently toward the door. He's from Artor. They're laced a little tightly in those parts. Chapter 19. Gentlemen and Thieves. It was late when Denner and I left the Aeolian and the streets were empty. In the distance I heard fiddle music and the hollow clopping of a horse's hooves on cobblestones. "So, what rock have you been hiding under?" she asked. "The usual rock," I said, then a thought occurred to me. "Did you come looking for me at the university? At the big square building that smells like coal smoke?" Denner shook her head. "I wouldn't begin to know where to find you there. It's like a maze. If I can't catch you playing at anchors, I know I'm out of luck." She looked at me curiously. "Why?" "Someone showed up asking for me," I said with a dismissive gesture. "She said I'd sold her a charm. I thought it might be you." "I did come looking for you a while back," she said, "but I never mentioned your abundant charm." The conversation lulled and silence swelled between us. I couldn't help but think of her walking arm in arm with Ambrose. I didn't want to know any more about it, but at the same time it was the only thing in my head. "I came to visit you at the Grey Man," I said, just to fill the air between us. "But you'd already gone." She nodded. "Kellyn and I had a bit of a falling out." "Nothing too bad, I hope." I gestured to her throat. "I notice you still have the necklace." Denner touched the teardrop emerald absent-mindedly. "No, nothing terrible. You can say this for Kellyn, he's a traditionalist. When he gives a gift, he sticks to it. He said the colour flattered me and I should keep the earrings too." She sighed. "I'd feel better if he hadn't been so gracious. Still, they're nice to have. A safety net of sorts. They'll make my life easier if I don't hear from my patron soon." "You're still hoping to hear from him?" I asked. "After what happened in Trayborn? After he's been out of contact for more than a month with no word at all?" Denner shrugged. "That's just his way. I told you, he's a secretive sort. It's not odd for him to be gone for long stretches of time." "I have a friend who's trying to find me a patron," I said. "I could have him look for you too." She looked up at me, her eyes unreadable. "It's sweet that you think I deserve better, but I really don't. I have a good voice, but that's it. Who would hire a half-trained musician without even an instrument to her name?" "Anyone with ears to hear you," I said. "Anyone with eyes to see." Denner looked down, her hair falling around her face like a curtain. "You're sweet," she said quietly, making an odd fidgeting gesture with her hands. "What ended up souring things with Kellyn?" I asked, steering the conversation somewhere safer. "I spent too much time entertaining gentlemen callers," she said dryly. "You should have explained to him that I'm nothing remotely resembling a gentleman," I said. "That might have eased his mind." But I knew I couldn't have been the problem. I'd only managed to visit once. Had it been Ambrose that had come calling? I could picture him in the lavish sitting room all too easily. That damn hat of his hanging casually off the corner of a chair as he drank chocolate and told jokes. Denner's mouth quirked. "It was mostly Geoffrey he objected to," she said. "Apparently I was supposed to sit quiet and alone in my little box until he came to call on me." "How is Geoffrey?" I asked, to be polite. "Has he managed to get a second thought into his head yet?" I expected to get a laugh, but Denner merely sighed. "Oh, he has, but none of them are particularly good thoughts." She shook her head. "He came to Imre to make a name for himself with his poetry, but lost his shirt gambling." "I've heard that story before," I said. "Happens all the time over at the university." "That was just the beginning," she said. "He figured he could win his money back, of course. First came the pawn shop, then he borrowed money and lost that too." She made a conciliatory gesture. "Though in all fairness, he didn't gamble that away. Some bitch rooked him. Caught him with the weeping widow of all things." I looked at her puzzled. "The what?" Denner looked at me sideways, then shrugged. "It's a simple rook," she said. "A young woman stands outside a pawn shop all flustered and teary. Then when some rich gent walks by, she explains how she came to the city to sell her wedding ring. She needs money for taxes or to repay a moneylender." She waved her hands impatiently. "The details don't matter. What matters is when she got to town, she asked someone else to pawn the ring for her, because she doesn't know a thing about bargaining, of course." Denner stopped walking, in front of a pawn shop window, her face a mask of distress.
I thought I could trust him, she said, but he just pawned it and ran off with the money. There's the ring, right there.
She pointed dramatically at the shop's window.
But,
Denna continued, holding up a finger.
Luckily, he sold the ring for a fraction of what it's worth. It's a family heirloom worth 40 talents, but the pawn shop is selling it for 4.
Denna stepped close and lay her hand on my chest, looking up at me with wide, imploring eyes.
If you bought the ring, we could sell it for at least 20. I'd give you your 4 talents back right away.
She stepped back and shrugged. That sort of thing. I frowned. How is that a rook? I'd catch on as soon as we got to the assessor. Denna rolled her eyes.
That's not how it works. We agree to meet tomorrow at noon. By the time I get there, you've already bought the ring yourself and run off with it.
I suddenly understood. And you split the money with the owner of the pawn shop? She patted my shoulder.
I knew you'd catch on sooner or later.
It seemed fairly watertight, except for one thing.
Seems you'd need a special combination of trustworthy yet crooked pawn shop as a partner.
True, she admitted. They're usually marked, though. Denna pointed to the top of the nearby pawn shop's doorframe. There were a series of marks that could easily be mistaken for random scratches in the paint.
Ah,
I hesitated for half a moment before adding,
in Tarbine, markings like that meant this was a safe place to fence.
I groped for an appropriate euphemism. Questionably acquired goods. If Denna was startled by my confession, she gave no sign of it. She merely shook her head and pointed more closely to the markings, moving her finger as she went.
This says reliable owner, open to simple rooks, even split.
She glanced around at the rest of the doorframe and the shop sign.
Nothing about fencing goods from Uncle.
I never knew how to read them, I admitted. I glanced sideways at her, careful to keep my judgment out of my tone.
And you know how this sort of thing works because I read it in a book,
she said sarcastically.
How do you think I know about it?
She continued walking down the street. I joined her.
I don't usually play it as a widow, Denna said, almost as an after. I'm too young for that. For me, it's my mother's ring, or grandmother's, she shrugged. Change it whatever feels right at the time.
What if the gent is honest? I asked. What if he shows up at noon willing to help? It doesn't happen often, she said with a wry twist to her mouth.
Only once for me. Caught me completely by surprise. Now I set things up in advance with the owner just in case. I'm happy to rook some greedy bastard who tries to take advantage of a young girl, but I'm not about to take money off someone who's trying to help.
Her expression went hard, unlike the bitch who got hold of Jeffrey. Showed up at noon, did he?
She did, she said. Just gave her the money. No need to pay me back, miss. You go save the family farm.
Denna ran her hands through her hair, looking up at the sky.
A farm? That doesn't even make any sense. Why would a farmer's wife have a diamond necklace?
She glanced over at me.
Why the sweet ones such idiots with women?
He's noble, I said. Can't he just write home?
He's never been on good terms with his family, she said. Less so now. His last letter didn't have any money. Just the news that his mother was sick.
Something in her voice caught my ear. How sick? I asked.
Sick.
Denna didn't look up.
Very sick. And of course he's already sold his horse and can't afford passage on a ship.
She sighed again.
It's like watching one of those awful tale-in dramas unfold. The path ill chosen, or something of the sort.
If that's the case, all he has to do is stumble into a church at the end of the 4th act, I said. He'll pray, learn his lesson, and live the rest of his days a clean and virtuous boy.
It would be different if he came to me for advice.
She made a frustrated gesture.
No. He stops by afterward to tell me what he's done. The guild moneylender cut off his credit, so what does he do?
My stomach twisted. He goes to a gala, I said.
And he was happy when he told me.
Denna looked at me, her expression despairing.
Like he'd finally figured a way out of this mess.
She shivered.
Let's go in here.
She pointed to a small garden.
There's more wind tonight than I thought.
I set down my loot case and shrugged out of my cloak. Denna looked like she was going to object for a moment, then drew it around herself.
And you say you're not a gentleman? She chided.
I'm not, I said. I just know it will smell better after you've worn it.
Ah, she said wisely, and then you will sell it to a perfumery and make your fortune. That's been my plan all along, I admitted. A cunning and elaborate scheme. I'm more thief than a gentleman, you see.
We sat down on a bench, out of the wind.
I think you've lost a buckle, she said.
I looked down at my loot case. The narrow end was gaping open and the iron buckle was nowhere to be seen. I sighed and absent-mindedly reached for one of the inner pockets of my coat. Denna made a tiny noise. Nothing loud, just a startled, indrawn breath as she looked suddenly up at me, her eyes wide and dark in the moonlight. I pulled my hand back as if burned by a fire, stammering an apology. Denna began to laugh quietly.
Well, that's embarrassing,
she said softly to herself. I'm sorry, I said quickly. I wasn't thinking. I've got some wire in there that I can use to hold this closed for now.
Oh, she said.
Of course. Her hands moved inside the billet for a moment. Then she held out a piece of wire. I'm sorry, I said again.
I was just startled, she said. I didn't think you were the sort to grab hold of a lady without some warning first.
I looked down at the loot, embarrassed, and made my hands busy running the wire through the hole the buckle had left and twisting it tightly shut.
It's a lovely loot,
Denna said after a long, quiet moment.
but that case is an absolute shambles.
I tapped myself out buying the loot itself, I said, then looked up as if suddenly struck with an idea.
I know. I'll ask Geoffrey to give me the name of his gala, then I can afford 2 cases.
She swatted at me playfully, and I moved to sit next to her on the bench. Things were quiet for a moment. Then Denna looked down at her hands and repeated a fidgeting gesture she'd made several times during our talk. Only now did I realize what she was doing.
Your ring?
I asked.
What happened to it?
Denna gave me an odd look.
You've had a ring for as long as I've known you,
I explained.
silver with a pale blue stone.
Her forehead furrowed.
I know what it looked like. How did you?
You wear it all the time, I said, trying to sound casual as if I didn't know every detail of her, as if I didn't know her habit of twirling it on her finger while she was anxious or lost in thought.
What happened to it?
Denna looked down at her hands.
A young gentleman has it, she said.
Ah, I said. Then because I couldn't help myself, I added,
Who? I doubt you.
She paused, then looked up at me.
Actually, you might know him. He goes to the university too. Ambrose Jackis.
My stomach was suddenly filled with acid and ice. Denna looked away.
He has a rough charm about him, she explained. More rough than charm, really, but...
She trailed off into a shrug.
I see,
I said. Then, it must be fairly serious. Denna gave me a quizzical look. Then realization spread onto her face and she burst out laughing. She shook her head, waving her hands in violent negation.
Oh, no. God, no, nothing like that. He came calling a few times. We went to a play. He invited me out for dancing. He's remarkably light on his feet.
She drew a deep breath and let it out in a sigh.
The first night he was very genteel. Witty. The second night slightly less so.
Her eyes narrowed.
On the third night he got pushy. Things went sour after that. I had to leave my rooms at the Boar's Head because he kept showing up with trinkets and poems.
A feeling of vast relief flooded me. For the first time in days, I felt like I was able to take a full lungful of air. I felt a smile threatening to burst out onto my face and fought it down, fearing it would be so wide I'd look like an absolute madman. Denna gave me a wry look.
You'd be amazed at how similar arrogance and confidence look at first glance. And he was generous and rich, which is a nice combination.
She held up her naked hand.
The fitting was loose on my ring, and he said he'd have it repaired. I wasn't nearly so generous after things went sour. Her red mouth made another wry smile. Not nearly. I might be able to do something, I said, if the ring's important to you. It wasn't, Dennis said, giving me a frank look. What would you do exactly? Reminding one gentleman to another that he should treat women with dignity and respect? She rolled her eyes. Good luck. I simply gave her my most charming smile. I was no gentleman. I was a thief. Chapter 20. The Fickle Wind. The next evening found me at the Golden Pony, arguably the finest inn on the university side of the river. It boasted elaborate kitchens, a fine stable, and a skilled, obsequious staff. It was the sort of upscale establishment only the wealthiest students could afford. I wasn't inside, of course. I was crouched in the deep shadows of the roof, trying not to dwell on the fact that what I was planning went well beyond the bounds of conduct unbecoming. If I was caught breaking into Ambrose's rooms, I would undoubtedly be expelled. It was a clear autumn night with a strong wind, a mixed blessing. The sound of rustling leaves would cover any small noises I might make, but I worried the flapping edges of my cloak might draw attention. Our plan was a simple one. I had slipped a sealed note under Ambrose's door. It was an unsigned, flirtatious request for a meeting in Imre. Will had written it, as Sim and I judged he had the most feminine handwriting. It was a goose chase, but I guessed Ambrose would take the bait. I would have preferred to have someone distract him personally, but the fewer people involved, the better. I could have asked Denna to help, but I wanted it to be a surprise when I returned her ring. Will and Sim were my lookouts. Will in the common room, Sim in the alley by the back door. It was their job to let me know when Ambrose left the building. More importantly, they would alert me if he came back before I'd finished searching his rooms. I felt a sharp tug in my right-hand pocket as the oak twig gave two distinct twitches. After a moment, the signal was repeated. Willem was letting me know Ambrose had left the inn. In my left pocket was a piece of birch. Simon held a similar one where he stood watch over the inn's back door. It was a simple, effective signaling system if you knew enough signal to make it work. I crawled down the slope of the roof, moving carefully over the heavy clay tiles. I knew from my younger days in Tarbean that they tended to crack and slide and could make you lose your footing. I made it to the lip of the roof, 15 feet off the ground. Hardly a dizzying height, but more than enough to break a leg or a neck. A narrow piece of roof ran beneath the long row of second-story windows. There were 10 in all, and the middle 4 belonged to Ambrose. I flexed my fingers a couple of times to loosen them, then began to edge along the narrow strip of roof. The secret is to concentrate on what you're doing. Don't look at the ground. Don't look over your shoulder. Ignore the world and trust it to return the favor. This was the real reason I was wearing my cloak. If I were spotted, I would be nothing more than a dark shape in the night, impossible to identify. Hopefully. The first window was dark, and the second had its curtains drawn, but the third was dimly lit. I hesitated. If you're fair-skinned like me, you never want to peer into a window at night. Your face will stand out against the dark like the full moon. Rather than risk peering in, I dug around in the pockets of my cloak until I found a piece of scrap tin from the fishery that I'd buffed into a makeshift mirror. Then I carefully used it to peer around the corner and through the window. Inside, there were a few dim lamps and a canopy bed as big as my entire room back in Anchors. The bed was occupied, actively occupied. What's more, there seemed to be more naked limbs than 2 people could account for. Unfortunately, my piece of tin was small and I couldn't view the scene in its full complexity. Otherwise, I might have learned some very interesting things. I briefly considered going back and coming at Ambrose's rooms from the other side, but the wind gusted suddenly, sending leaves skipping across the cobblestones and trying to claw me away from my narrow footing. Heart pounding, I decided to risk passing this window. I guessed the people inside had better things to do than stargazing. I
pulled the hood of my cloak down and held the edges in my teeth, covering my face while leaving my hands free. Thus, blinded, I inched my way past the window, listening intently for any signs I'd been spotted. There were a few surprised noises, but they didn't seem to have anything to do with me. The first of Ambrose's windows was elaborate stained glass. Pretty, but not designed to open. The next was perfect. A wide, double window. I pulled a thin piece of copper wire from one of the pockets of my cloak and used it to trip the simple latch holding it closed. When the window wouldn't open, I realized that Ambrose had added a drop bar as well. That took several long minutes of tricky work, one-handed in the near total dark. Thankfully, the wind had died down, at least for the moment. Then, once I'd worked my way past the drop bar, the window still wouldn't budge. I began to curse Ambrose's paranoia as I searched for the third lock, hunting for nearly 10 minutes before I realized the window was simply stuck shut. I tugged on it a couple of times, which isn't as easy as it sounds. They don't put handles on the outside, you realize. Eventually, I got over-enthusiastic and pulled too hard. The window sprang open, and my weight shifted backward. I leaned off the edge of the roof, fighting every reflex that urged me to move my foot back and regain my balance, knowing there was nothing but 15 feet of empty air behind me. Do you know the feeling when you tip your chair too far and begin to fall backward? The sensation was something like that, mixed with self-recrimination and the fear of death. I flailed my arms, knowing it wouldn't help, my mind gone suddenly blank with panic. The wind saved me. It gusted as I teetered on the edge of the roof, giving me just enough of a push that I could regain my balance. One of my flailing arms caught the now open window, and I scrambled desperately inside, not caring how much noise I made. Once through the window, I crouched on the floor, breathing hard. My heart was just beginning to slow when the wind caught the window and slammed it closed above my head, startling me all over again. I brought out my sympathy lamp, thumbed the switch to a dim setting, and swept the narrow arc of light around the room. Kilvin had been right to call it a thief's lamp. It was perfect for this sort of skulking about. It was miles to Imre and back, and I trusted Ambrose's curiosity would keep him waiting for his secret admirer for at least half an hour. Normally, looking for something as small as a ring would be a full day's job, but I guessed Ambrose wouldn't even think of hiding it. In his mind, it wasn't something he'd stolen. He would consider it either a trinket or a trophy. I set about methodically searching Ambrose's rooms. The ring wasn't on his chest of drawers or the bedside table. It wasn't in any of his desk drawers or on his jewelry tray in his dressing room. He didn't even have a locked jewelry box, mind you, just a tray with all manner of pins, rings, and chains scattered carelessly across it. I left everything where it was, which isn't to say I didn't think about robbing the bastard blind. Just a few pieces of his jewelry could pay my tuition for a year. But it went against my plan. Get in, find the ring, and get out. So long as I left no evidence of my visit, I guess Ambrose would simply assume he'd lost the ring, if he noticed it was gone from me. It was the perfect sort of crime. No suspicion, no pursuit, no consequences. Besides, it's notoriously difficult to fence jewelry in a town as small as Imre. It would be far too easy for someone to trace it back to me. That said, I've never claimed to be a priest, and there were plenty of opportunities for mischief in Ambrose's rooms. So, I indulged myself. While checking Ambrose's pockets, I weakened a few seams, so there was a fair chance of him splitting his pants up the back the next time he sat down or mounted his horse. I loosened the handle on his chimney's flue, so it would eventually fall off and his room would fill with smoke while he scrambled to reattach it. I was trying to think of something to do to this damned, irritating, plumed hat when the oak twig in my pocket twitched violently, making me jump. Then it twitched again and broke sharply in half. I cursed bitterly under my breath. Ambrose couldn't have been gone for more than 20 minutes. What had brought him back so soon? I clicked off my sympathy lamp and stuffed it into my cloak. Then I scurried into the next room to make my escape through the window.
It was irritating to go through all the trouble of getting in just to leave again, but as long as Ambrose didn't know anyone had broken into his rooms, I could simply come back another night. But the window didn't open. I pushed harder, wondering if it had jammed itself shut when the wind had slammed it. Then I glimpsed a thin strip of brass running along the inside of the windowsill. I couldn't read the sigildry in the dim light, but I know wards when I see them. That explained why Ambrose was back so soon. He knew someone had broken in. What's more, the best sort of wards wouldn't just warn of an intruder, but they could hold a door or window shut to seal a thief in. I bolted for the door, hands scrabbling in the pockets of my cloak, looking for something long and slender I could use to foul the lock. Not finding anything suitable, I snatched a pen from his writing desk, jammed it into the keyhole, then jerked it hard sideways, breaking the metal head off inside the lock. A moment later, I heard a grating metallic noise as Ambrose attempted to unlock the door from his side, fumbling and cursing when he couldn't get his key to fit. By that point, I was already back at the window, shining my lamp back and forth along the strip of brass and murmuring runes under my breath. It was simple enough. I could render it useless by scratching out a handful of connecting runes, then open the window and escape. I hurried back to the sitting room and snatched the letter opener off his desk, knocking over the capped inkwell in my hurry. I was just about to begin eliding runes when I realized how stupid that would be. Any petty thief could break into Ambrose's rooms, but the number of people who knew enough sigildry to foul a ward was much lower. I might as well sign my name on his window frame. I took a moment to collect my thoughts, then returned the letter opener to the desk and replaced the inkwell. I returned and examined the long brass strip more closely. Breaking something is simple. Understanding it is harder. This is doubly true when you are confronted with the sounds of muttered cursing from behind the door, accompanied by the clack and rattle of someone trying to unjam the lock. Then the hallway went quiet, which was even more unnerving. I finally managed to puzzle out the sequence of wards as I heard several sets of footsteps in the hall. I broke my mind into 3 pieces and focused my alar as I pushed against the window. My hands and feet grew cold as I pulled heat from my body to counteract the ward, trying not to panic as I heard a loud thump as something heavy struck the door. The window swung open, and I scrambled backward over the sash and onto the roof as something struck the door again, and I heard the sharp crack of splintering wood. I still could have made it away safely, but when I set my right foot down on the roof, I felt a clay tile crack under my weight. As my foot slid, I grabbed the windowsill with both hands to steady myself. Then the wind gusted, catching the open window and flinging it toward my head. I brought up my arm to protect my face, and it struck my elbow instead, smashing one of the small panes of glass. The impact pushed me sideways onto my right foot, which slid the rest of the way out from underneath me. Then, since all my other options seemed to be exhausted, I decided it would be best if I fell off the roof. Acting on pure instinct, my hands scrabbled madly. I dislodged a few more clay tiles, then caught hold of the lip of the roof. My grip wasn't good, but it slowed and spun me so that I didn't land on my head or my back. Instead, I landed face down, like a cat. Except a cat's legs are all the same length. I landed on my hands and knees. My hands merely stung, but my knees, striking the cobblestones, hurt as badly as anything I'd ever felt in my entire young life. The pain was blinding, and I heard myself yelp like a dog that's been kicked. A second later, a hail of heavy red roofing tiles fell around me, most shattered on the cobblestones, but one clipped the back of my head, while another caught me square on the elbow, making my entire forearm go numb. I didn't spare it a moment's thought. A broken arm would heal, but expulsion from the university would last a lifetime. I pulled my hood up and forced myself to my feet. Using one hand to make sure the hood of my cloak stayed in place, I staggered a few steps until I was under the eaves of the Golden Pony, out of sight of the upstairs window. Then I was running. Eventually, I made my careful, limping way onto the rooftops and let myself into my room by the window. It was slow going, but I had little choice. I
couldn't walk past everyone in the tap room disheveled, limping, and generally looking as if I'd just fallen off a roof. Once I caught my breath and spent some time abusing myself for several types of blinding idiocy, I took stock of my wounds. The good news was that I hadn't broken either of my legs. I had splendid bruises blooming just below each knee. The tile that had grazed my head had left a lump but hadn't cut me, and while my elbow throbbed with a dull ache, my hand was no longer numb. There was a knock at the door. I froze for a moment, then drew the birch twig from my pocket, muttered a quick binding, and jerked it back and forth. I heard a startled noise from out in the hall, followed by Willem's low laugh. "That's not funny," I heard Sim say. "Let us in." I let them in. Simon sat on the edge of the bed and Willem took the chair by the desk. I closed the door and sat on the other half of the bed. Even with all of us seated, the tiny room was crowded. We eyed each other soberly for a moment. Then Simon spoke up. "Apparently Ambrose startled a thief in his rooms tonight. Fellow jumped out a window rather than get caught." I gave a brief, humorous laugh. Hardly. I was almost out when the window blew shut on me." I gestured awkwardly. "Knocked me off the roof." Willem let out a relieved sigh. "I thought I'd botched the binding." I shook my head. "I had plenty of warning, I just wasn't as careful as I should have been." "Why was he back so early?" Simon asked, looking at Willem. "Did you hear anything when he came in?" "It probably occurred to him that my handwriting was not especially feminine," Willem said. "He had wards on his windows," I said. "Probably linked to a ring or something he carries with him. They must have tipped him off as soon as I opened the window." "Did you get it?" Willem asked. I shook my head. Simon craned his neck to get a better look at my arm. "Are you okay?" I followed his eyes but didn't see anything. Then I tugged at my shirt and noticed that it was stuck to the back of my arm. For all my other pains, I hadn't noticed it. Moving gingerly, I pulled my shirt up over my head. The elbow of the shirt was torn and speckled with blood. I cursed bitterly. I only owned 4 shirts, and now this one was ruined. I tried to get a look at my injury and quickly realized that you couldn't get a look at the back of your own elbow no matter how much you wanted to. Eventually, I held it up for Simon's inspection. "It's not much," he said, holding his fingers a little more than 2 inches apart. "There's only one cut and it's hardly bleeding. The rest of it's just scraped up. It looks like you scuffed it hard against something." "Clay tile from the roof fell on me," I said. "Lucky," Willem grunted. "Who else could fall off the roof and end up with nothing more than a few scrapes?" "I've got bruises on my knees the size of apples," I said. "I'll be lucky if I can walk tomorrow." But deep down, I knew he was right. The clay tile that had landed on my elbow could easily have broken my arm. The broken edges of the clay tiles were sometimes sharp as knives, so if it had hit me differently, it could have cut me down to the bone. I hate clay roofing tiles. "Well, it could have been worse," Simon said briskly as he came to his feet. "Let's go to the medica and get you patched up." "Graham, no," Willem said. "You can't go to the medica. They will be asking to see if anyone is hurt." Simon sat down again. "Of course," he said, sounding vaguely disgusted with himself. "I knew that." He looked me over. "At least you're not hurt anywhere that people can see." I looked at Willem. "You have a problem with blood, don't you?" His expression grew slightly offended. "I wouldn't say..." His eyes darted to my elbow and his face grew a little pale, despite his dark, Caledish complexion. His mouth made a thin line. "Yes." "Fair enough." I started to cut my ruined shirt into strips of cloth. "Congratulations, Sim, you've been promoted to field medic." I opened a drawer and brought out hook, needle and gut, iodine and a small pot of goose grease. Sim looked at the needle, then back at me, eyes wide. I gave him my best smile. "It's easy, I'll talk you through it." I sat on the floor, with my arm over my head, while Simon washed, stitched, and bandaged my elbow. He surprised me by being nowhere near as squeamish as I'd expected. His hands were more careful and confident than those of many students in the Medica who did this sort of thing all the time. "So the 3 of us were here, playing Breath Night?" Will asked, pointedly avoiding looking in my direction. "Sounds good," Sim said. "Can we say I won?" "No,"
I said. People must have seen Will at the pony. Lion, they'll catch me for sure. Oh, Sim said. What do we say then? The truth. You were at the pony during the excitement, then came here to tell me about it. I nodded to the small table where a mass of gears, springs, and screws were spread in disarray. I showed you the harmony clock I found, and you both gave me advice on how to fix it. Sim seemed disappointed. Not very exciting? Simple lies are best, I said, getting to my feet. Thanks again, both of you. This could have gone terribly wrong without the two of you looking out for me. Simon got to his feet and opened the door. Will stood as well, but didn't turn to leave. I heard a strange rumor the other night, he said. Anything interesting? I asked. He nodded. Very. I remember hearing that you were done antagonizing a certain powerful member of the nobility. I was surprised that you had finally decided to let sleeping dogs lie. Come on, Will, Simon said. Ambrose isn't sleeping. He's a dog with a froth that deserves to be put down. He more resembles an angry bear, Willem said. One you seem determined to prod with a burning stick. How can you say that? Sim said hotly. In 2 years as a scriv, has he ever called you anything other than a filthy shim? And what about that time he almost blinded me by mixing my salts? Quoth will be working the plumb bob out of his system for... Will held up his hand and nodded to acknowledge Simon's point. I know this to be true, which is why I let myself be drawn into such foolishness. I merely wished to make a point. He looked at me. You realize you've gone well over the hill concerning this Dena girl, don't you? Chapter 21. Piecework. The pain in my knees kept me from any sort of decent sleep that night. So when the sky outside my window started to show the first pale light of coming dawn, I gave up, got dressed, and made my slow, painful way to the outskirts of town, looking for willow bark to chew. Along the way, I discovered several new, exciting bruises I hadn't been aware of the night before. The walk was pure agony, but I was glad I was making it in the early morning dark when the streets were empty. There was bound to be a lot of talk about last night's excitement at the Golden Pony. If anyone saw me limping, it would be too easy for them to jump to the right conclusion. Luckily, the trip loosened the stiffness in my legs, and the willow bark took the edge off the pain. By the time the sun was fully up, I felt well enough to appear in public. So I headed to the fishery, hoping to get in a few hours of piecework before adept sympathy. I needed to start earning money for next term's tuition and Devi's loan, not to mention bandages and a new shirt. Jacksim wasn't in the stocks when I arrived, but I recognized the student there. We had entered the university at the same time and bunked close to each other for a little while in the mews. I'd liked him. He wasn't one of the nobility who drifted blithely through the school, carried by his family's name and money. His parents were wool merchants, and he worked to pay his tuition. Basil, I said. I thought you made Elia last term. What are you doing in the stocks? He flushed a little, looking embarrassed. Kilvin caught me adding water to acid. I shook my head, giving a stern scowl.
This is contrary to proper procedure, Elliot Basil,
I said, dropping my voice an octave.
An artificer must move with perfect care in all things.
Basil grinned. You've got his accent. He opened the ledger book. What can I get you? I'm not feeling up for anything more complicated than piecework right now, I said. How about... Hold on. Basil interrupted, frowning down at the ledger book. What? He spun the ledger around to face me and pointed. There's a note next to your name. I looked. Penciled in Kilvin's strangely childlike scrawl was, no materials or tools to Raylark both. Send him to me, Kilvin. Basil gave me a sympathetic look. It's acid to water, he joked gently. Did you forget too? I wish I had, I said. Then I'd know what was going on. Basil looked around nervously, then leaned forward and spoke in a low voice. Listen, I saw that girl again. I blinked at him stupidly. What? The girl that came in here looking for you, he prompted. The young one that was looking for the red-headed wizard.
sold her a charm? I closed my eyes and rubbed at my face. She came back. This is the last thing I need right now. Basil shook his head. She didn't come in, he said. At least, not that I know of. But I've seen her a couple of times outside. She hangs around the courtyard. He jerked his head toward the southern exit of the fishery. Did you tell anyone? I asked. Basil looked profoundly offended. Wouldn't do that to you, he said. But she might have talked to someone else. You should really get rid of her. Kilvin will spit nails if he thinks you've been selling charms. I haven't been, I said. I've got no idea who she is. What does she look like? Young, Basil said with a shrug. Not Kaelish. I think she had light hair. She wears a blue cloak with the hood up. I tried to walk over and talk to her, but she just ran away. I rubbed my forehead. Wonderful. Basil shrugged sympathetically. Just thought I'd warn you. If she actually comes in here and asks for you, I'll have to tell Kilvin. He grimaced apologetically. I'm sorry, but I'm in enough trouble as it is. I understand, I said. Thanks for the warning. When I walked into the workshop, I was immediately struck by a strange quality of the light in the room. The first thing I did was look up, checking to see if Kilvin had added a new lamp to the array of glass spheres hanging up among the rafters. I hoped the change in light was due to a new lamp. Kilvin's mood was always foul when one of his lamps went unexpectedly dark. Scanning the rafters, I didn't see any dark lamps. It took me a long moment to realize the strange quality of the light was due to actual sunlight slanting in through the low windows on the eastern wall. Normally, I didn't come to work until later in the day. The workshop was almost eerily quiet this early in the morning. The huge room seemed hollow and lifeless, with only a handful of students working on projects. That, combined with the odd light and the unexpected summons from Kilvin, made me rather uneasy as I crossed the room heading toward Kilvin's office. Despite the early hour, a small forge in the corner of Kilvin's office was already well stoked. Heat billowed past me as I stood in the open doorway. It felt good after the early winter chill outside. Kilvin stood with his back to me, working the bellows with a relentless rhythm. I knocked loudly on the frame of the door to get his attention. Master Kilvin, I just tried to check some materials out of stocks. Is anything the matter? Kilvin glanced over in my direction.
Relar quo. I will be a moment. Come in.
I stepped into his office and swung the heavy door closed behind me. If I was in trouble, I'd rather not have anyone listening in. Kilvin continued to work the bellows for a long moment. It was only when he drew out a long tube that I realized it wasn't a forge he was firing, it was a small glasswork. Moving deftly, he drew out a blob of molten glass on the end of his tube, then proceeded to blow an increasingly large bubble of glass. After a minute, the glass lost its orange glow.
Bellows,
Kilvin said without looking at me, putting the tube back into the mouth of the glasswork. I scrambled to obey, working the bellows in a steady rhythm until the glass was glowing orange again. Kilvin motioned me to stop, pulled it out and puffed at the tube for another long moment, spinning the glass until the bubble was as large as a sweet melon. He set it back in the glasswork again, and I pumped the bellows without being asked. By the third time we repeated this, I was wringing with sweat. I wished I hadn't closed Kilvin's door, but I didn't want to leave the bellows for the time it would take for me to open it again. Kilvin didn't seem to notice the heat. The glass bubble grew large as my head, then as big as a pumpkin. But the fifth time he drew it from the heat and began to blow, it sagged on the end of the tube, deflating and falling to the floor.
Cast, creel, and cut!
He swore furiously. He threw down the metal tube where it rang sharply against the stone floor.
Creme it privaten Ehren!
I fought down the sudden urge to laugh. My Siaru wasn't perfect, but I was fairly certain Kilvin had said, "Shit in God's beard." The bear-like master stood for a long moment, looking down at the ruined glass on the floor. Then he let out a long, irritated breath through his nose, pulled off his goggles, and turned to look at me.
3 sets of synchronized bells, brass,
he said without preamble.
1 tap and catch, iron. 4 heat funnels, iron. 6 siphons, tin. 22 panes of twice stuffed glass, and other assorted piecework.
It was a list of all the work I had done this term in the fishery. Simple things I could finish and sell back to stocks for a quick profit. Kilvin looked at me with his dark eyes.
Does this work please you? Relar quoth.
The projects are easy enough, Master Kilvin, I said.
You are now a Relar,
he said, his voice heavy with reproach.
Are you content to coast idly, making toys for the lazy rich?
He asked.
Is that what you desire from your time in the fishery? Easy work?
I could feel the sweat beading up in my hair and running down my back.
I am somewhat leery of venturing off on my own, I said. You didn't particularly approve of the modifications I made to my hand lamp.
Those are cowards' words, Kilvin said. Will you never leave the house because you were scolded once?
He looked at me.
I ask you again. Bells, castings, does this work please you? Relar quoth.
The thought of paying next term's tuition pleases me, Master Kilvin.
Sweat was running down my face. I tried to wipe it away with my sleeve, but my shirt was already soaked through. I glanced at Kilvin's office door.
And the work itself?
Kilvin prompted. There was sweat beading on the dark skin of his forehead, but he didn't seem otherwise bothered by the heat. Truthfully, Master Kilvin? I asked, feeling a little lightheaded. He looked a bit offended.
I value truth in all things, Relar quoth.
The truth is, I've made 8 deck lamps this last year, Master Kilvin. If I have to make another, I expect I might shit myself from pure boredom.
Kilvin huffed something that could have been a laugh, then smiled widely at me.
Good. That is how a Relar should feel.
He pointed one thick finger at me.
You are clever, and you have good hands. I expect great things from you, not drudgery. Make something clever and it will earn you more than a lamp. Certainly more than piecework. Leave that to the Elir.
He gestured dismissively at the window that looked out over the workshop. I'll do my best, Master Kilvin, I said. My voice sounded strange to my own ears, distant and tinny.
Do you mind if I open the door and get some fresh air in here?
Kilvin grunted in agreement, and I took a step toward the door, but my legs felt loose and my head spun. I staggered and almost fell headlong onto the floor, but I managed to catch the edge of the work table and merely went to my knees instead. When my bruised knees hit the stone floor, it was excruciating, but I didn't shout or cry out. In fact, the pain seemed to be coming from a long way off. I awoke, confused, with a mouth as dry as sawdust. My eyes were gummy and my thoughts so sluggish it took me a long moment to recognize the distinctive antiseptic tang in the air. That, combined with the fact that I was lying naked under a sheet, let me know I was in the Medica. I turned my head and saw short blonde hair and the dark Physicker's uniform. I relaxed back onto the pillow. "Hello, Mola," I croaked. She turned and gave me a serious look. "Quoth," she said formally. "How do you feel?" Still bleary, I had to think about it. "Thick," I said, then thirsty. Mola brought me a glass and helped me drink. It was sweet and gritty. It took me a long moment to finish it, but by the time I was done, I felt halfway human again. "What happened?" I asked. "You fainted in the artificery," she said. "Kilvin carried you over here himself. It was rather touching, actually. I had to shoo him away." I felt my entire body flush with shame at the thought of being carried through the streets of the university by the huge monster. I must have looked like a rag doll in his arms. I fainted. "Kilvin explained you were in a hot room," Mola said, "and you'd sweat through your clothes. You were dripping wet." She gestured to where my shirt and pants lay wadded on the table. "Heat exhaustion?" I said. Mola held up a hand to quiet me. "That was my first diagnosis," she said. "On further examination, I've decided you're actually suffering from an acute case of jumping out of a window last night." She gave me a pointed look. I suddenly became self-conscious. Not of my near nakedness, but of the obvious injuries I'd received when I'd fallen off the roof of the Golden Pony. I glanced at the door and was relieved to see it was closed. Mola stood watching me, her expression carefully blank. Has anyone else seen? I asked. Mola shook her head.
We've been busy today.
I relaxed. That's something then. Her expression was grim.
This morning, Arwen gave orders to report any suspicious injuries. It's no secret why. Ambrose himself has offered a sizable reward to whoever helps him catch a thief who broke into his rooms and stole several valuables, including a ring his mother gave him on her deathbed.
That bastard, I said hotly. I didn't steal anything.
Mola raised an eyebrow.
As easy as that. No denial. No anything.
I exhaled through my nose, trying to get my temper under control. I'm not going to insult her intelligence. It's pretty obvious I didn't fall down some stairs. I took a deep breath. Look, Mola, if you tell anyone, they'll expel me. I didn't steal anything. I could have, but I didn't.
Then why?
She hesitated, obviously uncomfortable.
What were you doing?
I sighed. Would you believe I was doing a favor for a friend? Mola gave me a shrewd look, her green eyes searching mine.
Well, you do seem to be in the favor business lately.
What? I asked, my thoughts moving too sluggishly to follow what she was saying.
The last time you were here, I treated you for burns and smoke inhalation after pulling Faire out of a fire.
Oh, I said. That's not really a favor. Anyone would have done that. Mola gave me a searching look.
You really believe that, don't you?
She shook her head a little, then picked up a hardback and made a few notes on it, no doubt filling out her treatment report.
Well, I consider it a favor. Faire and I bunked together back when we were both new here. Despite what you think, it's not something a lot of people would have done.
There was a knock, and Sim's voice came from the hallway.
Can we come in?
Without waiting for an answer, he opened the door and led an uncomfortable-looking Willem into the room.
We heard...
Sim paused and turned to look at Mola.
He's going to be okay, right?
He'll be fine, Mola said, provided his temperature level's out.
She picked up a key gauge and stuck it in my mouth.
I know this will be hard for you, but try to keep your mouth shut for a minute.
In that case,
Simon said with a grin,
we heard Kilvin took you somewhere private and showed you something that made you fake like a little sissy girl.
I scowled at him but kept my mouth shut. Mola turned back to Will and Sim.
His legs are going to hurt for a while, but there's no permanent damage. His elbow should be fine too, though the stitching's a mess. What the hell were you guys doing in Ambrose's rooms anyway?
Willem simply looked at her, characteristically dark-eyed and stoic. No such luck with Sim.
Both needed to get a ring for his lady love.
He chirped cheerfully. Mola turned to look at me, her expression furious.
You have a hell of a lot of nerve to lie right to my face, she said, her eyes flat and angry as a cat's. Thank goodness you didn't want to insult my intelligence or anything.
I took a deep breath and reached up to take the key gauge out of my mouth.
God damn it, Sim, I said crossly. Someday I'm going to teach you to lie.
Sim looked back and forth between the two of us, flushed with panic and embarrassment.
Quoth has a thing for a girl over the river, he said defensively. Ambrose took a ring of hers and won't give it back. We just...
Mola cut him off with a sharp gesture.
Why didn't you just tell me that?
She demanded of me, irritated.
Everyone knows what Ambrose is like with women.
That's why I didn't tell you, I said. It sounded like a very convenient lie. There's also the fact that it's not one whit of your goddamn business. Her expression hardened.
You come off pretty high and mighty for...
Stop, just stop,
Willem said, startling both of us out of our argument. He turned to Mola.
When Quoth came here unconscious, what did you do first?
I checked his pupils for signs of head trauma,
Mola said automatically.
What the hell does that have to do with anything?
Willem gestured in my direction.
Look at his eyes now.
Mola looked at me.
They're dark,
she said, sounding surprised.
Dark green like a pine bough.
Will continued.
Don't argue with him when his eyes go dark like that. No good comes of it.
It's like the noise a rattlesnake makes,
Sim said. More like hackles on a dog, Willem corrected. It shows when he's ready to bite.
All of you can go straight to hell, I said. Or you can give me a mirror so I can see what you're talking about. I don't care which.
Will ignored me. Our little Quoth has a flashpan temper, but once he's had a minute to cool down, he will realise the truth. Willen gave me a pointed look. He's not upset because you didn't trust him, or that you tricked Sim. He's upset because you found out what asinine lengths he is willing to go to in order to impress a woman. He looked at me. Is asinine the right word? I took a deep breath and let it out. Pretty much, I admitted. I chose it because it sounded like ass, Will said.
I knew you two had to be involved,
Mola said with a hint of apology in her voice. Honestly, the three of you are thick as thieves, and I do mean that in all its various clever implications. She walked around the side of the bed and looked critically at my wounded elbow.
Which one of you stitched him up?
Me,
Sim grimaced.
I know I made a mess of it.
Mess would be generous,
Mola said, looking it over critically.
It looks like you were trying to stitch your name into him and kept misspelling.
I think he did quite well, Will said, meeting her eye, considering his lack of training and the fact that he was helping a friend under less than ideal circumstances. Mola flushed.
I didn't mean it like that, she said quickly. Working here, it's easy to forget that not everyone...
She turned to Sim.
I'm sorry.
Sim ran his hand through his sandy hair.
I suppose you could make it up to me sometime,
he said, grinning boyishly.
Like maybe tomorrow afternoon, when you let me buy you lunch.
He looked at her hopefully. Mola rolled her eyes and sighed, somewhere between amusement and exasperation.
My work here is done,
Will said gravely.
I'm leaving. I hate this place.
Thanks, Will, I said. He gave a perfunctory wave over one shoulder and closed the door behind him. Mola agreed to leave mention of my suspicious injuries off her report and stuck to her original diagnosis of heat exhaustion. She also cut away Sim's stitches, then re-cleaned, re-sewed, and re-bandaged my arm. Not a pleasant experience, but I knew it would heal more quickly under her experienced care. In closing, she advised me to drink more water, get some sleep, and suggested that in the future, I refrain from strenuous physical activity in a hot room the day after falling off a roof. Chapter 22. Slipping. Up until this point in the term, Elk Sadal had been teaching us theory in adept sympathy. How much light could be produced from 10 thorns of continuous heat using iron, using basalt, using human flesh. We memorized tables of figures and learned how to calculate escalating squares, angular momentum, and compounded degradations. Simply said, it was mind-numbing. Don't get me wrong, I knew it was essential information. Bindings of the sort we'd shown Denner were simple, but when things grew complicated, a skilled sympathist needed to do some fairly tricky calculations. In terms of energy, there isn't much difference between lighting a candle and melting it into a puddle of tallow. The only difference is one of focus and control. When the candle is sitting in front of you, these things are easy. You simply stare at the wick and stop pouring in heat when you see the first flicker of flame. But if the candle is a quarter-mile away or in a different room, focus and control are exponentially more difficult to maintain. And there are worse things than melted candles waiting for a careless sympathist. The question Denner had asked in the Aeolian was all-important. Where does the extra energy go? As Will had explained, some went into the air, some went into the linked items, and the rest went into the sympathist's body. The technical term for it was thormic overfill, but even Elk Sadal tended to refer to it as slippage. Every year or so, some careless sympathist with a strong Allah channeled enough heat through a bad link to spike his body temperature and drive himself fever mad. Dahl told us of one extreme case where a student managed to cook himself from the inside out. I mentioned the last man the day after Dahl shared the story with our class. I expected him to join me in some healthy scoffing, but it turned out Manet had actually been a student back when it had happened.
Smelled like pork, Manet said grimly. Damnedest thing. Felt bad for him, of course, but you can only feel so much pity for an idiot. A little slippage here and there you hardly notice, but he must have slipped 200,000 thorns inside 2 seconds.
Manet shook his head, not looking up from the piece of tin he was engraving.
Whole wing of mains reeked. Nobody could use those rooms for a year.
I stared at him.
Thermal slippage is fairly common, though,
Manet continued.
Now, kinetic slippage.
He raised his eyebrows appreciatively. 20 years back, some damn fool Elfay got drunk and tried to lift a manure cart onto the roof of the Master's Hall on a bet. Tore his own arm off at the shoulder. Manet bent back over his piece of tin, engraving a careful rune.
Takes a special kind of stupid to do something like that.
The next day I was especially attentive to what Dahl had to say. He drilled us mercilessly. Calculations for enthalpy, charts showing distance of decay, equations that described the entropic curves a skilled sympathist needs to understand on an almost instinctive level. But Dahl was no fool. So before we grew bored and sloppy, he turned it into a competition. He made us draw heat from odd sources, from red-hot irons, from blocks of ice, from our own blood. Lighting candles in distant rooms was the easiest of it. Lighting one of a dozen identical candles was harder. Lighting a candle you'd never actually seen in an unknown location, it was like juggling in the dark. There were contests of precision, contests of finesse, contests of focus and control. After 2 span, I was the highest-ranked student in our class of 23 Raylar. Fenton nipped at my heels in second place. As luck would have it, the day after my assault on Ambrose's rooms was the same day we began dueling in Adept Symphony. Dueling required all the subtlety and control of our previous competitions, with the added challenge of having another student actively opposing your ally. So, despite my recent trip to the Medica for heat exhaustion, I melted a hole through a block of ice in a distant room. Despite 2 nights of scant sleep, I raised the temperature of a pint of mercury exactly 10 degrees. Despite my throbbing bruises and the stinging itch of my bandaged arm, I tore the King of Spades in half, while leaving the other cards in the deck untouched. All of these things I did, in less than 2 minutes, despite the fact that Fenton set the whole of his ala to oppose me. It is not for nothing that they came to call me Quoth the Arcane. My ala was like a blade of Ramston steel.
It's rather impressive,
Dahl said to me after class.
It's been years since I've had a student go undefeated for so long. Will anyone even bet against you anymore?
I shook my head. That dried up a long time ago.
The price of fame,
Dahl smiled, then looked a little more serious.
I wanted to warn you before I announced it to the class. Next span, I'll probably start setting students against you in pairs.
I'll have to go against Fenton and Bray at the same time, I asked. Dahl shook his head.
We'll start with the 2 lowest ranked duelists. It will be a nice lead-in to the teamwork exercises you'll be doing later in the term.
He smiled. And it will keep you from growing complacent. Dahl gave me a sharp look, his smile fading.
Are you all right?
Just a chill, I said unconvincingly as I shivered. Can we go stand on the brazier? I stood as close as I could without pressing myself against the hot metal, spreading my hands over the glimmering bowl of hot coals. After a moment the chill passed and I noticed Dahl looking at me curiously. I ended up in the Medica with a bit of heat exhaustion earlier today, I admitted. My body's just a bit confused. I'm fine now. He frowned.
You shouldn't come to class if you aren't feeling well, he said, and you certainly shouldn't be dueling. Sympathy of this sort stresses the body and mind. You shouldn't risk compounding that with an illness.
I felt fine when I came to class, I lied. My body's just reminding me I owe it a good night's sleep.
See that you
sternly, spreading his own hands to the fire.
If you drive yourself too hard, you'll pay for it later. You've been looking a little ragged lately. Ragged isn't the right word, really.
Weary, I guess.
Yes, weary.
He eyed me speculatively, smoothing his beard with a hand.
You have a gift for words. It's one of the reasons you ended up with Elodine, I expect.
I didn't say anything to that. I must have said it quite loudly, too, because Dahl gave me a curious look.
How are your studies progressing with Elodine?
He asked casually. Well enough, I hedged. He looked at me. Not as well as I might hope, I admitted. Studying with Master Elodine isn't what I expected. Dahl nodded.
It can be difficult.
A question sprang up in me. Do you know any names, Master Elodine? He nodded solemnly. What are they? I pressed. He stiffened slightly, then relaxed as he turned his hands back and forth over the fire.
That isn't really a polite question,
he said gently.
Well, not impolite, it's just the sort of question you don't ask, like asking a man how often he makes love to his wife.
I'm sorry.
No need to be, he said. There's no reason for you to know. It's a holdover from older times, I think. Back when we had more to fear from our fellow arcanists. If you knew what names your enemy knew, you could guess his strengths, his weaknesses.
We were both silent for a moment, warming ourselves by the coals.
Fire,
he said after a long moment.
I know the name of Fire. And one other.
Only two? I blurted without thinking.
And how many do you know?
He mocked me gently.
Yes, only two. But two is a great number of names to know these days. Elodine says it was different long ago.
How many does Elodine know?
Even if I knew, it would be exceptionally bad form for me to tell you that,
he said with a hint of disapproval.
But it's safe to say he knows you.
Could you show me something with the name Fire? I asked. If that's not inappropriate. Dahl hesitated for a moment, then smiled. He looked intently into the brazier between us, closed his eyes, then gestured to the unlit brazier across the room.
Fire!
He spoke the word like a commandment, and the distant brazier roared up in a pillar of flame. Fire? I said, puzzled. That's it? The name of Fire is Fire? Elxadal smiled and shook his head.
That's not what I actually said. Some part of you just filled in a familiar word.
My sleeping mind translated it?
Sleeping mind?
He gave me a puzzled look. That's what Elodine calls the part of us that knows names, I explained. Dahl shrugged and ran a hand over his short black beard.
Call it what you will, the fact that you heard me say anything is probably a good sign.
I don't know why I'm bothering with naming sometimes, I groused. I could have lit that brazier with sympathy.
Not without a link,
Dahl pointed out.
Without a binding, a source of energy.
It still seems pointless, I said. I learn things every day in your class, useful things. I don't have a thing to show for all the time I've spent on naming. Yesterday, you know what Elodine lectured about? Dahl shook his head. The difference between being naked and being nude, I said flatly. Dahl burst into laughter. I'm serious. I fought to be in his class, but now all I can do is think about all the time I'm wasting there, time I could be spending on more practical things.
There are things more practical than names,
Dahl admitted.
But watch.
He focused on the brazier in front of us again, then his eyes grew distant. He spoke again, whispering this time, then slowly lowered his hand until it was inches above the hot coals. Then, with an intent expression on his face, Dahl pressed his hand deep into the heart of the fire, nestling his spread fingers into the orange coals as if they were nothing more than loose gravel. I realized I was holding my breath and let it out softly, not wanting to break his concentration.
How?
Names, Dahl said firmly, and drew his hand back out of the fire. It was smudged with white ash, but perfectly unharmed. Names reflect true understanding of a thing, and when you truly understand a thing, you have power over it.
But fire isn't a thing unto itself, I protested. It's merely an exothermal chemical reaction.
I spluttered to a stop. Dahl drew in a breath, and for a moment it looked as if he would explain. Then he laughed instead, shrugging helplessly. I don't have the wit to explain it to you. Ask Elodine. He's the one who claims to understand these things. I just work here. After Dahl's class, I made my way over the river to Imre. I didn't find Denner at the inn where she was staying, so I headed to the Aeolian despite the fact that I knew it was too early to find her there. There were barely a dozen people inside, but I did see a familiar face at the far end of the bar talking to Stanchion. Count Threep waved, and I walked over to join them.
Growth, my boy,
Threep said enthusiastically.
I haven't seen you in a mortal age.
Things have been rather hectic on the other side of the river, I said, setting down my loot case. Stanchion looked me over.
You look it,
he said frankly.
You look pale. You should get more red meat or more sleep.
He pointed to a nearby stool.
Barring that, I'll stand you a mug of metheglin.
I'll thank you for that, I said, climbing onto a stool. It felt wonderful to take the weight off my aching legs.
If it's meat and sleep you need,
Threep said ingratiatingly,
you should come to dinner at my estate. I promise wonderful food and conversation so dull you can drowse straight through it and not worry about missing a thing.
He gave me an imploring look.
Come now. I'll beg if I must. It won't be more than 10 people. I've been dying to show you off for months now.
I picked up the mug of metheglin and looked at Threep. His velvet jacket was a royal blue and his suede boots were dyed to match. I couldn't show up for a formal dinner at his home dressed in second-hand road clothes, which were the only sort I owned. There was nothing ostentatious about Threep, but he was a noble born and raised. It probably didn't even occur to him that I didn't have any fine clothes. I didn't blame him for assuming that. The vast majority of the students at the university were at least modestly wealthy. How else could they afford tuition? The truth was, I'd like nothing better than a fine dinner and a chance to interact with some of the local nobility. I'd love to banter over drinks, repair some of the damage Ambrose had done to my reputation, and maybe catch the eye of a potential patron. But I simply couldn't afford the price of admission. A suit of passably fine clothes would cost at least a talent and a half, even if I bought them from a fripperer. Clothes do not make the man, but you need the proper costume if you want to play the part. Sitting behind Threep, Stanchion made an exaggerated nodding motion with his head. I'd love to come to dinner, I said to Threep. I promise, just as soon as things settle down a bit over at the university.
Excellent, Threep said enthusiastically. I'm going to hold you to it too. No backing out. I'll get you a patron, my boy, a proper one, I swear it.
Behind him, Stanchion nodded approvingly. I smiled at both of them and took another drink of metheglin. I glanced at the stairway to the second tier. Stanchion saw my look.
She's not here,
he said apologetically.
Haven't seen her in a couple of days, actually.
A handful of people came through the door of the Aeolian and shouted something in Ilish. Stanchion waved at them and got to his feet.
Duty calls,
he said, wandering off to greet them. Speaking of patrons, I said to Threep, there's something I've been wanting to ask your opinion about. I lowered my voice.
Something I'd rather you kept between the two of us.
Threep's eyes glittered curiously as he leaned close. I took another drink of metheglin while I gathered my thoughts. The drink was hitting me more quickly than I'd expected. It was quite nice, actually, as it dulled the ache of my many injuries. I'm guessing you know most every potential patron within 100 miles of here. Threep shrugged, not bothering with false modesty.
Fair number. Everyone who's earnest about it.
if you're with money, anyway.
I have a friend, I said, a musician who's just starting out. She has natural talent but not much training. Someone has approached her with an offer of help and promise of eventual patronage. I trailed off, not sure how to explain the rest. Threep nodded.
Ah, you want to know if he's a legitimate sort, he said. Reasonable concern. Some folk feel a patron has a right to more than music.
He gestured to Stanchion.
If you want stories, ask him about the time Duchess and Mister came here on holiday.
He gave a chuckle that was almost a moan, rubbing at his eyes.
Tiny God help me, that woman was terrifying.
That's my worry, I said. I don't know if he's trustworthy.
I can ask around if you like, Threep said. What's his name?
That's part of the issue, I said. I don't know his name. I don't think she knows it either. Threep frowned at this.
How can she not know his name?
He gave her a name, I said, but she doesn't know if it's real. Apparently, he's particular about his privacy and gave her strict instructions never to tell anyone about it, I said. They never meet in the same place twice, never in public. He's gone for months at a time. I looked up at Threep. How does that sound to you?
Well, it's hardly ideal,
Threep said, disapproval heavy in his voice.
There's every chance this fellow isn't a proper patron at all. Sounds like he might be taking advantage of your friend.
I nodded glumly. That was my thought too.
Then again, Threep said, some patrons do work in secret. If they find someone with talent, it's not unknown for them to nurture them in private and then...
He made a dramatic flourish with one hand.
It's like a magic trick. You suddenly produce a brilliant musician out of thin air.
Threep gave me a fond smile.
I thought that's what someone had done with you, he admitted. You came out of nowhere and got your pipes. I thought someone had been keeping you hidden away until you were ready to make your grand appearance.
I hadn't thought of that, I said.
It does happen, Threep said. But strange meeting places, and the fact that she's not sure of his name...
He shook his head, frowning.
If nothing else, it's rather indecorous. Either this fellow is having a bit of fun pretending to be an outlaw, or he's genuinely dodgy.
Threep seemed to think for a moment, tapping his fingers on the bar.
Tell your friend to be careful and keep her wits about her. It's a terrible thing when a patron takes advantage of a woman. That's a betrayal. But I've known men who did little but pose as patrons to gain a woman's trust.
He frowned.
That's worthless.
I was halfway back to the university with Stonebridge just beginning to loom in the distance when I began to feel an unpleasant prickling heat run up my arm. At first I thought it was the pain of the twice-stitched cuts on my elbow as they'd been itching and burning all day. But instead of fading, the heat continued to spread up my arm and along the left side of my chest. I began to sweat as if from a sudden fever. I stripped off my cloak, letting the chill air cool me, and began to unbutton my shirt. The autumn breeze helped, and I fanned myself with my cloak, but the heat grew more intense, painful even, as if I'd spilled boiling water across my chest. Luckily, this section of road ran parallel to a stream that fed into the nearby Omethi River. Unable to think of a better plan, I kicked off my boots, unshouldered my loot, and jumped into the water. The chill of the stream made me gasp and sputter, but it cooled my burning skin. I stayed there, trying not to feel like an idiot while a young couple walked past, holding hands and pointedly ignoring me. The strange heat moved through my body, like there was a fire inside me trying to find a way out. It started along my left side, then wandered down to my legs, then back up to my left arm. When it moved to my head, I ducked underwater. It stopped after a few minutes, and I climbed out of the stream. Shivering, I wrapped myself in my cloak, glad no one else was on the road. Then, since there was nothing else to do, I shouldered my loot case and began the long walk back to the university, dripping wet and terribly afraid. Chapter 23. Principles. I did tell Mola, I said as I shuffled the cards. She said it was all in my head and pushed me out the door.
Well, I can only guess what that feels like,
Sim said bitterly. I looked up, surprised by the uncharacteristic sharpness in his voice. But before I could ask what was the matter, Willem caught my eye and shook his head, warning me away. Knowing Sim's history, I guessed it was another quick, painful end to another quick, painful relationship. I kept my mouth shut and dealt another hand of breath. The three of us were killing time, waiting for the room to fill up before I started playing for my typical Felling Night crowd at Anchors.
What do you think is the matter?
Willem asked. I hesitated, worried that if I spoke my fears aloud it might somehow make them true. I might have exposed myself to something dangerous in the fishery. Will looked at me.
Shot Chars.
Some of the compounds we use, I said. They'll go straight through your skin and kill you in 18 slow ways. I thought back to the day my tent and glass had cracked in the fishery. Of the single drop of transporting agent that had landed on my shirt, it was only a tiny drop, barely larger than the head of a nail. I was so certain it hadn't touched my skin. I hope that's not it, but I don't know what else it might be.
It could be a lingering effect from the plum ball,
Sim said grimly.
Ambrose isn't much of an alchemist, and from what I understand, one of the main ingredients is lead. If he factored it himself, some latent principles could be affecting your system. Did you eat or drink anything different today?
I thought about it. I had a fair bit of metheglin at the Aeolian, I admitted. That stuff will make anyone ill, Will said darkly.
I like it, Sim said, but it's practically a nostrum all by itself. There's a lot of different tincturing going on in there. Nothing alchemical, but nutmeg, thyme, clove, all manner of spices. Could be that one of them triggered some of the three principles lurking in your system.
Wonderful, I grumbled.
And how do I go about fixing that exactly?
Sim spread his hands helplessly.
That's what I thought, I said. Still, it sounds better than metal poisoning.
Simon proceeded to take 4 tricks in a row, with a clever card force, and by the end of the hand he was smiling again. Sim was never really given to extended brooding. Will squared his cards away and I pushed my chair back from the table.
Play the one about the drunk cow and the butter churn,
Sim said. I couldn't help but crack a smile. Maybe later, I said as I picked up my increasingly shabby loot case and made my way to the hearth amid the sound of scattered familiar applause. It took me a long moment to open the case, untwisting the copper wire I was still using in place of a buckle. For the next 2 hours, I played. I sang Copper Bottom Pot, Lilac Bough, and Aunt Emmy's Tub. The audience laughed and clapped and cheered. As I fingered my way through the songs, I felt my worries slough away. My music has always been the best remedy for my dark moods. As I sang, even my bruises seemed to pain me less. Then I felt a chill, as if a strong winter wind was blowing down the chimney behind me. I fought off a shiver and finished the last verse of Applejack, which I'd finally played to keep Sim happy. When I struck the last chord, the crowd applauded and conversation slowly welled up to fill the room again. I looked behind me at the fireplace, but the fire was burning cheerfully with no sign of a draft. I stepped down off the hearth, hoping a little walk would chase my chill away, but as soon as I took a few steps I realized that wasn't the case. The cold settled straight into my bones. I turned back to the fireplace, spreading my hands to warm them. Will and Sim appeared at my side.
What's going on?
Sim asked.
You look like you're going to be sick.
Something like that, I said, clenching my teeth to keep them from chattering. Go and tell Anchor I'm feeling ill. I have to cut it short tonight. Then light a candle off this fire and bring it up to my room. I looked up at their serious faces. Will, can you help me get out of here? I don't want to make a scene. Willem nodded and gave me his arm. I leaned on him and concentrated on keeping my body from shaking as we made our way to the stairs. No one paid us much attention. I probably looked more drunk than anything. My hands were numb and heavy, my lips felt icy cold. After the first flight of stairs, I couldn't keep my shaking under control any longer. I could still walk, but the thick muscles in my legs twitched with every step. Will stopped. We should go to the medical.
While he didn't sound different, his Celtish accent was thicker, and he was starting to drop words, a sign he was genuinely worried. I shook my head firmly and leaned forward, knowing he'd have to help me up the stairs or let me fall. Willem put an arm around me and half steadied, half carried me the rest of the way. Once in my tiny room, I staggered onto the bed. Will wrapped a blanket around my shoulders. There were footsteps in the hallway and Sim peered nervously around the door. He held a stub of candle, sheltering the flame with his other hand as he walked.
I've got it. What do you want it for anyway?
There. I pointed to the table beside the bed.
You lit it off the fire.
Sim's eyes were frightened.
Your lips, he said. They're not a good color.
I pried a splinter from the rough wood of the bedside table and jabbed it hard into the back of my hand. Blood welled up and I rolled the long splinter around in it, getting it wet.
Close the door,
I said.
You are not doing what I think you're doing,
Sim said firmly. I jabbed the long splinter down into the soft wax of the candle alongside the burning wick. It sputtered a little bit, then the flame wrapped around it. I muttered 2 bindings, one right after the other, speaking slowly so my numb lips didn't slur the words.
What are you doing?
Sim demanded.
Are you trying to cook yourself?
When I didn't answer him, he stepped forward as if he would knock the candle over. Will caught his arm. His hands are like ice, he said quietly. He's cold, really cold. Sim's eyes darted nervously between the two of us. He took a step back.
Just be careful.
But I was already ignoring him. I closed my eyes and bound the candle flame to the fire downstairs. Then I carefully made the second connection between the blood on the splinter and the blood in my body. It was very much like what I'd done with the drop of wine at the Aeolian, with the obvious exception that I didn't want my blood to boil. At first there was just a brief tickle of heat, not nearly enough. I concentrated harder and felt my entire body relax as warmth flooded through me. I kept my eyes closed, keeping my attention on the bindings until I could take several long, deep breaths without any shuddering or shaking. I opened my eyes and saw my 2 friends looking on expectantly. I smiled at them.
I'm okay.
But before I got the words out, I began to sweat. I was suddenly too warm, nauseatingly warm. I broke both bindings as quickly as you jerk your hand away from a hot iron stove. I took a few deep breaths, then got to my feet and walked over to the window. I opened it and leaned heavily on the sill, enjoying the chill autumn air that smelled of dead leaves and coming rain. There was a long moment of silence.
That looked like binder's chills,
Simon said.
Really bad binder's chills.
It felt like the chills, I said.
Maybe your body has lost the ability to regulate its own temperature,
Willem suggested. Temperature, Sim corrected him absently.
That wouldn't account for the burn across my chest,
I said. Sim cocked his head.
Burn?
I was wet with sweat now, so I was glad for an excuse to unbutton my shirt and pull it off over my head. A large portion of my chest and upper arm was a bright red, a sharp contrast to my ordinarily pale skin. Mola said it was a rash, and I was being fussy as an old woman, but it wasn't there before I jumped into the river. Simon leaned close to look.
I still think it's unbound principles, he said. They can do bizarre things to a person. We had an Elia last term that wasn't careful with his factoring. He ended up not being able to see or focus his eyes for almost 2 span.
Willem slouched into a chair.
What makes a man cold, then hot, then cold again?
Sim gave a half-hearted smile.
Sounds like a riddle.
I hate riddles, I said, reaching for my shirt. Then I yelped, clutching at the bare bicep of my left arm. Blood welled out between my fingers. Sim bolted to his feet, looking around frantically, obviously at a loss for what to do. It felt like I'd been stabbed by an invisible knife.
God, blackened gum!
I gritted out between my clenched teeth. I pulled my hand away and saw the small, round wound in my arm that had come from nowhere. Simon's expression was horrified, his eyes wide, his hands covering his mouth. He said something, but I was too busy concentrating to listen.
I already knew what he was saying anyway. Malfeasance. Of course. This was all malfeasance. Someone was attacking me. I lowered myself into the heart of stone and brought all my Allah to bear. But my unknown attacker wasn't wasting any time. There was a sharp pain in my chest near the shoulder. It didn't break the skin this time, but I watched a blotch of dark blue blossom under my skin. I hardened my Allah, and the next stab was little more than a pinch. Then I quickly broke my mind into 3 pieces and gave 2 of them the job of maintaining the Allah that protected me. Only then did I let out a deep sigh. Fire. Simon gave a laugh that choked off into a sob. His hand still covered his mouth. "How can you say that?" he demanded, plainly horrified. I looked down at myself. Blood was still welling up through my fingers, running down the back of my hand and my arm. "It's true," I said to him. "Honestly, Sim." "But malfeasance," he said. "It just isn't done." I sat down on the edge of my bed, keeping pressure on my wound. "I think we have some pretty clear proof otherwise." Willem sat back down.
I'm with Summon. I would never have believed this.
He made an angry gesture.
Our chemists do not do this anymore. It is insane.
He looked at me.
Why are you smiling?
"I'm relieved," I said honestly. I was worried I'd given myself cadmium poisoning, or I had some mysterious disease. This is just someone trying to kill me.
How could someone do it? Simon asked. I don't mean morally. How did someone get hold of your blood or hair?
Willem looked at Simon. "What did you do with the bandages after you stitched them up?"
I burned them, Sim said defensively. I'm not an idiot.
Will made a calming gesture.
Just narrowing our options. That probably isn't the medica either. They're careful about that sort of thing.
Simon stood up.
We have to tell someone.
He looked at Willem.
Would Jameson still be in his office at this time of night?
"Sim," I said, "how about we just wait for a while?"
What? Simon said. Why?
"The only evidence I have are my injuries," I said. "That means they'll want someone at the Medica to examine me, and when that happens..." With one hand still clamped over my bloody arm, I waved my bandaged elbow. "I look remarkably like someone who fell off a roof just a couple of days ago." Sim sat back down in his chair.
It's only been 3 days, hasn't it?
I nodded. I'd be expelled, and Mola would be in trouble for not mentioning my injuries. Master Arwill isn't forgiving about that sort of thing. The 2 of you would probably be implicated too. I don't want that. We were quiet for a moment. The only sound was the distant clamor of the busy taproom below. I sat down on the bed.
Do we even need to discuss who's doing this?
Sim asked. "Ambrose," I said. "It's always Ambrose. He must have found some of my blood on a piece of roofing tile. I should have thought of that days ago."
How would he know it was yours?
Simon asked. "Because I hate him," I said bitterly. "Of course he knows it was me." Will was slowly shaking his head.
No, that's not like him.
"Not like him?" Simon demanded.
He had that woman dose Quoth with the plum bob. That's as bad as poison. He hired those men to jump Quoth in the alley last term.
"My point exactly," Willem said. "Ambrose doesn't do things to Quoth. He arranges for other people to do them. He got some woman to dose him. He paid thugs to knife you. I expect he didn't even do that, really. I'll bet someone else set it up for him." "It's all the same," I said. "We know he's behind it." Willem frowned at me. "You're not thinking straight. It's not that Ambrose isn't a bastard, he is. But he's a clever bastard. He's careful to distance himself from anything he does." Sim looked uncertain.
Will has a point. When you were hired on as house musician at the Horse and Four, he didn't buy the place and fire you. He had Baron Petrie's son-in-law do it. No connection to him at all.
"No connection here either," I said. "That's the whole point of sympathy. It's indirect." Will shook his head again. "If you got knifed in an alley, people would be shocked.
But such things happen all the time all over the world. But if you fell down in public and started gushing blood from malfeasance, people would be horrified. The masters would suspend classes, rich merchants and nobles would hear of it and pull their children from their studies. They'd bring the constables over from Imre. Simon rubbed his forehead and looked up at the ceiling thoughtfully. Then he nodded to himself, first slowly, then with more certainty. It makes sense, he said. If Ambrose had found some blood, he could have turned it over to Jameson and had him douse out the thief. There wouldn't have been any need to get folks in the medical to look for suspicious injuries and such. Ambrose likes his revenge, I pointed out grimly. He could have hidden the blood from Jameson, kept it for himself. Willem was shaking his head. Sim sighed. Will's right. There aren't that many sympathists, and everyone knows Ambrose is carrying a grudge against you. He's too careful to do something like this. It would point right to him. Besides, Willem said, how long has this been going on? Days and days? Do you honestly think Ambrose could go this long without rubbing your nose in it? Not even a little? You have a point, I admitted reluctantly. That's not like him. I knew it had to be Ambrose. I could feel it deep in my gut. In a strange way, I almost wanted it to be him. It would make things so much simpler. But wanting something doesn't make it so. I took a deep breath and forced myself to think about it rationally. It would be reckless of him, I admitted at last, and he isn't the sort to get his hands dirty. I sighed. Fine, wonderful. As if one person trying to ruin my life wasn't enough. Who could it be? Simon asked. Your average person can't do this sort of thing with hair, am I right? Dahl could, I said, or Kilvin. It is probably safe to assume, Willem said dryly, that none of the masters are trying to kill you. Then it has to be someone with his blood, Sim said. I tried to ignore the sinking sensation in the pit of my stomach. There is someone with my blood, I said, but I don't think she could be responsible. Will and Sim turned to look at me, and I immediately regretted saying anything. Why would someone have your blood? Sim asked. I hesitated, then realized there was no way to avoid telling them at this point. I borrowed money from Devi at the beginning of the term. Neither one of them reacted the way I expected, which is to say, neither one reacted at all. Who's Devi? Sim asked. I started to relax. Maybe they hadn't heard of her. That would certainly make things easier. She's a Gaelet who lives across the river, I said. Okay, Simon said easily. What's a Gaelet? Remember when we went to see the ghosts and the goose girl? I asked him. Kettler was a Gaelet. Oh, a copperhole, Sim said, his face brightening with realization, then darkening again as he realized the implications. I didn't know there were any of those sort of people around here. Those sort of people are everywhere, I said. The world wouldn't work without them.
What do you want? Have a good one.
Wait, Willem said suddenly, holding up his hand. Did you say you're... He paused, struggling to remember the appropriate word in a Turan.
Got the best
Your
view
loner, your
anywhere.
Getesor, was named Davy. His Keldish accent was thick around her name, so it sounded like David. I nodded. This was the reaction I'd expected. Oh God, Simon said aghast. You mean Demon Devi, don't you?
Hurry back.
I sighed.
Hey,
heard
how
of her?
you doing?
Heard of her? Sim said, his voice going shrill. She was expelled during my first term. It left a real impression. Willem simply closed his eyes and shook his head as if he couldn't bear to look at someone as stupid as me. Sim threw his hands into the air. She was expelled for malfeasance. What were you thinking? No, Willem said to Simon. She was expelled for conduct unbecoming. There was no proof of malfeasance. I really don't think it was her, I said. She's quite nice, actually. Friendly. Besides, it's only a 6 talent loan and I'm not late paying her back. She doesn't have any reason to do something like this. Willem gave me a long, steady look. Just explore all possibilities, he said slowly. Would you do something for me? I nodded. Think back on your last few conversing with her, Willem said. Take a moment and sift them piece by piece and see if you remember doing or saying something that might have offended or upset her.
Keep it real.
I thought back on our last conversation, playing it through in my head. She was interested in a certain piece of information that I didn't give her.
How interested?
Willem's voice was slow and patient, as if he were talking to a rather dim-witted child.
Rather interested, I said. Rather does not indicate a degree of intensity.
I sighed.
Fine, extremely interested. Interested enough to...
I stopped. Willem arched a knowing eyebrow at me.
Yes? What have you just remembered?
I hesitated.
She might have also offered to sleep with me, I said.
Willem nodded calmly as if he had expected something of the sort.
And you responded to this young woman's generous offer in what way?
I felt my cheeks get hot.
I sort of just ignored it.
Willem closed his eyes, his expression conveying a vast, weary dismay.
This is so much worse than Ambrose,
Sim said, putting his head in his hands.
Debbie doesn't have to worry about the masters or anything. They say she could do an 8-part binding. 8!
I was in a tight place, I said a little testily. I didn't have anything to use as collateral. I'll admit it wasn't a great idea. After all this is done, we can have a symposium on how stupid I am, but for now, can we just move on?
I gave them a pleading look. Willem rubbed at his eyes with one hand and gave a weary nod. Simon made an effort to get rid of his horrified expression with only marginal success. He swallowed.
Fair enough. What are we going to do?
Right now, it doesn't really matter who's responsible, I said, cautiously checking to see if my arm had stopped bleeding. It had, and I peeled my bloody hand away. I'm going to take some precautionary measures. I made a shooing motion. You two go get some sleep. Sim rubbed his forehead, chuckling to himself.
Body of God, you're irritating sometimes. What if you're attacked again?
It's already happened twice while we've been sitting here, I said easily. It tingles a bit. I grinned at his expression. I'm fine, Sim, honestly. There's a reason I'm the top-ranked duelist in Dahl's class. I'm perfectly safe.
As long as you're awake,
Willem interjected, his dark eyes serious. My grin grew stiff. As long as I'm awake, I repeated. Of course. Willem stood up and made a show of brushing himself off.
So, clean yourself and take your precautionary measures.
He gave me a pointed look.
Shall young Master Simon and I expect Dahl's top-ranked duelist in my room tonight?
I felt myself flush with embarrassment.
Why, yes, that would be greatly appreciated.
Will gave me an exaggerated bow, then opened the door and made his way out into the hall. Sim was wearing a wide grin by now.
It's a date then, but put on a shirt before you come. I'll watch over you tonight like the colicky infant you are, but I refuse to do it if you insist on sleeping naked.
After Will and Sim left, I headed out the window and onto the rooftops. I left my shirt in my room as I was a bloody mess and I didn't want to ruin it. I trusted the dark night and the lateness of the hour, hoping no one would spot me running along the university rooftops half naked and bloody. It is relatively easy to protect yourself from sympathy if you know what you're doing. Someone trying to burn or stab me or draw off my body heat until I lapsed into hypothermia, all those things deal with the simple, direct application of force, so they are easy to oppose. I was safe now that I knew what was happening and kept my defenses up. My new concern was that whoever was attacking me might get discouraged and try something different. Something like dousing out my location, then resorting to a more mundane type of attack, one I couldn't stave off with an effort of will. Malfeasance is terrifying, but a thug with a sharp knife will kill you 10 times quicker if he catches you in a dark alley. And catching someone off their guard is remarkably easy if you can track their every movement using their blood. So I headed across the rooftops. My plan was to take a handful of autumn leaves, mark them with my blood, and send them tumbling endlessly around the House of the Wind. It was a trick I'd used before. But as I jumped across a narrow alley, I saw lightning flicker in the clouds and smelled rain in the air. A storm was coming. Not only would the rain mat down the leaves, keeping them from moving around, but it would wash my blood away as well. Standing there on the rooftop, feeling like I'd had 12 colors of hell beaten out of me, brought back unsettling echoes of my years in Tarbi. I watched the distant lightning for a moment and tried not to let the feeling overwhelm me. I forced myself to remember I wasn't the same helpless, starving child I'd been back then. I heard the faint drum-like sound as a piece of tin roofing bent behind me. I stiffened, then relaxed as I heard Auri's voice. Quoth? I looked to my right and saw her small shape standing a dozen feet away. The clouds were hiding the moon, but I could hear a smile in her voice as she said, I saw you running across the tops of things. I turned the rest of the way around to face her, glad there wasn't much light. I didn't like to think how Auri might react to the sight of me half naked and covered in blood. Hello, Auri, I said. There's a storm coming. You shouldn't be up on the tops of things tonight. She tilted her head. You are, she said simply. I sighed. I am, but only... A great spider of lightning crawled across the sky, illuminating everything for the space of a long second. Then it was gone, leaving me flash blind. Auri, I called, worried the sight of me had scared her off. There was another flicker of lightning, and I saw her standing closer. She pointed at me, grinning delightedly. You look like an Amir, she said. Quoth is one of the Kiridae. I looked down at myself, and with the next lightning flicker, I saw what she meant. I had dried blood running down the back of my hands from when I'd been trying to staunch my wounds. It looked like the old tattoos the Amir had used to mark their highest-ranking members. I was so surprised by her reference that I forgot the first thing I'd learned about Auri. I forgot to be careful and asked her a question. Auri, how do you know about the Kiridae? There was no response. The next flicker of lightning showed me nothing but an empty rooftop and an unforgiving sky. Chapter 24. Clinks. I stood on the rooftops with the storm flickering overhead, my heart heavy in my chest. I wanted to follow Auri and apologize, but I knew it was hopeless. The wrong sort of questions made her run, and when Auri bolted, she was like a rabbit down a hole. There were 1,000 places she could hide in the underthing. I didn't have a chance of finding her. Besides, I had vital matters to attend to. Even now, someone could be dousing out my location. I simply didn't have the time. It took me the better part of an hour to make my way across the rooftops. The flickering light of the storm made things harder rather than easier, blinding me for long moments after every flash. Still, I eventually made my limping way to the roof of Main's, where I typically met Auri. Stiffly, I climbed down the apple tree to the enclosed courtyard. I was about to call down through the heavy metal grating that led to the underthing when I saw a flicker of movement in the shadow of the nearby bushes. I peered into the dark, unable to see anything but a vague shape. Auri? I asked gently. I don't like Delen, she said softly, her voice thick with tears. Of all the awful things I'd been part of these last couple of days, this was unquestionably the worst of it. I'm so sorry, Auri, I said. I won't ask again, I promise. There was a tiny sob from the shadows that froze my heart solid and broke off a piece of it. What were you doing out on the top of things tonight? I asked. I knew this was a safe question. I'd asked it many times before. I was looking at the lightning, she said, sniffling. Then, I saw one that looked like a tree. What was in the lightning? I asked softly. Galvanic ionization, she said. Then after a pause, she added, And river ice, on the sway a cocktail makes.
Feel free
I
to
wish I'd
brag.
seen that one, I said.
What were you doing on top of things?
She paused and gave a tiny hiccuping laugh.
Good luck. All crazy and mostly naked.
My heart began to thaw a bit. I was looking for a place to put my blood, I said.
Most people keep that inside,
She said.
It's easier.
I want to keep the rest of it inside. I'm worried someone might be looking for me.
Oh?
She said, as if she understood perfectly. I saw the slightly darker shadow of her move in the darkness, standing up.
You should come with me to Clink's.
I don't think I've seen Clink's, I said. Have you taken me there before? There was a motion that might have been the shaking of a head. I heard a metallic noise, then a rustle. Then I saw a blue-green light well up from the open grate. I climbed down and met her in the tunnel underneath. The light in her hand showed smudges across her face, probably from where she'd been rubbing away her tears. It was the first time I'd ever seen Aori dirty. Her eyes were darker than normal, and her nose was red. Aori sniffed and rubbed her blotchy face.
You,
she said gravely,
are a dreadful mess.
I looked down at my bloody hands and chest. I am, I agreed. Then she gave a tiny, brave smile.
I didn't run so far this time,
she said, tilting her chin proudly. I'm glad, I said, and I'm sorry.
No,
she gave her head a tiny, firm shake.
You are my Kiridai, and thus above reproach.
She reached out to touch the center of my bloody chest with a finger.
Vivare enim euge.
Aori led me through the maze of tunnels that comprised the underthing. We went farther down through vaults, past Cricklid. Then we moved through several twisting hallways and down again, using a stone spiral staircase I'd never seen before. I smelled damp stone and heard the low, smooth sound of running water as we descended. Every once in a while there was the gritty sound of glass on stone, or the brighter tinkling sound of glass on glass. After about 50 steps, the wide spiraling staircase disappeared into a vast, roiling pool of black water. I wondered how far the stairs continued below the surface. There wasn't any smell of rot or foulness. It was fresh water, and I could see ripples as it swirled in the stairwell and spread out into the dark beyond where our lights could reach. I heard the clink of glass again, and saw two bottles spinning and bobbing on the surface, moving first one way, then another. One ducked under the surface, and didn't come up again. There was a burlap sack hanging from a brass torch bracket mounted into the wall. Aori reached into the bag and pulled out a heavy stoppered bottle of the sort that might have once held Breeden beer. She handed me the bottle.
They disappear for an hour, or a minute, sometimes for days, sometimes they don't come back at all.
She brought another bottle out of the sack.
It's best to have at least 4 going at once. That way, statistically, you should always have 2 moving around.
I nodded and I pulled a strand of burlap from the tattered sack and daubed it with the blood that covered my hand. I uncorked the bottle and dropped it inside.
Hair too,
Aori said. I pulled a few from my head and threaded them through the bottle's mouth. Then I drove the cork in hard and set it floating. It rode low in the water, circling erratically. Aori handed me another bottle, and we repeated the process. When the 4th bottle was swept out into the swirling water, Aori nodded and dusted her hands briskly against each other.
There,
she said with a tone of immense satisfaction.
That's good. We're safe.
Hours later, washed, bandaged, and considerably less naked, I made my way to Willem's room in the mews. That night, and for many to come, Will and Sim took turns watching over me as I slept, keeping me safe with their Allah. They were the best sort of friends, the sort everyone hopes for but no one deserves, least of all me. Chapter 25. Wrongful Apprehension. Despite what Will and Sim believed, I couldn't believe Devi was responsible for the malfeasance against me. While I was painfully aware that I knew next to nothing about women, she had always been friendly to me, even sweet at times. True, she had a grim reputation, but I knew better than anyone how quickly a handful of rumors could turn into full-blown fairy stories. I thought it much more likely that my unknown assailant was simply a bitter student who resented my advancement in the Arcanum. Most students studied for years before they reached Raylar, but I'd managed it in less than 3 terms. It could even be someone who simply hated the Ademaru. It wouldn't be the first time that had earned me a beating. In some ways, it really didn't matter who was responsible for the attacks. What I needed was a way to stop them. I couldn't expect Will and Sim to watch over me for the rest of my life. I needed a more permanent solution. I needed a gram. A gram is a clever piece of artificery designed for just this sort of problem. It is a sort of sympathetic armor that prevents anyone from making a binding against your body. I didn't know how they worked, but I knew they existed, and I knew where to find out how to make one. Kilvin looked up as I approached his office. I was relieved to see his glasswork was cold and dark.
I trust you're well, Relarquoth?
He asked without getting up from the work table. He was holding a large hemisphere of glass in one hand and a diamond stylus in the other. I am, Master Kilvin, I lied.
Have you been thinking about your next project?
He asked.
Have you been dreaming clever dreams?
I was actually looking for a schema for a gram, Master Kilvin, but I can't find it in any of the bolt holes or reference books. Kilvin looked at me curiously.
And why would you be needing a gram, Relarquoth? Such a desire does not reflect good faith in your fellow arcanists.
Unsure as to whether he was joking or not, I decided to play it straight. We've been learning about slippage in Adept Sympathy. I was thinking that if a gram works to deny outside affinities... Kilvin gave a low chuckle.
Dahl has been throwing fear into you. Good. And you are correct. A gram would help protect against slippage.
His dark, kaledish eyes gave me a serious look.
To a degree. However, it seems a clever student would simply learn his lessons and avoid slippage through proper care and caution.
I intend to, Master Kilvin, I said. Still, a gram strikes me as a useful thing to have.
There is truth to that,
Kilvin admitted, nodding his shaggy head.
However, with repairs and the filling of our autumn orders, we are understaffed.
He waved a hand toward the window that looked out into the workshop.
I cannot spare any workers to make such a thing. And even if I could, there is an issue of cost. They require delicate work, and gold is needed for the inlay.
I'd prefer to make my own, Master Kilvin. Kilvin shook his head.
There is reason the schema is not in the reference books. You are not far enough along to be making your own. One must be careful when meddling with Sigildry and one's own blood.
I opened my mouth to say something, but he cut me off.
More important, the Sigildry necessary for such a device is only entrusted to those who have reached the ranks of Elthy. The runes for blood and bone have too great a potential for misuse.
His tone let me know there was nothing to be gained by arguing, so I shrugged it off as if I couldn't care less. It's no matter, Master Kilvin. I have other projects to occupy my time. Kilvin gave me a wide smile.
I am sure you do, Relarquoth. I am waiting with great eagerness to see what you will make for me.
A thought struck me. To that purpose, Master Kilvin, could I have the use of one of the private workrooms? I'd rather not have everyone looking over my shoulder while I'm tinkering. Kilvin's eyebrows went up at this.
Now I am doubly curious.
He set down the hemisphere of glass, got to his feet, and opened a drawer in his desk.
Will one of the first floor workrooms suit you? Or is there a chance of something exploding? I will give you one on the third floor if that's the case. They're colder, but the roof is better suited for that sort of thing.
I looked at him for a moment, trying to decide if he was joking. A first floor room will be fine, Master Kilvin, but I'll need a small smelter and a little extra room to breathe. Kilvin muttered to himself, then brought out a key.
How much breathing will you be doing? Room 27 is 500 feet square.
That should be plenty, I said. I also might need permission to get precious metals from stocks. Kilvin chuckled at this and nodded as he handed me the key.
I will see it is done, Relarquoth. I look forward to seeing what you will make for me.
It was galling that the schema I needed was restricted. But there are always other ways of finding information, and there are always people who know more than they are supposed to. For For example, I didn't doubt Manet knew how to make a gram. Everyone knew he was an Elir in title only, but there was no way he would share the information with me against Kilvin's wishes. The university had been Manet's home for 30 years, and he was probably the only student who feared expulsion more than me. This meant my options were limited. Other than a lengthy search of the archives, I couldn't think of any way to get a schemer on my own. So, after several minutes of racking my brain for a better option, I made my way to the Bale and Barley. The Bale was one of the more disreputable taverns this side of the river. Anchor's wasn't seedy in the strictest sense, it simply lacked pretension. It was clean without smelling of flowers and inexpensive without being tawdry. People visited Anchor's to eat, drink, listen to music, and occasionally have a friendly fight. The Bale was several rungs farther down the ladder. It was grubbier, music was not a priority, and the fights were usually only recreational for one of the people involved. Mind you, the Bale wasn't as bad as half the places in Tarbine, but it was the worst you were likely to find this close to the university. So despite being seedy, it had wooden floors and glass in the windows, and if you passed out drunk and woke up missing your purse, you could content yourself with the fact that nobody had knifed you and stolen your boots as well. As it was still early in the day, there were a bare handful of people scattered around the common room. I was glad to see Sleet sitting in the back. I hadn't actually met him, but I knew who he was. I'd heard stories. Sleet was one of the rare, indispensable people who have a knack of arranging things. From what I'd heard, he'd been a student on and off for the last 10 years. He was talking with a nervous-looking man at the moment, and I knew better than to interrupt. So I bought 2 mugs of short beer and made a pretense of drinking one while I waited. Sleet was handsome, dark-haired and dark-eyed. Though he didn't have the characteristic beard I expected, he was at least half Gaelish. His body language screamed authority. He moved as if he were in control of everything, which wouldn't have surprised me, actually. He could own the Bale for all I knew. People like Sleet are no strangers to money. Sleet and the anxious young man finally came to some sort of agreement. Sleet smiled warmly as they shook hands and clapped the man on the shoulder as he walked away. I waited for a moment, then made my way over to his table. As I came closer, I noticed there was a stretch of open floor between his table and the others in the common room. It wasn't much, just enough so eavesdropping would be difficult. Sleet looked up as I approached. I was wondering if we could talk, I said. He made an expansive gesture to the empty chair. This is a bit of a surprise, he said. Why's that? I don't get a lot of clever folks paying me visits. I get desperate folks. He looked at the mug. Are those both for you? You can have either or both. I nodded at the one on the right, but I've already had my mouth on that one. He looked at the mugs warily for a fraction of a second, then gave a wide, white smile and took the drink on the left. From what I've heard, you're not the sort to poison a man. You seem to know a lot about me, I said. His shrug was so casual I guessed he'd practiced it. I know a lot about everyone, he said. But I know more about you. Why's that? Sleet slouched forward, leaning on the table and speaking in a confidential tone. Do you have any idea how boring your average student is? Half of them are rich tourists who don't care half a damn for their classes. He rolled his eyes and gestured as if throwing something over his shoulder. The other half are bookish tits who've dreamed of this place so long they can hardly breathe once they're here. They walk on eggshells, meek as priests, scared lest the masters cast a disapproving eye in their direction. He sniffed disdainfully and leaned back in his seat. Suffice to say, you're a breath of fresh air. Everyone says... He stopped and gave his practice shrug again. Well, you know. Actually, I don't, I admitted. What do people say? Sleet gave me a sharp, beautiful smile. Ah, that's the problem, isn't it? Everyone knows a man's reputation except the man himself. For most men, this isn't a bother, but some of us labor over our reputations.
I have built mine brick by brick. It is a useful tool. He gave me a sly look. I expect you understand what I am talking about. I allowed myself a smile. Perhaps. What do they say about me then? Tell me and I'll return the favor. Well, I said, you're good at finding things. You're discreet but expensive. He waved his hands, irritated. Vagaries. Details are the bones of the story. Give me bones. I thought. I heard you managed to sell several vials of Regimigmalneratum last term after the fire in Kilpin's shop, where all of it was supposedly destroyed. Sleep nodded, his expression giving away nothing. I heard you arranged to get a message to Vienne's father in Emlyn despite the fact that there was a siege going on. Another nod. You got a young prostitute working in Buttons a set of documents proving she was a distant bloodline cousin of the Baronet Gamray, allowing her to marry a certain young gentleman with minimal fuss. Sleet smiled. I was proud of that one. When you were an Elir, I continued, you were suspended for 2 terms on charges of wrongful apprehension. 2 years later, you were fined and suspended again for misuse of university equipment in the Crucible. I've heard Jameson knows the sort of business you do, but he's paid to turn a blind eye. I don't believe the last one, by the way. Fair enough, he said easily. Neither do I. Despite your extensive activities, you've only been brought up against the Iron Law once, I continued. Transport of contraband substances, wasn't it? Sleet rolled his eyes. You know, the damnedest thing, I was actually innocent of that one. Heffron's boys paid off a constable to fake some evidence. The charges were withdrawn after only 2 days. He scowled. Not that the masters cared. All they gave a damn about was that I was out there besmirching the university's good name. His tone was bitter. My tuition tripled after that. I decided to push matters a bit. Several months ago, you poisoned a young earl's daughter with venetacin and only gave her the antidote after she signed over the largest of the fiefdoms she stood to inherit. Then you staged it to look like she'd lost it playing a game of high-stakes faro. He raised an eyebrow at this. Do they say why? No, I said. I assume she tried to default on her debt to you. There's some truth to that, he said. Though it was a bit more complicated, and it wasn't venetacin. That would be extraordinarily reckless. He looked offended and brushed at his sleeve, plainly irritated. Anything else? I paused, trying to decide if I wanted to get confirmation about something I'd suspected for some time. Only that last term you put Ambrose Jackus in touch with a pair of men who have been known to kill people for money? Sleet's expression remained impassive, his body loose and relaxed, but I could see a slight tension in his shoulders. Very little escapes me when I'm watching closely. They say that, do they? I gave a shrug that put his to shame. My shrug was so nonchalant it would make a cat jealous. I'm a musician. I play 3 nights a span in a busy tavern. I hear all manner of things. I reached for my mug. And what have you heard of me? The same stories everyone else knows, of course. You convinced the masters to admit you to the university, though you're just a pup, no offense. Then 2 days later, you shame Master Hemi in his own classroom and get away bird-free. Save for a whipping. Save for a whipping, he acknowledged, during which you couldn't be bothered to cry out or plead, even a little. I wouldn't believe that if there weren't several hundred witnesses. We drew a decent crowd, I said. It was good weather for a whipping. I've heard some overly dramatic folk call you Quoth the Bloodless because of it, he said. Though I'm guessing part of it comes from the fact that you're a Demaroo, which means you're about as far from a blooded noble as a person can be. I smiled. A bit of both, I expect. He looked thoughtful. I've heard you and Master Elodine fought in Haven. Vast and terrible magics were unleashed, and in the end he won by throwing you through a stone wall, then off the roof of the building. Do they say what we fought over? I asked. All manner of things, he said dismissively. An insult, a misunderstanding. You tried to steal his magic. You tried to steal your woman. Typical nonsense. Sleet rubbed at his face. Let me see. You play the lute, passing well, and are proud as a kicked cat. You're unmannerly, sharp-tongued, and show no respect for your betters, which is practically everyone given your lowly ravelled birth. I felt a flush of anger start in my face and sweep, hot and prickling down the entire length of my body. I am the best musician you will ever meet or see from a distance, I said with forced calm. And I am Edemaru to my bones. That means my blood is red. It means I breathe the free air and walk where my feet take me. I do not cringe and fawn like a dog at a man's title. That looks like pride to people who have spent their lives cultivating supple spines. Sleet gave a lazy smile, and I realized he'd been baiting me. You also have a temper, so I've heard. And there's a whole boatload of other assorted nonsense floating around you as well. You only sleep an hour each night. You have demon blood. You can talk to the dead. I leaned forward, curious. That wasn't one of the rumors I'd started. Really? Do I talk to spirits, or are they claiming I'm digging up bodies? I'm assuming spirits, he said. I haven't heard anyone mention grave robbing. I nodded. Anything else? Only that you were cornered in an alley last term by two men who killed people for money, and despite the fact that they had knives and caught you quite unaware, you blinded one and beat the other senseless, calling down fire and lightning like to ball in the grate. We looked at each other for a long moment. It was not a comfortable silence. Did you put Ambrose in touch with him? I asked at last. That, Sleet said frankly, is not a good question. It implies I discussed private dealings after the fact. He gave me a flat look, no hint of a smile anywhere near his mouth or eyes. Besides, would you trust me to answer honestly? I frowned. I can say, however, that because of those stories, nobody's much interested in taking that sort of job again, Sleet said conversationally. Not that there is much call for that sort of work around here to begin with. We're all terribly civilized. Not that you would know about it, even if it were going on. His smile came back. Exactly. He leaned forward. Enough chatter then. What is it you're looking for? I need a schema for a piece of artificing. He set his elbows on the table. And? It contains sigildry Kelvin restricts to those of Elthe rank and higher. Sleet nodded matter-of-factly. And how quickly do you need it? Hours, days? I thought about Will and Sim staying up nights to watch over me. Sooner is better. Sleet looked thoughtful, his eyes unfocused. It's going to cost, and there's no guarantee I'll be able to produce it on an exact schedule. He focused in on me. Also, if you get caught, you'll be charged with wrongful apprehension at the very least. I nodded. And you know what the penalties are? For wrongful apprehension of the arcane not leading to a tribunal, I recited. The offending student may be fined no more than 20 talents, whipped no more than 10 times, suspended from the arcanum, or expelled from the university. They fined me the full 20 talents and suspended me 2 terms, Sleet said grimly. And that was only some Raylar level alchemy. It will be worse with you if this is healthy level stuff. How much? I asked. To get hold of it in a few days. He looked up at the ceiling for a moment. 30 talents. I felt the bottom drop out of my stomach, but I kept my face composed. Is there any room to negotiate that? He gave his sharp smile again. His teeth were very white. I also deal in favors, he said, but a 30-talent favor is going to be a big one. He looked at me thoughtfully. We could perhaps work out something along those lines, but I feel obliged to mention that when I call a favor due, it's due. At that point, there isn't any negotiation. I nodded calmly to show him I understood, but I felt a cold knot forming in my gut. This was a bad idea. I knew it in my bones. you owe anyone else? Sleet asked. And don't lie to me, or I'll know. 6 talents, I said casually, due at the end of the term. He nodded. I'm guessing you didn't manage to get it off some moneylender. Did you go to Heffron? I shook my head. Davy. For the first time in our conversation, Sleet lost his composure. His charming smile fell away entirely. Davy. He pulled himself up in his chair, his body suddenly tense. No, I don't think we can come to an arrangement. If you had cash, it would be one thing. He shook his head. But no, if Davy already owns a piece of you. His reaction chilled me. Then I realized he was just angling for more money. What if I were to borrow money from you so I could settle my debt with her? Sleet shook his head, regaining a piece of his shattered nonchalance. That is the very definition of poaching, he said. Davy has an ongoing interest in you in investment. He took a drink and cleared his throat meaningfully. She does not look kindly on other folk interfering where she staked her claim. I raised an eyebrow. I guess I was taken in by your reputation, I said, conciliably grin. His face creased into a frown. What do you mean? I waved my hands dismissively. Please give me credit for being at least half as clever as you've heard, I said. If you can't get what I want, just admit it. Don't waste my time by pricing things out of my reach or coming up with elaborate excuses. Sleet seemed unsure if he should be offended. What part of this seems elaborate to you? Come now, I said. You're willing to run against the laws of the university, risk the wrath of the masters, the constables, and the iron law of Artor, but a little slip of a girl makes your knees quivery. I sniffed and mimicked the gesture he'd made before, pretending to ball something up and throw it away over my shoulder. He looked at me for a moment, then burst out laughing. Yes, that's exactly the case, he said, wiping tears of genuine amusement from his eyes. Apparently, I was fooled by your reputation too. If you think Davy is a little slip of a girl, you aren't nearly as clever as I thought. Looking over my shoulder, Sleet nodded at someone I couldn't see and waved his hand dismissively. Go on with you, he said. I have business to do with rational people who know the true shape of the world. You're wasting my time. I felt myself prickling with irritation, but forced myself to keep it off my face. I also need a crossbow, I said. He shook his head. No, I've already told you, no loans or favors. I can offer goods in exchange. He looked at me skeptically. What sort of crossbow? Any sort, I said. It needn't be fancy, it just needs to work. 8 talents, he said. I gave him a hard look. Don't insult me, this is mundane contraband. I'll bet 10 to a penny you can have one in 2 hours. If you try to gouge me, I'll just go over the river and get one from Heffron. Get one from Heffron, and you'll have to carry it back from Imre, he said. Constable would love seeing that. I shrugged and began to get to my feet. 3 talents and 5, he said. It'll be used, mind you, and a stirrup, not a crank. I calculated in my head. Will you accept an ounce of silver and a spool of finely drawn gold wire? I asked, bringing them out from the pockets of my cloak. Sleet's dark eyes unfocused slightly as he did his own internal calculations. You drive a tight bargain. He picked up the spool of bright wire and the small ingot of silver. There's a rain barrel behind the Grimsome Tannery. Crossbow will be there in 15 minutes. He gave me an insulted look. 2 hours? You don't know anything about me at all. Hours later, Faire emerged from the shelves in the archives and caught me with one hand against the 4-plate door. I wasn't pushing on it exactly, just pressing, just checking to see if it was firmly closed. It was. I don't suppose they tell Scripps what's behind this? I asked her without any hope. If they do, they haven't told me yet, Faire said, stepping close and reaching out to run her fingers along the grooves the letters made in the stone. Valentins. I had a dream about the door once, she said. Valentins was the name of an old dead king. His tomb was behind the door. Wow, I said, that's better than the dreams I've ever had. What are yours? She asked.
Once I dreamed I saw light through the keyholes, I said, but mostly I'm just standing here staring at it, trying to get in. I frowned at the door. As if standing outside while I'm awake isn't frustrating enough, I do it while I'm asleep too. Faire laughed softly at that, then turned away from the door to face me. I got your note, she said. What's the research project you were so vague about? Let's go somewhere private to talk, I said. It's a bit of a story. We made our way to one of the reading holes, and once the door was closed, I told her the whole story, embarrassments and all. Someone was practicing malfeasance against me. I couldn't go to the masters for fear of revealing I was the one who had broken into Ambrose's rooms. I needed a gram to protect myself, but I didn't know enough sigildry to make one. Malfeasance, she said in a low voice, slowly shaking her head in dismay. You sure? I unbuttoned my shirt and took it down off my shoulder, revealing the dark bruise from the attack I'd only managed to partially stop. She leaned in to look at it. And you really don't know who it might be? Not really, I said, trying not to think of Davy. I wanted to keep that particular bad decision to myself for now. I'm sorry to drag you into this, but you're the only one. Faire waved her hands in negation. None of that. I told you to ask if you ever needed a favor, and I'm glad you did. Glad you're glad, I said. If you can get me through this, I'll owe you instead. I'm getting better at finding what I want in here, but I'm still new. Faire nodded. It takes years to learn your way around the stacks. It's like a city. I smiled. That's how I think of it too. I haven't lived here long enough to learn all the shortcuts. Faire grimaced a bit. And I'm guessing you're going to need those. If Kilvin really believes the sigildry is dangerous, most of the books you want will be in his private library. I felt a sinking sensation in my stomach. Private library? All the masters have private libraries, Faire said matter-of-factly. I know some alchemy, so I helped spot books with formulae Mandrag wouldn't want in the wrong hands. Scribs who know sigildry do the same for Kilvin. But this is pointless then, I said. If Kilvin has all those books locked away, there's no chance of finding what I'm looking for. Faire smiled, shaking her head. The system isn't perfect. Only about a third of the archives are properly catalogued. What you're looking for is probably still in the stack somewhere. It's just a matter of finding it. I wouldn't even need a whole schema, I said. If I just knew a few of the proper runes, I could probably just fake the rest. She gave me a worried look. Is that really wise? Wisdom is a luxury I can't afford, I said. Will and Sim have already been watching over me for 2 nights. They can't sleep in shifts for the next 10 years. Faire drew a deep breath, then let it out slowly. Right. We can start with the catalogued books first. Maybe what you need has slipped past the scribs. We collected several dozen books on sigildry and closeted ourselves in an out-of-the-way reading hole on the 4th floor. Then we started going through them one at a time. We began with hopes of finding a full-fledged schema for a gram, but as the hours slid by, we lowered our hopes. If not a whole schema, perhaps we could find a description of one. Perhaps a reference to the sequence of runes used, the name of a single rune, a hint, clue, a scrap, some piece of the puzzle. I closed the last of the books we had brought back to the reading hall. It made a solid thump as the pages settled together. Nothing? She asked tiredly. Nothing. I rubbed my face with both hands. So much for getting lucky. Faire shrugged, grimacing halfway through the motion, and craned her head to one side to stretch a kink out of her neck. It made sense to start in the most obvious places, she said, but those will be the same places the scribs have combed over for Kilvin. We'll just have to dig deeper. I heard the distant sound of the belling tower, and was surprised at how many times it struck. We'd been researching for over 4 hours. You've missed your class, I said. It's just you, she said. You're a wonderful person, I said. What's our best option now? A long, slow trawl of the stack, she said. But it's going to be like panning for gold, dozens of hours, and that's with both of us working together so we don't overlap our efforts. I can bring in Will and Sim to help, I said. Will works here, Faire said. Simon's never been a scrib, he'll probably just get in the way.
Do you know Sim very well? Not very, she admitted. I've seen him around. You're underestimating him, I said. People do it all the time. Sim's smart. Everyone here is smart, Fela said. And Sim is nice, but that's the problem, I said. He's nice, he's gentle, which people see as weak, and he's happy, which people see as stupid. I didn't mean it like that, Fela said. I know, I said, rubbing at my face. I'm sorry. It's been a bad couple of days. I thought the university would be different from the rest of the world, but it's just like everywhere else. People cater to pompous, rude bastards like Ambrose, while the good souls like Simon get brushed off as simpletons. Which one are you? Fela said with a smile as she began to stack up the books. Pompous bastard or good soul? I'll research that later, I said. Right now I've got more pressing concerns. Chapter 26. Trust. While I was fairly sure Devi wasn't behind the malfeasance, I'd have to be a fool to ignore the fact that she had my blood. So when it became clear that making a gram was going to require a great deal of time and energy, I realized the time had come to pay her a visit and make sure she wasn't responsible. It was a miserable day, chill with a clammy wind that cut through my clothes. I didn't own gloves or a hat and had to settle for putting up my hood and wrapping my hands in the fabric of my cloak as I pulled it more tightly around my shoulders. As I crossed Stonebridge, a new thought occurred to me. Maybe someone had stolen my blood from Devi. That made better sense than anything else. I needed to make sure the bottle with my blood was safe. If she still had it and it hadn't been tampered with, I'd know she wasn't involved. I made my way to the western edge of Imre, where I stopped at a tavern to buy a small beer and warm myself by the fire. Then I walked through the now familiar alley and up the narrow staircase behind the butcher's shop. Despite the chill and recent rain, the smell of rancid fat still hung in the air. I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. It opened after a minute, then Devi's face peered through a narrow crack in the door.
Well, hello,
she said. Are you here for business? Business mostly. Pity. She opened the door wider. As I came into the room, I tripped on the threshold, stumbling clumsily into her and resting one hand briefly on her shoulder as I steadied myself. Sorry, I said, embarrassed. You look like hell, she said as she bolted the door. I hope you're not looking for more money. I don't lend to folks who look like they're coming off a 3-day drunk. I settled wearily into a chair. Oh, I brought back your book, I said, bringing it out from under my cloak and laying it on her desk. She nodded at it, smiling a bit. What did you think of good old Malkath? Dry, wordy, boring. There weren't any pictures either, she said dryly, but that's beside the point. His theories about perception as an active force were interesting, I admitted. He writes like he's afraid someone might actually understand him. Devi nodded, her mouth pursed. It's about what I thought too. She reached across the desk and slid the book closer to herself. What did you think about the chapter on proprioception? He seemed to be arguing from a deep well of ignorance, I said. I've met people in the Medica with amputated limbs. I don't think Malkath ever has. I watched her for some sign of guilt, some indication she'd been practicing malfeasance against me, but there was nothing. She seemed perfectly normal, cheery and sharp-tongued as ever. But I had grown up among actors. I know how many ways there are to hide your true feelings. Devi made an exaggerated frown. You look so serious over there. What are you thinking? I had a couple of questions, I said evasively. I wasn't looking forward to this. Not about Malkath. I'm so tired of being appreciated for my intellect. She leaned back and stretched her arms over her head. When will I be able to find a nice boy who just wants me for my body? She gave a luxurious stretch, but stopped halfway through, giving me a puzzled look. I'm waiting for a quip here. You're usually quicker than this. I gave her a weak smile. What on my mind? I don't think I can match wits with you today. I never suspected You can match wits with me, she said, but I do like a little banter now and then. She leaned forward and folded her hands on the top of the desk. What sort of questions? Did you do much sigildry in the university? Personal questions. She raised an eyebrow. No, I didn't care for it. Too much fiddling around for my taste. You don't seem to be the sort of woman who'd mind a little fiddling around, I said, managing a big smile. That's more like it, she said with approval. I knew you had it in you. I don't suppose you have any books on advanced sigildry? I asked. The sort of things they don't allow a Raylar access to. Debbie shook her head. No, I've got some nice alchemical texts, though. Stuff you'd never find in your precious archives. Bitterness was thick in her voice when she said the last word. That's when it all came together in my head. Debbie wouldn't ever be so careless as to let someone steal my blood. She wouldn't sell it to turn a quick profit. She didn't need the money. She didn't have a grudge against me. But Debbie would sell her eye teeth to get into the archives. It's funny you should mention alchemy, I said as calmly as possible. Have you ever heard of something called plumbob? I've heard of it, she said easily. Nasty little thing. I think I have the formula. She turned in her seat a little, facing toward the shelf. You interested in seeing it? Her face didn't betray her, but with enough practice, anyone could control their face. Her body language didn't give her away either. There was only the slightest tension in her shoulders, only a hint of hesitation. It was her eyes. When I mentioned the plum bob, I saw a flicker there, not just recognition. Guilt. Of course. She'd sold the formula to Ambrose. And why wouldn't she? Ambrose was a high-ranking scrib. He could sneak her into the archives. Hell, with the resources at his disposal, he might not even have to do that. Everyone knew Lauren occasionally granted non-arcanum scholars access to the archives, especially if their patrons were willing to pave the way with a generous donation. Ambrose at once bought an entire inn just to spite me. How much more would he be willing to pay to get hold of my blood? No. Will and Sim had been right about that. Ambrose wasn't the sort to get his hands dirty if he could avoid it. Much simpler for him to hire Debbie to do his dirty work for him. She'd already been expelled. She had nothing to lose and all the secrets of the archives to gain. No thanks, I said. I don't do much alchemy. I took a deep breath and decided to jump right to the point. But I do need to see my blood. Debbie's cheery expression froze on her face. Her mouth still smiled, but her eyes were cold. I beg your pardon. It wasn't really a question. I need to see the blood I left here with you, I said. I need to know it's safe. I'm afraid that's not possible. Her smile fell completely away and her mouth made a thin, flat line. That's not how I do business. Besides, do you think I'd be stupid enough to keep that sort of thing here? I felt a sinking sensation in my gut, still not wanting to believe it. We can go to wherever you keep it, I said calmly. Someone has been conducting malfeasance against me. I need to make sure it hasn't been tampered with, that's all. As if I would just show you where I keep that sort of thing, Debbie said with scathing sarcasm. Have you been struck in the head or something? I'm afraid I must insist. Go ahead and be afraid, Debbie said with a glare. Go ahead and insist. It won't make any difference. It was her. There was no other reason for her to keep it from me. If you refuse to show me, I continued, trying to keep my voice level and calm, I must assume you've sold my blood, or made your own mommet of me for some reason. Debbie leaned back in her chair and crossed her arms with deliberate nonchalance. You can assume whatever stupid thing pleases you. You'll see your blood when you settle your debt to me, and not one moment sooner. I brought out a wax doll from underneath my cloak and rested my hand on the desk so she could see it. Is that supposed to be me? She said. With hips like that? But the words were just the shell of a joke, a reflex action. Her tone was flat and angry. Her eyes were hard. With my other hand, I brought out a short strawberry blonde hair and fixed it to the doll's head. Debbie's hand went unconsciously to her own hair, her expression shocked. Someone has been
This time, when I mentioned my blood, I saw her eyes flicker to one of her desk drawers. Her fingers twitched slightly. I met her eye. Don't, I said grimly. Devi's hand darted to the drawer, yanking it open. I didn't doubt for a second that the drawer held the moment she'd made it. I couldn't let her get hold of it. I concentrated and murmured a binding. Devi's hand came to a jarring halt halfway to the open drawer. I hadn't done anything to hurt her. No fire, no pain, nothing like what she'd done to me over the last several days. It was just a binding to keep her motionless. When I'd stopped at the tavern to warm myself, I'd taken a pinch of ash from their fireplace. It wasn't a great source, and it was farther away than I'd like, but it was better than nothing. Still, I could probably only hold her like this for a few minutes before I drew so much heat from the fire that I extinguished it. But that should be enough time for me to get the truth out of her and reclaim the moment she'd made. Devi's eyes grew wild as she struggled to move.
How dare you! She shouted. How dare you! How dare you! I snapped back angrily. I can't believe I trusted you! I defended you to my friends!
I trailed off as the unthinkable happened. Despite my binding, Devi started to move, her hand inching its way into the open drawer. I concentrated harder and Devi's hand came to a halt. Then slowly it began to creep forward again, disappearing into the drawer. I couldn't believe it.
You think you can come here and threaten me?
Devi hissed, her face a mask of rage.
You think I can't take care of myself? I made Rayla before they threw me out, you little slipstick. I earned it. My Alar is like the ocean in storm.
Her hand was almost completely inside the drawer now. I felt a clammy sweat break out across my forehead and broke my mind 3 more times. I murmured again, and each piece of my mind made a separate binding, focusing on keeping her still. I drew heat from my body, feeling the cold crawl up my arms as I bore down on her. That was 5 bindings in all, my outside limit. Devi went motionless as stone, and she chuckled deep in her throat, grinning.
Oh, you're very good. I almost believe the stories about you now, but what makes you think you can do what even Elxadal couldn't? Why do you think they expelled me? They feared a woman who could match a master by her 2nd year.
Sweat made her pale hair cling to her forehead. She clenched her teeth, her pixie face savage with determination. Her hand began to move again. Then, with a sudden burst of motion, she yanked her hand out of the drawer, as if pulling it free from thick mud. She slammed something round and metallic down on the top of the desk, making the lamp's flame leap and stutter. It wasn't a mommet. It wasn't a bottle of my blood.
You bastard,
she said, almost chanting the words.
You think I'm not ready for this sort of thing? You think you're the first to try and take advantage of me?
She twisted the top of the grey metal sphere. It gave a distinct click, and she drew her hand slowly away. Despite my best efforts, I couldn't keep her still. That's when I recognized the device she'd brought out of the drawer. I'd studied them with Manet last term. Kilvin referred to them as self-contained exothermic accelerators, but everyone else called them pocket warmers, or poor boys. They held kerosene, or naphtha, or sugar. Once activated, a poor boy burned the fuel inside, pouring out as much heat as a forge fire for about 5 minutes. Then it needed to be dismantled, cleaned, and refilled. They were messy and dangerous and tended to break easily because of the rapid heating and cooling, but for a short time, they gave a sympathist a bonfire's worth of energy. I lowered myself into the heart of stone and splintered off another piece of my mind, murmuring the binding. Then I tried for a 7th and failed. I was tired and I hurt. The cold was leeching up my arms, and I had been through so much in the last few days. But I clenched my teeth and forced myself to murmur the words under my breath. Devi didn't even seem to notice the 6th binding. Moving as slowly as the hand of a clock, she pulled a loose thread free from her sleeve. The poor boy made a groaning metallic creak, and heat began to roll off it in shimmering waves.
I don't have a decent link to you right now,
Devi said, as the hand holding the thread moved slowly back toward the poor boy.
But if you don't loose your binding, I'll use this to burn every scrap of clothing off your body and smile while you scream.
It's strange what thoughts flash into your head in these situations. The first thing I thought of wasn't being horribly burned. It I'd be left with only 2 shirts. My eyes darted to the top of Debbie's desk, where the varnish was already starting to blister in a ring around the poor boy. I could feel the heat radiating against my face. I know when I'm beaten. I broke the bindings, my mind reeling as the pieces slid back together. Debbie rolled her shoulders. "Let go of it," she said. I opened my hand, and the wax doll toppled drunkenly onto the desk. I sat with my hands in my lap and remained very still, not wanting to startle or threaten her in any way. Debbie stood up and leaned across the desk. She reached out and ran a hand through my hair, then made a fist, tearing some away. I yelped, despite myself. Sitting back down, Debbie picked up the doll and replaced her hair with several of my own. She muttered a binding. "Debbie, you don't understand," I said. "I just needed to." When I had bound Debbie, I had focused on her arms and legs. It's the most efficient way to restrain someone. I'd had limited heat to work with and couldn't waste energy on anything else. But Debbie had heat to spare right now, and her binding was like being shut in an iron vise. I couldn't move my arms or legs or jaw or tongue. I could barely breathe, only taking tiny, shallow breaths that didn't require any movement of my chest. It was horrifying, like having someone's hand around my heart. "I trusted you." Debbie's voice was low and rough, like a fine-toothed surgeon's saw cutting away an amputated leg. "I trusted you." She gave me a look that was pure fury and loathing. "I actually had someone come here looking to buy your blood 55 times. I turned him away. I denied even knowing you because you and I had a business relationship. I stick to the bargains I make." "Who?" I wanted to shout, but I could only make an inarticulate sound. Debbie looked at the wax doll she held, then at the poor boy charring a dark ring into the top of her desk. "Our business relationship is now over," she said tightly. "I am calling your debt due. You have until the end of the term to get me my money. 9 talents. If you are 1/2 breath late, I will sell your blood to recover my investment and wash my hands of you." She eyed me coldly. "This is better than you deserve. I still have your job. If you go to the masters at the university or the constabulary, it will end badly for you." Smoke was curling up from the desk now, and Debbie moved her hand to hold the momet over the creaking metal of the poor boy. She murmured, and I felt a prickle of heat wash over my whole body. It felt exactly like the sudden fevers that had been plaguing me for days. "When I release this binding, you will say, 'I understand, Debbie,' then you will leave. At the end of the term, you will send someone with the money you owe. You will not come yourself. I do not ever want to see you again." Debbie looked at me with such contempt. I cringed to remember it. Then she spat on me, tiny flecks of saliva striking the poor boy and hissing into steam. "If I glimpse you again, even out of the corner of my eye, it will end badly for you." She lifted the wax momet over her head, then brought it down sharply on the desk with her hand flat on top of it. If I'd been able to flinch or cry out in panic, I would have. The momet shattered, arms and legs breaking away, the head skittering off to roll across the desk and onto the floor. I felt a sudden jarring impact as if I'd fallen several feet and landed flat on a stone floor. It was startling, but nowhere near as bad as it could have been. Through the terror, some small part of me marveled at her precision and control. The binding that held me fell away, and I drew a deep breath. "I understand, Deb," I said, "but can't." "Get out!" she shouted. I got out. I would like to say it was a dignified exit, but that would not be the truth. Chapter 27. pressure. Will and Sim were waiting for me in the back corner of Anchor's. I brought over 2 mugs of beer and a tray laden with fresh bread and butter, cheese and fruit, and bowls of hot soup thick with beef and turnip. Willem rubbed one eye with the palm of his hand. He looked a little peaked under his dark, Caledish complexion, but other than that, he didn't seem much the worse for 3 nights of short sleep. What's the occasion? I just want to help you two keep your energy up, I said. Way ahead of you, Sim said. I had a refreshing nap during my sublimation lecture. His eyes were a little dark around the edges, but he didn't seem much the worse for wear either. Willem began to load up his plate. You mentioned you had news. What sort of news? It's mixed, I said. Which do you want first, good or bad? Bad news first, Simon said. Kilvin won't give me the plans I need to make my own gram. It's the sigildry involved. Runes for blood and bone and such. He feels they're too dangerous to be taught to Rayla. Simon looked curious. Did you say why? He didn't, I admitted. But I can guess. I could use them to make all manner of unpleasant things, like a little metal disc with a hole in it. Then, if you put a drop of someone's blood in it, you could use it to burn them alive. God, that's awful, Sim said, setting down his spoon. Do you ever have any nice thoughts? Anyone in the Arcanum could do the same thing with basic sympathy? Willem pointed out. There's a big difference, I said. Once I made that device, anyone could use it again and again. That's insane, Simon said. Why would anyone make anything like that? Money, Willem said grimly. People do stupid things for money all the time. He gave me a significant look, such as borrowing from bloodthirsty Gatasaurs. Which brings me to my second piece of news, I said uncomfortably. I confronted Devi. Alone, Simon said. Are you stupid? Yes, I said, but not for the reasons you think. Things got unpleasant, but now I know she wasn't responsible for the attacks. Willem frowned. If not her, then who? There's only one thing that makes sense, I said. It's Ambrose. Will shook his head. We've already gone through this. Ambrose would never risk it. I held up a hand to stop him. He'd never risk malfeasance against me, I agreed, but I don't think he knows who he's attacking. Willem closed his mouth and looked thoughtful. I continued. Think about it. If Ambrose suspected it was me, he'd bring me up on charges in front of the Masters. He's done it before. I rubbed my wounded arm. They'd discover my injuries and I'd be caught. Will looked down at the tabletop. Graham, he said, it makes sense. He might suspect you of hiring a thief, but not that you'd break in yourself. He'd never do something like that. I nodded. He's probably trying to find the person who broke into his rooms, or just get a little easy revenge. That explains why the attacks have been getting stronger. He probably thinks the thief ran off to Imre or Tarby. You've got to go to the Masters with this, Simon said. They can search his rooms tonight. He'll be expelled for this and whipped. A wide, vicious grin spread over his face. God, I'd pay 10 talents if I got to hold the lash. I chuckled at his bloodthirsty tone. It took a lot to get on Sim's bad side, but once you made it, there was no going back. We can't, Sim. Sim gave me a look of sheer disbelief. You can't be serious. He can't get away with this. I'd get expelled for breaking into his rooms in the first place, conduct unbecoming. They wouldn't expel you for that, Sim said, but his voice was far from certain. I'm not willing to take the risk, I said. Hemme hates me, Brandia follows Hemme's lead, I'm still in Lauren's bad books. And somehow he still finds the strength to pun, Willem muttered. That's 3 votes against me right there. I think you don't give Lauren enough credit, Willem said. But you're right, they'd expel you. If for no other reason, they'd do it to smooth things over with Baron Jackas. Sim looked at Willem. You really think so? Will nodded. It's possible they wouldn't even expel Ambrose, he said grimly. He's Hemme's favourite, and the Masters know the trouble his father could make for the university. Will snorted. Think of the trouble Ambrose could make when he inherits. Willem lowered his eyes and shook his head. I'm with both on this one, Sim. Simon gave a great weary sigh. Wonderful, he said, and he looked up at me with narrow eyes.
I told you, he said. I told you to leave Ambrose alone from the very beginning. Getting into a fight with him is like stepping into a bear trap. A bear trap? I said thoughtfully. He nodded firmly. Your foot goes in easy enough, but you're never getting it out again. A bear trap? I repeated. That's exactly what I need. Willem chuckled darkly. I'm serious, I said. Where can I get a bear trap? Will and Sim looked at me strangely, and I decided not to push my luck. Just a joke, I lied, not wanting to complicate things any further. I could find one on my own. We need to be sure it's Ambrose, Willem said. I nodded. If he's locked away in his rooms the next few times I'm attacked, that should be evidence enough. The conversation lapsed a bit, and for a couple of minutes we ate quietly, each of us tangled in our own thoughts. Okay, Simon said, seeming to have reached some conclusion. Nothing's really changed. You still need a gram, right? He looked at Will, who nodded, then back to me. Now hurry up with the good news before I kill myself. I smiled. Faire has agreed to help me search the archives for the schema. I gestured toward the two of them. If the two of you care to join us, it will mean long, grueling hours in close contact with the most beautiful woman this side of the Omethi River. I might be able to spare some time, Willem said casually. Simon grinned. Thus began our search of the archives. Surprisingly, it was fun at first, almost like a game. The four of us would scatter to different sections of the archives, then return and comb through the books as a group. We spent hours chatting and joking, enjoying the challenge and one another's company. But as hours turned into days of fruitless searching, the excitement burned away, leaving only a grim determination. Will and Sim continued to watch over me at night, protecting me with their Allah. Night after night, they lost sleep, making them sullen and irritable. I cut my sleep down to 5 hours a night to make things easier for them. Under ordinary circumstances, 5 hours of sleep would be a great plenty for me, but I was still recovering from my injuries. What's more, I needed to constantly maintain the Allah that kept me safe. It was mentally exhausting. On the third day of our search, I nodded off while studying my metallurgy. I only dozed off for half a minute before my head lolled, startling me awake. But the icy fear followed me for the rest of the day. If Ambrose had attacked at that moment, I could have been killed. So even though I couldn't afford it, I began dipping into my thinning purse to buy coffee. Many of the inns and cafes near the university catered to noble tastes, so it was readily available, but coffee is never cheap. Nalroot would have been less expensive, but it had harsher side effects that I didn't want to risk.
Anyway.
In between bouts of research, we set about confirming my suspicions that Ambrose was responsible for the attacks. In this, if nothing else, we were lucky. Will watched Ambrose return to his room after his rhetoric lecture, and at the same time I was forced to stave off Binder's chills. Faire watched him finish a late lunch and return to his rooms, and a quarter of an hour later I felt a sweaty prickle of heat along my back and arms. Later that evening, I watched him head back to his rooms in the Golden Pony after his shift in the archives. Not long after, I felt the faint pressure in both my shoulders that let me know he was trying to stab me. After the shoulders, there followed several other prods in a more personal manner. Will and Sim agreed that it couldn't be a coincidence. It was Ambrose. Best of all, it let us know that whatever Ambrose was using against me, he kept it in his rooms.
Yeah, so that's nothing different than
Chapter 28.
the last few days. I mean, you're permanently lurking at the moment.
The attacks weren't particularly frequent, but they came with no warning. On the 5th day after we started searching for the schema, when Ambrose must have been feeling particularly cussed or bored, there were 8 of them. 1 as I was waking up in Willem's room, 2 during lunch, 2 while I
Yeah, I know. You said you have a lot of work or something like this.
While I was cold-smithing iron in the fishery. The next day, there were no attacks at all. In some ways, that was worse. Nothing but hours of waiting for the other shoe to drop.
So I learned to maintain an iron-hard Allah as I ate and bathed, as I attended class and had conversations with my teachers and friends. I even maintained it while dueling in adept sympathy. On the 7th day of our search, the distraction and my general exhaustion led to my first defeat at the hands of 2 of my classmates, ending my perfect string of undefeated duels. I could say that I was too weary to care, but that wouldn't be entirely true. On the 9th day of our search, Willem, Simon, and I were combing through books in our reading hall when the door opened and Faire slipped inside. She was carrying a single book instead of her usual armload. She was breathing heavily.
I've got it.
She said, her eyes bright, her face so excited it was almost fierce.
I found a copy.
She thrust the book out at us so we could read the gold leaf on the thick leather spine. Faci moen ve scrivani. We had learned about the scrivani early in our search. It was an extensive collection of schemata by a long-dead artificer named Soulstone. 12 thick volumes of detailed diagrams and descriptions. When we found the index, we had thought our search was nearly finished, as it listed diagrams detailing the construction of a marvelous 5-gram, proven most efficacious in the preventing of maleficent sympathy. Location, Volume 9, page 82. We tracked down 8 versions of the Scrivani in the archives, but we never found the whole set. Volumes 7, 9, and 11 were always missing, no doubt tucked away in Kilvin's private library. We'd spent 2 entire days searching before finally giving up on the Scrivani. But now Faire had found it, not just a piece to the puzzle, but the whole thing.
Yeah, I will. If Apfel is not exhausted because he has long worked today too, we probably play as duo, and then of course I don't play the audiobook.
Out of my chair, almost knocking it over in my rush to get to her, but she smiled and held the book high over her head.
First you have to promise me dinner,
she said. I laughed and...
Here's Black Bloom? Okay, I can't.
Over. I'll take everyone to dinner.
She sighed.
And you have to tell me I'm the best scriv ever.
You're the best scriv ever, I said. You're twice as good as Will could ever be, even if you had a dozen hands and 100 extra eyes.
Heck.
She handed me the book.
Here you go.
I hurried to the table and cracked the book open.
The pages will be missing or something like that,
Simon said in a low voice to Will.
It can't be this easy after all this time. I know something's going to spike our wheel.
I stopped turning pages and rubbed my eyes. I squinted at the writing.
I knew it,
Sim said. He leaned his chair back on 2 legs, covering his tired eyes with his hands.
Let me guess. It's got the grey rot or bookworm or both.
Faire stepped close and looked over my shoulder.
Oh no,
she said mournfully.
I didn't even look. I was so excited.
She looked up at us.
Do any of you read Elventic?
I read the chittery gibberish you people call it here, Willem said sourly. I consider myself sufficiently multilingual. Only a smattering, I said. A few dozen words. I can, Sim said. Really? I felt hope rising in my chest again. When did you pick that up? Sim scooted his chair across the floor until he could look at the book. My first term as an Elia, I heard some Elventic poetry. I studied it for 3 terms with the Chancellor. I've never cared for poetry, I said. Your loss, Sim said absently as he turned a few pages. Elventic poetry is thunderous, it pounds at you. What's the meter like? I asked, curious despite myself. I don't know anything about meter, Simon said distractedly as he ran a finger down the page in front of him. It's like this. Sought we the Scrivani, work of Soulstone, long lost in ledger, all hope forgotten, yet fast found for friendship, Faire the book bringer. Hot comes the huntress Faire, flushed with finding, breathless her breast, her high blood rising to ripen the red cheek rouge bloom of beauty. That sort of thing, Simon said absently, his eyes still scanning the pages in front of him. I saw Faire turn her head to look at Simon, almost as if she were surprised sitting there. No, it was almost as if up until that point he'd just been occupying space around her like a piece of furniture. But this time, when she looked at him, she took all of him in. His sandy hair, the line of his jaw, the span of his shoulders beneath his shirt. This time, when she looked, she actually saw him. Let me say this. It was worth the whole awful, irritating time spent searching the archives just to watch that moment happen. It was worth blood and the fear of death to see her fall in love with him. Just a little. Just the first faint breath of love. So light she probably didn't notice it herself. It wasn't dramatic like some bolt of lightning with a crack of thunder following. It was more like when flint strikes steel, and the spark fades almost too fast for you to see. Still you know it's there, down where you can't see. Kindred.
Who read you Elventic poetry?
Will asked. Faire blinked and turned back to the book.
Puppet,
Sim said.
first time I met him.
Puppet? Will looked as if he would tear out his own hair.
God pound me. Why haven't we gone to him about this? If there isn't a Turin translation of this book, he'll know where it is.
I've thought the same thing 100 times these last few days, Simon said. But he hasn't been doing well lately. He wouldn't be much help.
And Puppet knows what's on the restricted list? Faire said. I doubt he'd just hand something like that over.
Does everyone know this puppet person except for me? I asked.
Screbs do,
Willem said. I think I can piece most of this together, Simon said, turning to look in my direction. Does this diagram make any sense to you? It's perfect nonsense to me. Those are the runes, I pointed, clear as day, and those are metallurgical symbols. I looked closer. The rest, I don't know, maybe abbreviations? We can probably work them out as we go along. I smiled and turned to Faire. Congratulations. You're still the best scriv ever. With Simon's help, it took me 2 days to decipher the diagrams in the Scrivani. Rather, it took us 1 day to decipher and 1 day to double and triple check our work. Once I knew how to construct my gram, I began to play a strange sort of hide-and-seek with Ambrose. I needed the entirety of my concentration free while I worked on the signalry for the gram. That meant letting my guard down, so I could only work on the gram when I was certain Ambrose was otherwise occupied. The gram was delicate work, small engraving with no margin for error. And it didn't help that I was forced to steal the time in bits and pieces. Half an hour while Ambrose was drinking coffee with a young woman in a public cafe, 40 minutes when he was attending a symbolic logic lecture, a full hour and a half while he was working at the front desk in the archives. When I couldn't work on my gram, I labored on my pet project. In some ways, I was fortunate Kilvin had charged me with making something worthy of a Raylar. It gave me the perfect excuse for all the time I spent in the fishery. The rest of the time I spent lounging in the common room of the Golden Pony. I needed to establish myself as a regular customer there. Things would seem less suspicious that way. Chapter 29. Stolen. Every night I retired to my tiny garret room in Anchors. Then I would lock the door, climb out of the window, and slip into either Will or Sim's room depending on who was keeping first watch over me that night. Bad as things were, I knew they would become infinitely worse if Ambrose realized I was the one who had broken into his rooms. While my injuries were healing, they were still more than enough to incriminate me, so I worked hard to keep up the appearance of normality. Thus it was that late one night I trudged into Anchors with all the nimble vigor of a shambleman. I made a weak attempt at small talk with Anchor's new serving girl, then grabbed half a loaf of bread before disappearing up the stairs. A minute later, I was back in the tap room. I was covered in a panicked sweat. My heart was thundering in my ears. The girl looked up.
Change your mind about that drink, then?
She smiled. I shook my head so quickly my hair whipped around my face.
Did I leave my loot down here last night after I finished playing?
I asked frantically. She shook her head.
You carried it off, same as always. Remember I asked if you needed a bit of string to hold the case together?
I darted back up the steps quick as a fish, then was back again in less than a minute.
Are you sure?
I asked, breathing hard.
Could you look behind the bar, just to be sure?
She looked, but the loot wasn't there.
It wasn't in the pantry either, or the kitchen. I climbed the stairs and opened the door to my tiny room. There weren't many places a loot case could fit in a room that size. It wasn't under the bed. It wasn't leaning on the wall next to my small desk. It wasn't behind the door. The loot case was too large to fit in the old trunk by the foot of the bed, but I looked anyway. It wasn't in the trunk. I looked under the bed again, just to be sure. It wasn't under the bed. Then I looked at the window. At the simple latch I kept well oiled so I could trip it while standing on the roof outside. I looked behind the door again. The loot wasn't behind the door. Then I sat on my bed. If I'd been weary before, then I was something else entirely now. I felt like I was made of wet paper. I felt like I could barely breathe, like someone had stolen my heart out of my chest. Chapter 30. More Than Salt. Today, Elodine said brightly, we will talk about things that cannot be talked about. Specifically, we will discuss why some things cannot be discussed. I sighed and set down my pencil. Every day I hoped this class would be the one where Elodine actually taught us something. Every day I brought a hardback and one of my few precious pieces of paper, ready to take advantage of the moment of clarity. Every day some part of me expected Elodine to laugh and admit he'd just been testing our resolve with his endless nonsense. And every day I was disappointed. The majority of important things cannot be said outright, Elodine said. They cannot be made explicit. They can only be implied. He looked out at his handful of students in the otherwise empty lecture hall. Name something that cannot be explained. He pointed at Uresh. Go. Uresh considered for a moment. Humor. If you explain a joke, it isn't a joke. Elodine nodded, then pointed at Fenton. Naming? Fenton asked. There is a cheap answer, Rayla, Elodine said with a hint of reproach. But you correctly anticipate the theme of my lecture, so we will let it slide. He pointed at me. There isn't anything that can't be explained, I said firmly. If something can be understood, it can be explained. A person might not be able to do a good job of explaining it, but that just means it's hard, not that it's impossible. Elodine held up a finger. Not hard or impossible, merely pointless. Some things can only be inferred. He gave me an infuriating smile. By the way, your answer should have been music. Music explains itself, I said. It is the road and it is the map that shows the road. It is both together. But can you explain how music works? Elodine asked. Of course, I said, though I wasn't sure of any such thing. Can you explain how music works without using music? That brought me up. While I was trying to think of a response, Elodine turned to Faire. Love? She asked. Elodine raised an eyebrow as if mildly scandalized by this, then nodded approvingly. Hold on a moment, I said. We're not done. I don't know if I could explain music without using it, but that's beside the point. That's not explanation, it's translation. Elodine's face lit up. That's it exactly, he said. Translation. All explicit knowledge is translated knowledge, and all translation is imperfect. So all explicit knowledge is imperfect? I asked. Tell Master Brangia geometry is subjective. I'd love to watch that discussion. Not all knowledge, Elodine admitted, but most. Prove it, I said. You can't prove non-existence, Uresh interjected in a matter-of-fact way. He sounded exasperated. Flawed logic. I ground my teeth at that. It was flawed logic. I never would have made that mistake if I'd been better rested. Demonstrate it then, I said. Fine, fine. Elodine walked over to where Faire sat. We'll use Faire's example. He took her hand and pulled her to her feet, motioning me to follow. I came reluctantly to my feet as well, and Elodine arranged the two of us so we stood facing each other in profile to the class. Here we have two lovely young people, he said. Their eyes meet across the room.
Elodine pushed my shoulder and I stumbled forward half a step. He says hello, she says hello, she smiles, he shifts uneasily from foot to foot. I stopped doing just that, and there was a faint murmur of laughter from the others. There is something ephemeral in the air, Elodine said, moving to stand behind Faire. He put his hands on her shoulders, leaning close to her ear. She loves the lines of him, he said softly. She is curious about the shape of his mouth. She wonders if this could be the one, if she could unclasp the secret pieces of her heart to him. Faire looked down, her cheeks flushing a bright scarlet. Elodine stalked around to stand behind me. Quoth looks at her, and for the first time he understands the impulse that first drove men to paint, to sing. He circled us again, eventually standing between us like a priest about to perform a wedding. There exists between them something tenuous and delicate. They can both feel it, like static in the air, faint as frost. He looked me full in the face, his dark eyes serious. Now, what do you do? I looked back at him, utterly lost. If there was one thing I knew less about than naming, it was courting women. There are 3 paths here, Elodine said to the class. He held up one finger. First, our young lovers can try to express what they feel. They can try to play the half-heard song their hearts are singing. Elodine paused for effect. This is the path of the honest fool, and it will go badly. This thing between you is too tremulous for talk. It is a spark so faint that even the most careful breath might snuff it out. Master Namer shook his head. Even if you are clever and have a way with words, you are doomed in this. Because while your mouths might speak the same language, your hearts do not. He looked at me intently. This is an issue of translation. Elodine held up 2 fingers. The second part is more careful. You talk of small things, the weather, a familiar play. You spend time in company. You hold hands. In doing so, you slowly learn the secret meanings of each other's words. This way, when the time comes, you can speak with subtle meaning underneath your words, so there is understanding on both sides. Elodine made a sweeping gesture toward me. Then there is the third path. The path of growth. He strove to stand shoulder to shoulder with me, facing Faire. You sense something between you, something wonderful and delicate. He gave a romantic, love-lorn sigh. Oh, and because you desire certainty in all things, you decide to force the issue. You take the shortest route, simplest is best, you think. Elodine extended his own hands and made wild, grasping motions in Faire's direction. So you reach out and you grab this young woman's breasts. There was a burst of startled laughter from everyone, except Faire and myself. I scowled. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, and her flush spread down her neck until it was hidden by her shirt. Elodine turned his back to her and looked me in the eye. Rela Grove, he said seriously. I'm trying to wake your sleeping mind to the subtle language the world is whispering. I'm trying to seduce you into understanding. I'm trying to teach you. He leaned forward until his face was almost touching mine. Quit grabbing at my tits! I left Elodine's class in a foul mood. Though to be honest, my mood of the last few days had been nothing but different variations of foul. I tried to hide it from my friends, but I was starting to crack under the weight of it all. It was the loss of my loot that had done it. Everything else I'd been able to take in my stride, the stinging burn across my chest, the constant ache in my knees, the lack of sleep, the persistent fear that I might let my Allah slip at the wrong moment and suddenly start vomiting blood. I'd been coping with it all, my desperate poverty, my frustration with Elodine's class, Even the new undertow of anxiety that came from knowing Devi was waiting on the other side of the river with a heart full of rage, 3 drops of my blood, and an Allah like the ocean in a storm. But the loss of my loot was too much. It wasn't just that I needed it to earn my room and board at Anchors. It wasn't just that my loot was the linchpin of my ability to make a living if I was forced out of the university. No. The simple fact was that with my music, I could cope with the rest. My music was the glue that held me together. Only 2 days without it and I was falling apart. After Elodine's class, I couldn't bear the thought of more hours hunched over a work table in the fishery. My hands ached at the thought of it, and my eyes were gritty with lack of sleep. So instead, I wandered back to Anchors for an early lunch. I must have looked fairly pitiful because he brought me out a double rasher of bacon with my soup and a short beer besides. "How did your dinner go, if you don't mind me asking?" Anchor asked, leaning against the bar. I looked up at him. "Beg your pardon?" "With your young lady," he said. "I'm not one to pry, but a runner just dropped it off. I had to read it to see who it was for." I gave Anchor my blankest look. Anchor gave me a puzzle and frowned. "Didn't Laurel give you a note?" I shook my head and Anchor cursed bitterly. "I swear some days the light should shine straight through that girl's head." He began to rummage around behind the bar. "Runner dropped off a note for you day before yesterday. I told her to give it to you when you got in. Here it is." He held up a damp and rather bedraggled piece of paper and handed it to me. It read, "Quoth, I am back in town and would greatly enjoy the company of a charming gentleman at dinner tonight. Sadly, there are none available. Would you care to join me at the split stay? Expectantly yours, D." My spirits rose a little. Notes from Denna were a rare treat, and she'd never invited me to dinner before. While I was angry that I'd missed her, knowing she was back in town and eager to see me lifted my spirits considerably. I wolfed down my lunch and decided to skip my Siaru lecture in favor of a trip to Imre. I hadn't seen Denna in more than a span, and spending time with her was the only thing I could think of
maybe I
to
should
improve my mood.
stay here.
My enthusiasm dampened a bit as I made my way over the river. It was a long walk, and my knees started to ache even before I'd made it to Stonebridge. The sun was piercingly bright, but not warm enough to fight the chill of the early winter wind. The dust off the road gusted into my eyes and made me choke. Denna wasn't at any of the inns where she occasionally stayed. She wasn't listening to music at the taps or goat in the door. Neither Diok nor Stanchion had seen her. I worried she might have left town entirely while I was occupied. She could be gone for months. She could be gone forever. Then I turned a corner and saw her sitting in a small public garden under a tree. She had a letter in one hand and a half-eaten pear in the other. How had she come by a pear so late in the season? I was halfway across the garden before I realized she was crying. I stopped where I stood, at a loss for what to do. I wanted to help, but I didn't want to intrude. Maybe it would be best. "Quoth?" Denna tossed away the remains of the pear, hopped to her feet, and ran across the lawn toward me. She was smiling, but her eyes were rimmed with red. She wiped at her cheeks with one hand. "Are you all right?" I asked. Her eyes welled up with new tears, but before they could fall, she screwed her eyes shut and shook her head sharply. "No," she said, "not entirely." "Can I help?" I asked. Denna blotted her eyes with her shirt sleeve.
You help just by being here.
She folded the letter into a small square and forced it into her pocket. Then she smiled again. It wasn't a forced smile, the sort you wear like a mask. She smiled a true smile. Lovely. Tears. Then she tilted her head to one side and gave me a closer look, her smile fading into a look of concern. "What about you?" she asked. "You look a little peaked." I gave a weak smile. Mine was forced, and I knew it. "I've been having a rough time lately." "I hope you don't feel as rough as you look," she said gently. "I haven't," I admitted. Denna drew a breath to speak, then paused and bit her lip. "Is it anything you'd like to talk about?" she asked. shrugged and shifted her weight slightly from one foot to another.
I don't sleep well myself. I know what it's like.
Her offer of help caught me unprepared. It made me feel... I cannot say exactly how it made me feel. It doesn't fit easily into words. It wasn't the offer of help itself. My friends had been working tirelessly to help me for days. But Sim's willingness to help was different from this. His help was dependable as grit. But knowing Denner cared, that was like a swallow of warm wine on a winter night. I could feel the sweet heat of it in my chest. I smiled at her. A real smile. The expression felt odd on my face, and I wondered how long I'd been scowling without knowing it. You're helping just by being here, I said honestly. Just seeing you does wonders for my mood. She rolled her eyes.
Of course. The sight of my blotchy face is a panacea.
There isn't much to talk about. My bad luck had tangled up with my bad decisions, and I'm paying for it. Denner gave a chuckle that hovered on the edge of being a sob.
I wouldn't know anything about that sort of thing,
she said, her lips making a wry twist.
It's worse when it's your own stupid fault, isn't it?
I felt my mouth curve to mimic hers. It is, I said. Truth be told, I prefer a bit of a distraction to a sympathetic ear.
That I can provide,
she said, taking hold of my arm.
Lord knows you've done the same for me in the past.
I fell into step alongside her. Have I?
Endlessly,
she said.
It's easy to forget when you're around.
She stopped walking for a moment, and I had to stop too, as she'd linked her arm in mine.
That's not right. I meant to say that when you're around, it's easy to forget.
Forget what?
Everything,
she said, and for a moment her voice wasn't quite as playful.
All the bad parts of my life. Who I am. It's nice to be able to take a vacation from myself every once in a while. You help with that. You're my safe harbor in an endless, stormy sea.
I chuckled. Am I? She said easily.
You are my shady willow on a sunny day.
You, I said, are sweet music in a distant room.
That's good, she said. You are unexpected cake on a rainy afternoon.
You are the poultice that draws the poison from my heart, I said. Denner looked uncertain.
I don't know about that one. A heart full of poison isn't an appealing thought.
Yeah, I admitted.
That sounded better before I actually said it. That's what happens when you mix your metaphors, she said.
A pause.
Did you get my note?
I got it today, I said, letting all my regret pour into my voice.
Just a couple of hours ago. Ah, she said. That's too bad. It was a good dinner. I ate yours too.
I tried to think of something to say, but she simply smiled and shook her head.
I'm teasing. The dinner was just an excuse, actually. I've something to show you. You're a hard man to find. I thought I was going to have to wait until tomorrow when you sang at Anchor's.
I felt a sharp pang in my chest. So strong even Denner's presence couldn't entirely overwhelm it. It's lucky you caught me today, I said. I'm not sure I'll be playing tomorrow. She cocked her head at me.
I sing on Felling night, don't change that. You're hard enough for me to find.
You're a fine one to talk to, I said. I can never catch you in the same place twice.
Oh yes, I'm sure you're always looking for me,
she said dismissively, then broke into an excited grin.
But that's beside the point. Come on. I'm sure this will distract you.
She began to walk faster, tugging at my arm. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and I found myself smiling as I followed her through the twisting streets of Imre. Eventually, we came to a small storefront. Denner stepped in front of me, almost bouncing with excitement. All signs of her weeping were gone, and her eyes were bright. She put her cool hands over my face.
Close your eyes, she said. It's a surprise.
I closed my eyes, and she led me by the hand for a few steps. The inside of the shop was dim and smelled of leather. I heard a man's voice say,
"Is this him now?"
followed by the hollow sound of things moving around.
Are you ready?
Denner said into my ear. I could hear the smile in her voice. Her breath tickled the hairs on the back of my neck. I have no idea, I said honestly. I felt the breath of her stifled laugh on my ear.
Okay, open them.
I opened my eyes and saw a lean, older man standing behind a long wooden counter. An empty loot case lay open like a book in front of him. Denner had bought me a present. A case for my loot. A case for my stolen loot. I took a step closer. The empty case was long and slender, covered in smooth black leather. There were no hinges. 7 bright steel clasps circled the edge so the top lifted off like the lid of a box. The inside was soft velvet. I reached out to touch it and found the padding soft but resilient like a sponge. The velvet snap was nearly ½ an inch thick and a deep burgundy color. The man behind the counter gave a thin smile.
The lady has good taste,
He said.
and a serious mind about what she desires. He lifted her head. The leather is oiled and waxed. There's 2 layers with rock maple boughs beneath.
He ran a finger along the bottom half of the case, then pointed at the corresponding groove on the lid.
It fits snugly enough that no air can get in or out, so you need not worry moving from a warm, wet room into an icy night.
He began to snap shut the clasps around the edge of the case.
The lady objected to brass, so these are fine steel. And once they're in place, the lid is held against a gasket. You could submerge it in a river and the velvet will stay dry inside.
He shrugged.
Eventually the water would permeate the leather, of course, but there's only so much one can do.
Flipping the case over, he wrapped a knuckle hard on the rounded bottom.
I've kept the maple thin, so it is not bulky or heavy, and reinforced it with bands of glanced steel.
He gestured to where Denner stood.
The lady wanted Ramston steel, but I explained that while Ramston is strong, it's also rather brittle. Glanced steel is lighter and retains its shape.
He looked me up and down.
If the young master wishes, he could stand on the bowl of the case without crushing it.
His mouth pursed slightly and he looked down at my feet.
Though I would prefer if you did not.
He turned the case right side up again.
I have to say, this is perhaps the finest case I have made in 20 years.
He slid it across the counter toward me.
I hope you find it to your satisfaction.
I was driven speechless. A rarity. I reached out and ran a hand along the leather. It was warm and smooth. I touched the steel ring where the shoulder strap would attach. I looked at Denner, who was practically dancing with joy. Denner stepped forward eagerly.
This is the best part,
She said, flipping open the clasps with such familiar ease. I could tell she'd done it before. She pulled off the lid and prodded the inside with a finger.
The padding is designed to be moved and reset, so no matter what loot you have in the future, it will still fit. And look,
She pressed the velvet where the neck would rest, twisted her fingers, and a lid popped up, revealing a hidden space underneath. She grinned again.
this was my idea too. It's like a secret pocket.
God's body, Denner, I said.
This must have cost you a fortune.
Well, you know,
She said with an air of affected modesty.
I had a little set aside.
I ran my hand along the inside, touching the velvet.
Denner, I'm serious. This case must be worth as much as my loot.
I trailed off and my stomach made a nauseating twist. The loot I didn't have.
If you don't mind my saying so, sir.
The man behind the counter said.
Unless you have a loot of solid silver, I'm guessing this case is worth a damn sight more than that.
I ran my hands over the lid again, feeling increasingly sick to my stomach. I couldn't think of a word to say. How could I tell her someone had stolen my loot after she'd gone through all the work of having this beautiful gift made for me? Denner grinned excitedly.
Let's see how your loot fits.
She gestured, and the man behind the counter brought out my loot and set it in the case. It fit snugly as a glove. I began to cry.
God, I'm embarrassed.
I said, blowing my nose. Denner touched my arm lightly.
I'm so sorry.
She repeated for the 3rd time. The 2 of us sat on the curb outside the small shop. It It was bad enough bursting into tears in front of Denna. I'd wanted to compose myself without the shopkeeper staring at me too.
I just wanted it to fit properly.
Denna said, her expression stricken.
I left a note. You were supposed to come to dinner so I could surprise you. You weren't even supposed to know it was gone.
It's okay, I said.
It's obviously not,
Denna said, her eyes starting to brim with tears.
When you didn't show up, I didn't know what to do. I looked for you everywhere last night. I knocked on your door, but you didn't answer.
She looked down at her feet.
I can never find you when I go looking.
Denna, I said, everything's fine. She shook her head vigorously, refusing to look at me as tears started to spill down her cheeks.
It's not fine. I should have known. You hold it like it's your baby. If anyone in my life had ever looked at me the way you look at that loot,
Denna's voice broke and she swallowed hard before words started pouring out of her again.
I knew it was the most important thing in your life. That's why I wanted to get you somewhere safe to keep it. I just didn't think it would be so...
She swallowed again, clenching her hands into fists. Her body was so tense she was almost trembling.
God, I'm so stupid. I never think I always do this. I ruin everything.
Denna's hair had fallen around her face, so I couldn't see her expression.
What's wrong with me?
She said, her voice low and angry.
Why am I such an idiot? Why can't I do just one thing right in my whole life?
Denna. I had to interrupt her, as she was barely pausing to breathe. I laid my hand on her arm and she grew stiff and still.
Denna, there's no way you could have known, I interrupted. You've been playing for how long, a month? Have you ever owned an instrument?
She shook her head, her face still hidden by her hair.
I had that lyre,
she said softly.
But only for a few days before the fire.
She looked up at last, her expression pure misery. Her eyes and nose were red.
This happens all the time. I try to do something good, but it gets all tangled up.
She gave me a wretched look.
You don't know what it's like.
I laughed. It felt amazingly good to laugh again. It boiled up from deep in my belly and burst out of my throat like notes from a golden horn. That laugh alone was worth 3 hot meals and 20 hours of sleep. I know exactly what it's like, I said, feeling the bruises on my knees and full of half-healed scars along my back. I considered telling her how much of a mess I'd made of retrieving her ring, then decided it probably wouldn't be enough. I explained how Ambrose was trying to kill me. Denna, I am the king of good ideas gone terribly wrong. She smiled at that, sniffing and rubbing at her eyes with a sleeve.
We're a lovely couple of weepy idiots, aren't we?
We are, I said.
I'm sorry,
she said again, her smile fading.
I just wanted to do something nice for you, but I'm no good at these things.
I took hold of Denna's hand in both of mine and kissed it. Denna, I said with perfect honesty, this is the kindest thing anyone has ever done for me. She snorted indelicately. Pure truth, I said. You are my bright penny by the roadside. You are worth more than salt or the moon on a long night walking. You are sweet wine in my mouth, a song in my throat, and laughter in my heart. Denna's cheeks flushed, but I rolled on unconcerned. You are too good for me, I said. You are a luxury I cannot afford. Despite this, I insist you come with me today. I will buy you dinner and spend hours waxing rhapsodic over the vast landscape of wonder that is you. I stood and pulled her to her feet. I will play you music. I will sing a song. For the rest of the afternoon, the rest of the world cannot touch us. I cocked my head, making it a question. Denna's mouth curved.
That sounds nice, she said. I'd like to get away from the world for the space of an afternoon.
Hours later, I walked back to the university with a spring in my step. I whistled. I sang. My lute on my shoulder was as light as a kiss. The sun was warm and soothing. The breeze was cool. My luck Chapter 31. The Crucible. With my loot back in my hands, the rest of my life slid easily back into balance. My work in the fishery was easier, my classes breezed by. Elodine even seemed to make more sense. It was with a light heart that I visited Simon in the alchemy complex. He opened the door to my knocking and gestured me inside. "It worked," he said excitedly. I eased the door shut and he led me to a table where a series of bottles, tubes, and coal gas burners were arranged. Sim smiled proudly and held up a short, shallow jar of the sort you use to store face paint or rouge. "Can you show me?" I asked. Sim lit a small coal gas burner and the flames fanned against the bottom of a shallow iron pan. We stood quietly for a moment, listening to it hiss. "I got new boots," Sim said conversationally, lifting up a foot so I could see. "They're nice," I said automatically, then paused and looked closer. "Are those hobnails?" I asked incredulously. Grinned viciously. I laughed. The iron pan grew hot, and Sim unscrewed the jar, pressing the pad of his index finger into the translucent substance inside. Then, with a little flourish, he raised his hand and pressed the tip of his finger onto the surface of the hot iron pan. I winced. Sim smiled smugly and stood there for the space of a long breath before pulling his finger away. "Incredible," I said. "You guys do some crazy things over here. A heat shield."
No, Sim said seriously. That's absolutely the wrong way to think about it. It's not a shield. It's not an insulator. It's like an extra layer of skin that burns away before your real skin gets hot. Like having water on your hands, I said. Sim shook his head again. No, water conducts heat. This doesn't.
So it is an insulator.
Okay, Sim said, exasperated. You need to shut up and listen. This is alchemy. You know nothing about alchemy.
I made a placating gesture.
I know. Say it then. Say, "I know nothing about alchemy."
I glowered at him.
"Alchemy isn't just chemistry with some extra bits," he said. "That means if you don't listen to me, you'll jump to your own conclusions and be dead wrong. Dead and wrong."
I took a deep breath and let it out. "Okay, tell me."
"You'll have to spread it on quickly," he said. "You'll only have about 10 seconds to get it spread evenly onto your hands and lower arms."
He made a gesture to his mid-forearm.
"It won't rub away, but you will lose a bit if you chafe at your hands too much. Don't touch your face at all. Don't rub your eyes. Don't pick your nose. Don't bite your fingernails. It's sort of poisonous."
"Sort of?" I asked. He ignored me, holding out the finger he'd pressed onto the hot iron pan.
"It's not like armor gloves. As soon as it's exposed to heat, it begins to burn away."
"Will there be any smell?" I asked. "Anything that will give it away?"
"No, it doesn't really burn, technically. It simply breaks down."
"What does it break down into?"
"Things," Simon said testily. "It breaks down into complicated things you can't understand because you don't know anything about alchemy."
"Is it safe to breathe?" I amended.
"Yes. I wouldn't give it to you otherwise. This is an old formula, tried and true. Now, because it doesn't transmit heat, your hands will go straight from feeling cool to being pressed up hard against something burning hot."
He gave me a pointed look.
"I advise you to stop touching hot things before it's all used up."
"How can I tell when it's about to be used up?"
"You can't," he said simply, "which is why I advise using something other than your bare hands."
"Wonderful."
"If it mixes with alcohol, it will turn acidic. Only mildly. You'd have plenty of time to wash it off. If it mixes with a little water, like your sweat, that's fine. But if it mixes with a lot of water, say 100 parts to 1, it will turn flammable."
"And if I mix it with piss, it turns into delicious candy, right?" I laughed.
"Did you make a bet with Willem about how much of this I'd swallow? Nothing becomes flammable when you mix it with water."
Sim's eyes narrowed. He picked up an empty crucible.
"Fine," he said. "Fill this up then."
Still smiling, I moved to the water canister in the corner of the room. It was identical to the ones in the fishery. Pure water is important for artificing too, especially when you're mixing clays and quenching metals you don't want contaminated. I splashed some water into the crucible and brought it back to Sim. He dipped the tip of his finger into it, swirled it around, and poured it into the hot iron pan. Thick orange flame roared up, burning 3 feet high until it flickered and died. Sim set down the empty crucible with a slight click and looked at me gravely. "Say it." I looked down at my feet. "I know nothing about alchemy." Sim nodded seemingly. "Right," he said, turning back to the
go over this again.
Chapter 32. Blood and Ash. Leaves crunched underfoot as I made my way through the forest to the north of the university. The pale moonlight filtering through the bare trees wasn't enough to see clearly, but I had made this trip several times in the last span and knew the way by heart. I smelled wood smoke long before I heard voices, and glimpsed firelight through the trees. It wasn't really a clearing, just a quiet space hidden behind a rocky outcrop. A few pieces of field stone and the trunk of a fallen tree provided makeshift seats. I had dug the fire pit myself a few days ago. It was over a foot deep and 6 across, lined with stones. It dwarfed the small campfire currently burning there. Everyone else was already there. Moeller and Faire shared the log bench. Willem was hunkered down on a stone. Sim sat cross-legged on the ground, poking at the fire with a stick. Will looked up as I came out of the trees. In the flickering firelight, his eyes looked dark and sunken. He and Sim had been watching over me for almost 2 whole span. "You're late," he said. Sim looked up to see me, cheerful as always, but there were marks of exhaustion on his face too. "Is it finished?" he asked, excited. I nodded. Unbuttoning my cuff, I rolled up my shirt sleeve to reveal an iron disc slightly larger than a Commonwealth penny. It was covered in fine sigildry and inlaid with gold. My newly finished gram. It was strapped flat against the inside of my forearm with a pair of leather cords. A cheer went up from the group.
Interesting way to wear it,
Moeller said.
fashionable in a sort of barbarian raider way.
It works best in contact with skin, I explained, and I need to keep it out of sight since I'm not supposed to know how to make one.
Practical and stylish,
Moeller said. Simon wandered over and peered at it, reaching out to touch it with a finger. It seems so small. Ah! Sim cried out as he jumped backward, wringing his hand. Black damn! He swore, embarrassed. I'm sorry, it startled me is all. Kissed and Crail, I said, my own heart racing. What's the matter? Have you ever touched one of the Arcanum Gilders? He asked. The ones they give you when you become a full Arcanist? I nodded. It sort of buzzed, made my hand go numb like it had fallen asleep. Sim nodded toward my gram, shaking his hand. It feels like that. Surprised me. I didn't know the Gilders acted as grams too, I said. Makes sense though. Have you tested it? Willem asked. I shook my head. It seemed a little strange for me to test it myself, I admitted. You want one of us to do it? Simon laughed. You're right, that's perfectly normal. I also thought it would be convenient to have a physiker nearby. I nodded in Moeller's direction, just in case.
I didn't know I was going to be needed in my professional capacity tonight,
Moeller protested.
I didn't bring my kit.
It shouldn't be necessary, I said as I brought a block of sympathy wax out of my cloak and brandished it. Who wants to do the honors? There was a moment of silence. Then Faire held out her hand.
I'll make the doll, but I'm not sticking it with a pin.
Venata, Willem said. Simon shrugged. Fine, I'll do it, I guess. I handed the block of wax to Faire and she began warming it with her hands.
Do you want to use hair or blood?
She asked softly. Both, I said, trying not to let my growing anxiety show. I need to be absolutely sure of it if I'm going to be able to sleep at night. I pulled out a hat pin, pricked the back of my hand, and watched a bright bead of blood well up.
That won't work,
Faire said, still working the wax with her hands.
Blood won't mix with wax. It'll just bead up and squish out.
And how did you come by that tidbit of information? Simon teased uneasily. Faire flushed, ducking her head a little, causing her long hair to cascade off her shoulder.
Candles. When you make coloured candles, you can't use a water-based dye. It needs to be powder or oil. Solubility issue. Polar and non-polar alignment.
I love the university, Sim said to Willem on the other side of the fire. Educated women are so much more attractive.
I'd like to say the same, Moeller said. But I've never known any educated men.
I knew this was coming.
From the fire pit, then dusted it over the back of my hand where it absorbed the blood.
That should work,
Faire said. This flesh will burn, to ash all things return. Willem intoned in a somber voice, then turned to Simon. Isn't that what it says in your holy book? It's not my holy book,
Simon said. You're close. To ash all things return, so too this flesh will burn.
You two are certainly enjoying yourselves.
I'm giddy thinking of a full night's sleep, Willem said. An evening's entertainment is coffee after cake. Faire held out the blob of soft wax and I pressed the wet ash into it. She kneaded it again, then began to mold it, her fingers patting it into a man-shaped doll in a few deft motions. She held it out for the group to see. Kvothe's head is way bigger than that, Simon said with his boyish grin. I also have genitals, I said as I took the mommet from Faire and fixed a hair to the top of its head. But at a certain point, realism becomes unproductive. I walked over to Sim and handed him both the simulacra and the long hairpin. He took one in each hand, looking uneasily back and forth between them.
You're sure about this?
I nodded. Fair enough. Sim drew a deep breath and squared his shoulders, his forehead furrowed in concentration as he stared at the doll. I doubled over, shrieking and clutching at my leg. Faire gasped. Willem leapt to his feet. Simon went wide-eyed with panic, holding the doll and pin, stiff-armed, away from each other. He looked around wildly at everyone. I didn't... I straightened up, brushing at my shirt. Just practicing, I said. Was the scream too girly? Simon went limp with relief. Oh, damn you, he said, weakly laughing. That's not funny, you bastard. He continued to laugh helplessly as he wiped away the stream of sweat from his forehead. Willem muttered something in Siaru and returned to his seat. You three are as good as a travelling troupe, Mola said. Simon took a deep breath and let it out slowly. He reset his shoulders and brought the doll and the pin up in front of him. His hand shook.
Tell you anyway, he said. You scared the hell out of me. I can't do this now.
For the love of God! Mola stood and walked around the fire pit to stand over Simon. She held out her hands. Give it to me! She took the moment and pin and turned to look me in the eye. Are you ready? Just a second. After 2 span of constant vigilance, letting go of the alar that protected me felt like prying open a fist gone stiff from clutching something too long. After a moment, I shook my head. I felt strange without the alar, almost naked. Don't hold back, but hit me in the leg just in case. Mola paused, murmured a binding, and drove the pin through the leg of the doll. Silence. Everyone watched me motionless. I didn't feel a thing. I'm fine, I said. Everyone started to breathe again as I gave Mola a curious look. Was that really everything you had? No, Mola said frankly as she pulled the pin out of the doll's leg and knelt to hold it over the fire. That was a gentle test run. I didn't want to listen to your girly scream again. She pulled the pin back out of the fire and stood up. I'm going to come charging in for real this time. She poised the pin over the doll and looked at me. You ready? I nodded. She closed her eyes for a moment, then murmured a binding and stabbed the hot pin through the mommet's leg. The metal of the gram went cool against the inside of my arm, and I felt a brief pressure against my calf muscle as if someone had prodded me with a finger. I looked down to make sure Simon wasn't getting some revenge by poking at me with a stick. Because I wasn't watching, I missed what Mola did next, but I felt 3 more dull prods, one in each arm and the other in the thick muscle just above my knee. The gram grew colder. I heard Faire gasp and looked up in time to see Mola, grim-faced and resolute, toss the mommet into the heart of the campfire, murmuring another binding. As the wax doll arced through the air, Simon let out a startled yelp. Willem came to his feet again, almost lunging at Mola, but too late to stop her. The mommet landed among the red coals with an explosion of sparks. My gram went almost painfully cold against my arm, and I laughed crazily. Everyone turned to look at me, their expressions in various stages of horror and disbelief. I'm fine, I said. This feels really weird, though. It's flickery, like standing in a warm, thick wind. The gram grew icy against my arm. Then the odd sensation faded as the doll melted, destroying the sympathetic link. The fire leaped up as the wax began to burn. Did it hurt? Simon asked anxiously. Not a bit, I said. And that was everything I had, Mola said. To do any more, I would have had to have a forge fire at my disposal. And she's Elfa, Simon said smugly.
I bet she's 3 times the sympathist Ambrose is. At least 3 times, I said. But if anyone was going to go out of their way to find a forge fire, it would be Ambrose. You can overwhelm a Gram if you throw enough at it. So we're going ahead with things tomorrow? Mola asked. I nodded. I'd rather be safe than sore. Simon poked a stick at the spot in the fire where the doll had landed. If Mola can do her worst and it just rolls off you, it might be enough to keep Devi off your back too. Give you some breathing room. There was a brief moment of silence. I held my breath, hoping Faire and Mola wouldn't take any particular note of his comment. Mola raised an eyebrow at me. Devi? I glared at Simon and he gave me a piteous look, like a dog that knows it's going to be kicked. I borrowed some money from a gaelet named Devi, I said, hoping she'd be satisfied with that. Mola continued to look at me. And? I sighed. Ordinarily, I would have avoided the subject, but Mola tended to be insistent about this sort of thing, and I desperately needed her help for tomorrow's plan. Devi used to be a member of the Arcanum, I explained. I gave her some of my blood as collateral for a loan at the beginning of the term. When Ambrose started attacking me, I jumped to the wrong conclusion and accused her of malfeasance. Our relationship went sour after that. Mola and Faire exchanged a look. You do go out of your way to make life exciting, don't you? I already
That's absolutely true.
Irritated. What else do you want from me? Are you going to be able to pay her back? Faire interjected into the conversation before things became heated between Mola and me. I honestly don't know, I admitted. With a few lucky breaks and some long nights in the fishery, I might be able to scrape enough together by the end of the term. I didn't mention the whole truth. While I might have a chance of earning enough to pay Devi back, I wouldn't have a chance in hell of making my tuition at the same time. I didn't want to spoil everyone's evening with the fact that Ambrose had won. By forcing me to spend so much time hunting for a Gram, he'd effectively driven me out of the university. Faire tilted her head to one side. What happens if you can't pay her? Nothing good, Willem said darkly. They don't call her Demon Devi for nothing. I'm not sure, I said. She could sell my blood.
Yo!
She said she knew someone willing to buy it. I'm sure she wouldn't do that, Faire said. I wouldn't blame her, I said. I knew what I was getting into when I made the deal. But it's just the way the world works, I said firmly, not wanting to dwell on it any more than necessary. I wanted the evening to end on a positive note. I, for one, am looking forward to a good night's sleep in my own bed. I looked around to see Will and Sim nodding weary agreement. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Don't be late.
Be good!
Later that night, I slept in the luxury of my narrow bed in my tiny room. At some point, I stirred awake, dragged into consciousness by the sensation of chill metal against my skin. I smiled, rolled over, and slid back into blissful sleep. Chapter 33. Fire. I packed my travel sack carefully the next evening, anxious that I might forget some key piece of equipment. I was checking everything a third time when there was a knock on the door. I opened it to see a young boy of 10 or so standing there breathing hard. His eyes darted to my hair and he looked relieved. Are you Koth? Quoth, I said, and yes I am. Got a message for you. He reached into a pocket and pulled out a bedraggled piece of paper. I held out my hand and the boy took a step back, shaking his head. The lady said you'd give me a job for bringing it to you. I doubt that, I said, holding out my hand. Let me see the note. I'll give you a halfpenny if it's really for me. The boy scowled and grudgingly handed it over. It wasn't even sealed, just folded over twice. It was also vaguely damp. Looking at the sweat-soaked boy, I could guess why. It read, Quoth, your presence is graciously requested for dinner tonight. I've missed you. I have exciting news. Please meet me at the Barrel and Boar at 5th Bell. Yours, Denner. Postscript. I promised the boy a halfpenny. 5th Bell? I demanded. God's black hands, how long did you take to get here? It's past 6th bell already. That ain't my fault, he said, scowling fiercely. I've been looking all over for hours. Anchors, she said. Take it to Coath at Anchors on the other side of the river. But this place ain't by the docks at all, and there ain't any anchors on the sign outside. How's the one supposed to find this place? You ask someone, I shouted. Black damn boy, how thick are you? I fought down a very real urge to strangle him and took a deep breath. I looked out the window at the fading light. In less than half an hour, my friends would be gathering around the fire pit in the woods. I didn't have time for a trip to Imre. Right, I said as calmly as I could manage. I dug out a stub of pencil and scratched out a note on the other side of the piece of paper. Denner, I'm terribly sorry. Your runner didn't find me until past 6th bell. He is unutterably thick. I have missed you as well and offer to put myself entirely at your disposal at any hour of the day or night tomorrow. Send the boy back with your response to let me know when and where. Fondly, Quoth. Postscript, if the boy tries to get any money off you, give him a sharp cuff round the ear. He'll get his money when he returns your note to Anchors, assuming he doesn't get confused, and eat it along the way. I folded it over again and pressed a blob of soft candle wax over the fold. I felt my purse. Over the last month, I'd slowly burned through the extra 2 talents I'd borrowed from Devi. I'd squandered the money on luxuries like bandages, coffee, and the materials for tonight's plan. As a result, all I had to my name was 4 pennies and a lonely shim. I shouldered my travel sack and motioned for the boy to follow me downstairs. I nodded to Anchor standing behind the bar, then turned to the boy. Okay, I said. You bollocked things up getting here, but I'm going to give you a chance to make it right. I pulled out 3 pennies and held them out for him to see. You head back to the Barrel and Boar, find the woman who sent you, and you give her this. I held up the note. She'll send back a reply, you bring it here and give it to him. I pointed to Anchor, and he'll give you the money. I ain't an idiot, the boy said. I want halfpenny first. I ain't an idiot either, I said. You'll get 3 whole pennies when you bring her note back. He glared at me, then nodded sullenly. I handed him the note and he ran out of the door. Boy seemed a little addled when he came in here, Anchor said. I shook my head. He's as witless as a sheep, I said. I wouldn't use him at all, but he knows what she looks like. I sighed and put the 3 pennies on the bar. You'd be doing me a favor if you read the note to make sure the boy isn't faking. Anchor gave me a bit of an uncomfortable look. And what if it's of an, personal nature? Then I'll dance a merry little jig, I said. But between the 2 of us, I hardly think that's likely. The sun had set by the time I made it into the forest. Willem was already there, kindling a fire in the wide pit. We worked together for a quarter of an hour, gathering enough wood to keep a bonfire burning for hours. Simon arrived a few minutes later, dragging a long section of dead branch. The 3 of us broke it into pieces and made nervous small talk until Faire came out of the trees. Her long hair was pinned up, leaving her elegant neck and shoulders bare. Her eyes were dark and her mouth was slightly redder than usual. Her long black gown was gathered close at her narrow waist and well-rounded hips. She was also displaying the most spectacular pair of breasts I'd ever seen at that point in my young life. We all gaped, but Simon gaped openly. Wow, he said. I mean, you were the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen before this. I didn't think there was any further for you to go. He laughed his boyish laugh and gestured at her with both hands. Look at you, you're incredible. Faire flushed and looked away, obviously pleased. You have the hardest part tonight, I said to her. I hate to ask, but you're the only irresistible attractive woman we know. Simon chimed in. Stuff Willem into a dress. Nobody wants that. Willem nodded. Agreed. Only for you. Taylor's mouth quirked into an ironic smile. When I said I owed you a favor, I never guessed you'd ask me to go out on a date with another man. The smile went a little sour. Especially Ambrose. You only need to put up with him for an hour or 2. Try to get him into Imre if you can, but anywhere at least 100 yards from the pony will do. Taylor sighed. At At least I'll get dinner out of this.
Make everything, yeah.
Simon, I like your boots. He grinned. Then you.
I turned at the sound of approaching footsteps. Mola was the only one of us not here, but I heard murmured voices mixed with the footsteps and gritted my teeth. It was probably a pair of young lovers out enjoying the unseasonably warm weather. The group of us couldn't be seen together, not tonight. It would raise too many questions. I was about to rush out to intercept them when I recognized Mola's voice.
Just wait here while I explain, she said. Please, just wait. It will make things easier. Let him pitch a 12-color fit.
A familiar female voice came out of the darkness.
Let him shit out his liver for all I care.
I stopped in my tracks. I knew the second voice, but I couldn't put my finger on who it belonged to. Mola emerged from the dark trees. At her side was a small figure with short strawberry blonde hair. Devi. I stood stunned as Mola came closer, holding out her hands in a placating gesture and speaking quickly.
Quoth, I know Devi from a long while ago. She showed me the ropes back when I was new here, back before she left.
Expelled, Devi said proudly. I'm not ashamed of it. Mola continued hurriedly.
After what you said yesterday, it seemed like there was some misunderstanding. When I stopped in to ask her about it,
she shrugged.
The whole story kind of came out. She wanted to help.
I want a piece of Ambrose, Devi said. There was a weight of cold fury in her voice when she said his name.
My help is largely incidental.
Willem cleared his throat. Would we be correct in assuming...
He beats his horse,
Devi said, interrupting him abruptly.
And if I could kill the arrogant bastard and get away with it, I would have done it years ago.
She stared flatly at Willem.
And yes, we have a past, and no, it's none of your business. Is that enough reason for you?
There was a tense silence. Willem nodded, his face carefully blank. Devi turned to look at him. Devi. I made a short bow to her. I'm sorry. She blinked in surprise.
Well, I'll be damned,
she said, her voice sharp with sarcasm.
Maybe you do have half a brain in your head.
I didn't think I could trust you, I said. I was wrong and I regret it. It wasn't the clearest thinking I've ever done. She eyed me for a long moment.
We're not friends,
she said curtly, her expression still icy. But if you're still alive at the end of all this, we'll talk. Devi looked past me and her expression softened.
Little Faire.
She brushed past me and gave Faire a hug.
You're all grown up.
She stepped back and held Faire at arm's length, looking her over appreciatively.
My lord, you look like a 10-stripe Medigan whore. He'll love it.
Faire smiled and spun a little so the bottom of her dress flared.
It is nice to have an excuse to dress up every once in a while. You should be dressing up on your own, Debbie said, and for better men than Ambrose. I've been busy. I'm out of practice preening. It took me an hour to remember how to do my hair. Any advice?
She held her arms out to her sides and did a slow
I got
turn.
the best deals anywhere.
Devi looked her up and down with a calculating eye.
Be good.
You're already better than he deserves. You're all bare. Why don't you have any sparkle on you?
Faire looked down at her hands.
Rings won't work with the gloves, she said. And I didn't have anything nice enough to go with the dress. Here then.
Devi tilted her head and reached up under her hair, first on one side, then the other. Then she stepped closer to Faire.
Lord, you're tall. Bend down.
When Faire straightened up again, she was wearing a pair of earrings that swung and caught the light of the fire. Devi stepped back and gave an exasperated sigh.
Oh, and they'd look better on you, of course.
She shook her head with irritation.
Good Lord, woman. If I had tits like yours, I'd own half the world by now.
You and me both, Sim said enthusiastically. Willem burst out laughing, then covered his face and stepped away from Sim, shaking his head and doing his best to look like he didn't have the slightest idea who was standing next to him. Devi looked at Sim's unashamed, boyish grin, then back to Faire.
Who's the idiot?
I caught Mola's eye and motioned her closer so we could talk. You didn't need to, but thanks. It's a relief knowing
hoping she's not out there plotting against me. Don't assume, Mola said grimly. I've never seen her so angry. It just seemed a shame for the two of you to be at odds. You're a lot alike. I darted a glance across the fire pit where Will and Sim were cautiously approaching Davy and Faire. I've heard a lot about you, Willem said, looking at Davy. I thought you'd be taller. How's that working out for you? Davy asked dryly. Thinking, I mean. I waved my hands to get everyone's attention. It's late, I said. We have to get into position. Faire nodded. I want to be there early just in case. She straightened her gloves nervously. Wish me luck. Mola walked over and gave her a quick hug. It'll be fine. Stay somewhere public with him. He'll behave better if people are watching. Keep asking him about his poetry, Davy advised. He'll talk the time away. If he gets impatient, compliment the wine, Mola added. Say things like, oh, I'd love another glass, but I'm worried it'll go right to my head. He'll buy a bottle and try and pour it into you. Davy nodded. It'll keep him off you for an extra half an hour at least. She reached out and pulled up the top of Fair's dress a bit. Start conservative, then bring them out a little more toward the end of the dinner. Lean, use your shoulders. If he keeps seeing more and more, he'll think he's getting somewhere. It'll keep him from getting grabby. This is the most terrifying thing I've ever seen, Willem said quietly.
Do all the women in the world secretly know each other? Sim asked. Because that would explain a lot.
There's barely 100 of us in the Arcanum, Davy said scathingly. They confine us to a single wing of the Muse whether or not we actually want to live there. How can we not know each other? I walked over to Faire and handed her a slender oak twig. I'll signal you when we're done. You signal me if he walks out on you. Faire arched an eyebrow. A woman could take that slightingly, she said, then smiled and slid the twig inside one of her long black gloves. Her earrings swung and caught the light again. They were emeralds, smooth emerald teardrops. Those are lovely earrings, I said to Davy. Where did you come by them? Her eyes narrowed as if she were trying to decide whether or not to take offense. Pretty young boy used them to settle his debt, she said. Not that it's any of your business. I shrugged. Just curious. Faire waved and walked off, but before she made it 10 feet, Simon caught up with her. He smiled awkwardly, talking and making a few emphatic gestures before handing her something. She smiled and tucked it into her long black glove. I turned to Davy. I assume you know the plan. She nodded. How far is it to his room? A little more than half a mile, I said apologetically. The slippage. Davy cut me off with a gesture. I do my own calculations, she said sharply. Right. I gestured to where my travel sack lay near the edge of the fire pit. There's wax and clay in there. I handed her a slim birch twig. I'll signal you when we're in position. Start with the wax, give it a hard half hour, then signal and move on to the clay. Give the clay at least an hour. Davy snorted. With a bonfire behind me? It'll take me 15 minutes tops. It might not be tucked into his sock drawer, you realize. It might be locked away without much air. Davy waved me away. I know my business. I made a half bow. I leave it in your capable hands. That's it, Mola demanded indignantly. You lectured me for an hour. You quizzed me. There isn't time, I said simply, and you'll be here to coach her if need be. Besides, Davy happens to be one of a handful of people I suspect might be a better sympathist than me. Davy gave me a dark look. Suspect? I beat you like a red-headed stepchild. You were my little sympathy hand puppet. That was 2 span ago, I said. I've learnt a lot since then. Hand puppet? Sim asked Willem. Will made an explanatory gesture, and they both burst out laughing. I motioned to Willem. Let's go. Before we could head out, Sim handed me a small jar. I gave it an odd look. I already had his alchemical concoction tucked away in my cloak. What's this? It's just ointment in case you get burned, he explained. But if you mix it with piss, it turns into candy. Sim's expression was deadpan. Delicious candy. I nodded seriously. Yes, sir. Mola stared in confusion. Davy pointedly ignored us and began piling wood on the fire. An hour later,
Willem and I were playing cards at the Golden Pony. The common room was nearly full, and a harpist was doing a passable version of Sweet Winter Rye. The room was full of murmured conversation as wealthy customers gambled, drank, and talked about whatever rich people talk about. How to properly beat the stable boy, I guessed, or techniques for chasing the chambermaid around the estate. The Golden Pony was not my sort of place. The clientele was too well bred, the drinks too expensive, and the musicians more pleasing to the eye than the ear. Despite all this, I'd been coming here for nearly 2 span, making a show of trying to climb the social ladder. That way no one could say it was odd I was here on this particular night. Willem took a drink and shuffled the cards. My own drink sat half-finished and warm. It was only a simple ale, but given the prices at the Pony, I was now quite literally penniless. Will dealt another hand of breath. I picked up my cards carefully, as Simon's alchemical concoction made my fingers ever so slightly sticky. We might as well have been playing with blank cards. I drew and threw randomly, pretended to concentrate on the game when really I was waiting, listening. I felt a slight tickle in the corner of my eye, and reached to rub it away with my fingers, catching myself at the last second with my hand upraised. Willem stared at me from across the table, his eyes alarmed, and gave his head a small, firm shake. I went motionless for a moment, then slowly lowered my hand. I was so busy trying to appear nonchalant that when the cry came from outside, I was actually startled. It cut through the low murmur of conversation as only a shrill voice filled with panic can. Fire! Fire! Everyone in the Pony froze for a moment. This always happens when people are startled and confused. They take a second to look around, smell the air, and think things like, did he just say fire? Or, fire? Where? Here? I didn't hesitate. I leapt to my feet and made a show of looking around wildly, obviously trying to search out the fire. By the time everyone else in the common room started to move, I was already dashing for the stairs. Fire! The cries continued from outside. Oh God, fire!
Hurry back!
I smiled as I listened to Basil overact his small part. I didn't know him well enough to let him in on the whole plan, but it was vital that someone noticed the fire early so I could spring into action. The last thing I wanted to do was accidentally burn down half the inn. I reached the top of the steps and looked around the upper floor of the Golden Pony. There were already footsteps pounding up the stairs behind me. A few wealthy lodgers opened their doors, peering into the hallway. There were faint wisps of smoke curling underneath the door to Ambrose's rooms. Perfect. I think it's over here, I shouted, sliding a hand into one of my cloak's pockets as I ran to the door. In the long days we spent searching the archives, I'd found reference to a great many interesting pieces of artificery. One of them was an elegant piece of artificery called a siege stone. It worked on the most basic sympathetic principles. A crossbow stores energy and uses it to shoot a bolt a long distance at a great speed. A siege stone was an inscribed piece of lead that stores energy and uses it to move itself about 6 inches with the force of a battering ram. Reaching the middle of the hallway, I braced myself and charged Ambrose's door with my shoulder. I also struck it with the siege stone I held concealed against the flat of my hand. The thick timbered door staved in like a barrel struck by an anvil hammer. There were startled gasps and exclamations from everyone in the hallway. I rushed inside, trying desperately to keep the manic grin off my face. Ambrose's sitting room was dark, and made darker by a haze of smoke in the air. I saw flickering firelight inside, off to the left. From my previous visit, I knew it was his bedroom. Hello, I shouted. Is everyone all right? I pitched my voice carefully. Bold but concerned. No panic, of course. I was, after all, the hero of this scene. Smoke was thick in the bedroom, catching the orange firelight and stinging my eyes. There was a massive wooden chest of drawers against the wall, as big as a workbench in the fishery. Flames licked and flickered around the edges of the drawers. Apparently, Ambrose had been keeping the mommet in his sock drawer. I picked up a nearby chair and used it to smash the window I'd climbed through several nights ago. Clear the street! I shouted down. The bottommost left drawer seemed to be burning the hottest, and when I pulled it open, the smoldering clothes inside caught the air hungrily and burst into flame. I smelled burning hair and hoped I hadn't lost my eyebrows. I didn't want to
to spend the next month looking constantly surprised. After the initial flare-up, I drew a deep breath, stepped forward and pulled the heavy wooden drawer free of the bureau with my bare hands. It was full of smoldering, blackened cloth, but as I ran to the window, I could hear something hard in the bottom of the drawer rattling against the wood. It tumbled as I threw it out of the window, clothes bursting into flame as the wind caught them. Next, I yanked out the top right-hand drawer. As soon as I pulled it free, smoke and flame poured out in an almost solid mass. With these two drawers gone, all the empty space inside the bureau formed a crude chimney, giving the fire all the air it wanted. As I heaved the second drawer out of the window, I could actually hear the hollow rush of fire spreading through the varnished wood and the clothes inside. Down in the street, people drawn by the commotion were doing their best to put out the flaming debris. In the middle of the small crowd, Simon stomped about in his new hobnailed boots, smashing things to flinders like a boy splashing in puddles after the first spring rain. Even if the Mommet had survived the fall, it wouldn't survive that. This was more than mere pettiness. Debbie had signaled me 20 minutes ago, letting me know she'd already tried the wax Mommet. Since there had been no result, it meant Ambrose had undoubtedly used my blood to make a clay Mommet of me. A simple fire wasn't going to destroy it. One by one, I grabbed the other drawers and threw them into the street as well, pausing to pull down the thick velvet curtains around Ambrose's bed to shield my hands from the heat of the fire. This also might seem petty, but it wasn't. I was terrified of burning my hands. Every talent I had revolved around them. Petty was when I kicked the chamber pot on my way back to the bureau. It was the expensive kind, fine glazed pottery. It tipped over and rolled crazily across the floor until it struck the hearth and shattered. Suffice to say that what spilled across Ambrose's rugs was not delicious candy. Flame flickered openly in the spaces where the drawers had been, lighting the room while the broken window let in some clear air. Eventually, someone else was brave enough to make their way into the room. He used one of the blankets off Ambrose's bed to protect his hands and helped me throw the last several burning drawers out of the window. It was hot, sooty work, and even with the help, I was coughing by the time the last of the drawers went tumbling onto the street. It was over in less than 3 minutes. A few quick-thinking bar patrons brought in pitchers of water and doused the still-burning frame of the empty bureau. I tossed the smoldering velvet drapes out of the window, shouting, "Look out down there!" so Simon would know to retrieve my siege stone from the pile of tangled cloth. Lamps were lit and the smoke thinned as cool night air blew in through the broken window. People filtered into the room to help or gawk or gossip. A cluster of amazed onlookers gathered around Ambrose's staved-in door, and I idly wondered what sort of rumors might spring out of tonight's performance. Once the room was properly lit, I marveled at the damage the fire had done. The chest of drawers was little more than a collection of charred sticks, and the plaster wall behind it was cracked and blistered from the heat. The white ceiling was painted with a wide fan of black soot. I caught my reflection in the dressing room mirror and was pleased to see my eyebrows were more or less intact. I was mightily disheveled, my hair in disarray and my face smudged with sweat and dark ash. The whites of my eyes looked very bright against the black of my face. Willem joined me and helped bandage up my left hand. It wasn't really burned, but I knew it would look odd if I walked away entirely unscathed. Aside from a little lost hair, my worst injury was actually the holes charred in my long sleeves. Another shirt ruined. If this kept up, I'd be naked by the end of the term. I sat on the edge of the bed and watched as people brought more water to splash on the bureau. I pointed out a charred ceiling beam and they doused it too, sending up a sharp hiss and a cloud of steam and smoke. People continued to wander in and out, looking at the wreckage and muttering to each other while shaking their heads. Just as Will was finishing my bandage, the sound of galloping hooves on cobblestones came through the broken window, temporarily overwhelming the noise of fiercely stomping hobnailed boots. Less than a minute later, I heard Ambrose in the hallway. "What in the name of God is going on here? Get out! Out!"
Cursing and shoving people aside, Ambrose made his entrance. When he saw me sitting on his bed, he pulled up short.
What are you doing in my rooms? He demanded. What? I asked, then looked around. These are your rooms? Keeping the proper amount of dismay in my tone wasn't easy, as my voice was rough with smoke. I just burned myself saving your things? Ambrose's eyes narrowed, then went to the charred wreckage of his bureau. His eyes flicked back to me, then went wide with sudden realization. I fought the urge to grin. Get out of here, you filthy, thieving roo! He spat venomously. I swear if anything's missing, I'll bring the constable down on you. I'll have you on the iron law and see you hanged. I drew a breath to respond, then started to cough uncontrollably, and had to settle for glaring at him. Good job, Ambrose, Willem said sarcastically. You caught him. He stole your fire. One of the onlookers chimed in. Yeah, make him put it back. Get out! Ambrose shouted, red-faced and furious. And take that filthy shame with you, or I'll give you both the thrashing you deserve. I watched the bystanders stare at Ambrose, appalled by his behavior. I gave him a long, proud look, playing the scene for all it was worth. You're welcome, I said with injured dignity, and shouldered past him, jostling him roughly out of the way. As I was leaving, a fat, florid man in a waistcoat staggered through the ruined door to Ambrose's rooms. I recognized him as the owner of the Golden Pony. What the devil's been going on here? He demanded. Candles are dangerous things, I said. I looked over my shoulder and met Ambrose's eye. Honestly, boy, I said to him, I don't know what you were thinking. You'd think a member of the Arcanum would have more sense. Will, Mola, Devi, and I were sitting around what was left of the bonfire when we heard the crackle of footsteps coming through the trees. Faire was still dressed elegantly, but her hair was unpinned. Sim was making his way carefully alongside her, absent-mindedly holding branches out of her way as they moved through the undergrowth. And just where have you two been? Devi asked. I had to walk back from Imre, Faire explained. Sim came to meet me halfway. Don't worry, Mother, he was a perfect gentleman. I hope it wasn't too bad for you, I said. Dinner was about what you would expect, Faire admitted. The second part made it all worthwhile. Second part? Mola asked. On our way back, Sim took me to see the wreckage at the pony. I stopped to have a word with Ambrose. I've never had so much fun. Faire's smile was wicked. I was perfectly huffy. She was, Simon said. It was brilliant. Faire faced Sim and set her hands on her hips. Run off on me, will you? Sim screwed his face up into an exaggerated scowl and gestured wildly. Listen to me, you daft bint, he said in a fair imitation of Ambrose's vintage accent. My rooms are on fire. Faire turned away, throwing up her hands. Don't lie to me. You ran off to be with some whore. I've never been so humiliated in my life. I never want to see you again. We applauded. Faire and Sim linked arms and took a bow. In the interest of pure accuracy, Faire said in an offhand way, Ambrose didn't use the word daft bent. She didn't let go of Sim's arm. Simon looked a little embarrassed. Yes, well, there are some things you don't call a lady even in fun. He reluctantly let go of Faire and sat on the trunk of the fallen tree. Faire sat next to him. Faire leaned close to him and whispered something. Sim laughed, shaking his head. Please? Faire asked, laying her hand on his arm. Quoth doesn't have his loot. Someone has to entertain us. Okay, Simon said, obviously a little flustered. He closed his eyes for a moment, then spoke in a sonorous voice. Fast came our Faire, fiery eyes flashing, crossing the cobbles, strength in her stride. Came she to Ambrose, all ashes around him, grim was his gazing, fearsome his frown. Still Faire feared not, brave was her Simon came to an abrupt stop before saying the word bosom and blushed red as a beet.
Devi gave an earthy chuckle from where she sat on the other side of the fire. Ever the good friend, Willem stepped in with a distracting question.
What is that pause you keep doing? He asked. It's like you can't catch your breath. I asked that too, Faire said, smiling. It's something they use in Elvintic verse, Sim explained. It's a break in the line called a caesura. You are dangerously well informed about poetry, Sim, I said. I'm close to losing respect for you. Hush, Faire said. I think it's lovely. You're just jealous he can do it off the cuff.
Poetry is a song without music, I said loftily. A song without music is like a body without a soul. Willem raised his hand before Simon could respond.
Before we become mired in philosophical talk, I have a confession to make,
Willem said somberly.
I dropped a poem in the hallway outside Ambrose's rooms. It was an acrostic that spoke of his powerful affection for Master Hemme.
We all laughed, but Simon seemed to find it particularly funny. It took him a long while to catch his breath.
It couldn't be more perfect if we planned it, he said. I bought a few pieces of women's clothing and scattered them in with what was out on the street. Red satin, lacy bits, a whalebone corset.
There was more laughter. Then they turned their eyes to me.
And what did you do?
Devi prompted. Only what I set out to, I said somberly. Only what was necessary to destroy the moment so I could sleep safe at night.
You kicked over his chamber pot,
Willem said.
True,
I admitted. And I found this. I held up a piece of paper.
If that's one of his poems, Devi said, I'd suggest you burn it quickly and wash your hands.
I unfolded the slip of paper and read it aloud. Ledger mark 4535, ring, white gold, blue smokestone, remount setting and polish.
Be careful.
I folded it carefully and put it in a pocket.
Del Madre.
To me, I said, this is better than a poem. Sim sat upright.
Is that a pawn slip for your lady's ring?
It's a claim slip for a jeweler, if I don't miss my guess. But yes, it's for her ring, I said. And she's not my lady, by the by.
I'm lost, Devi said. That's how all this started, Willem said. Quoth was trying to reclaim a bit of property for a girl he fancies.
Someone should fill me in, Devi said.
I seem to have come in halfway through the story.
I leaned back against a piece of fieldstone, content to let my friends tell the story. The slip of paper hadn't been in Ambrose's chest of drawers. It hadn't been on the hearth or his bedside table. It hadn't been on his jewelry tray or his writing desk. It had, in fact, been in Ambrose's purse. I'd lifted it off him in a fit of pique half a minute after he called me a filthy, thieving roo. It had almost been a reflex action as I brushed roughly past him on my way out of his rooms at the Pony. By strange coincidence, the purse also contained money, almost 6 talents. Not a great deal of coin as far as Ambrose was concerned. Enough for an extravagant night out with a lady. But for me, it was a great deal of money. So much, I almost felt guilty for taking it. Almost. Chapter 34. Baubles. There was no note for me from Denner when I returned to Anchors that night, nor was there one waiting in the morning. I wondered if the boy had ever found her with my message, or if he had simply given up, or dropped it in the river, or eaten it. The next morning I decided my mood was too good to spoil it with the inevitable madness of Elodine's class, so I shouldered my loot and headed over the river to look for dinner. It had taken longer than I'd planned, but I was eager to see the look on her face when I finally returned her ring. I walked into the jeweler's and smiled at the small man standing behind a low display case. Are you finished with the ring? His forehead creased.
I beg your pardon, sir?
I sighed and dug around in my pocket, eventually producing the slip of paper. He peered at it, then his face lit with understanding.
Ah, yes, of course. Just a moment.
He made his way through a door into the back of the shop. I relaxed a bit. This was the third shop I'd visited. The other conversations hadn't worked out nearly this well. The tiny man bustled out of the back room.
Here we are, sir.
He held up the ring.
Right as rain again. Lovely stone, too, if you don't mind my saying.
I held it to the light. It was Denner's ring. You do good work, I said. He smiled at this.
Thank you, sir. All told, the work came to 45 pennies.
I gave a small, silent sigh. It had been too much to hope that Ambrose had paid for the work in advance. I juggled numbers in my head and counted a talent and 6 jots onto the glass top of the display case. As I did, I noticed it had the slightly oily texture of twice tough glass. I ran my hand over it, wondering idly if it was one of the pieces I had made at the fishery. As the jeweler gathered up the coins, I noticed something else. Something inside the case.
A bauble caught your eye?
He asked smoothly. I pointed at a necklace in the center of the case.
You have excellent taste,
he said, pulling out a key and unlocking a panel in the back of the case.
This is quite an exceptional piece. Not only is the setting elegant, but the stone itself is remarkably fine. You don't often see an emerald of this quality cut in a long block.
Is it your work? I asked. The jeweler gave a dramatic sigh.
Oh, alas, I cannot claim that distinction. A young woman brought it in several span ago. She had more need of money than adornment, it seems, and we came to an arrangement.
How much would you like for it? I asked as casually as possible. He told me. It was a staggering amount of money. More money than I had ever seen in one place. Enough money that a woman might live comfortably in Imre for several years. Enough money for a fine new harp. Enough for a lute of solid silver, or if she desired a case for such a lute. The jeweler sighed again, shaking his head at the sad state of the world.
Oh, it is a shame, he said. Who can tell what drives young women to such things?
Then he looked up and smiled, holding the teardrop emerald to the light with an expectant expression.
Still, her loss is your gain?
Since Denner had mentioned the barrel and bore in her note, I decided to start looking for her there. My loot case hung heavier on my shoulder now that I knew what she'd given up to pay for it. Still, one good turn deserves another, and I hoped the return of her ring would help balance things between us. But the barrel and bore wasn't an inn, merely a restaurant. Without any real hope, I asked the host if someone might have left a message for me. Nobody had. I asked if he remembered a woman who had been there the night before, dark-haired, lovely. He nodded at that.
She waited for a long while, he said. I remember thinking, who would keep a woman like that waiting?
You would be amazed at how many inns and boarding houses there are, even in a smallish city like Imre. Chapter 35. Secrets. 2 days later, I was heading off to the fishery, hoping some honest work would clear my head and make me better able to tolerate 2 hours of Elodin's jackassery. I was 3 steps from the door when I saw a young girl in a blue cloak hurrying across the courtyard toward me. Underneath the hood, her face was a startling mix of excitement and anxiety. We made eye contact, and she stopped moving toward me. Then, still eyeing me, she made a motion so furtive and stiff, I couldn't understand what she meant until she repeated it. She wanted me to follow her. Puzzled, I nodded. She turned and walked out of the courtyard, moving with the awkward stiffness of someone trying desperately to be nonchalant. I followed her. Under other circumstances, I would have thought she was a shill, luring me into a dark alley where thugs would kick out my teeth and take my purse. But there weren't any decently dangerous alleys this close to the university, and it was a sunny afternoon besides. Eventually, she stepped into a deserted piece of road behind a glass blower and a clocksmith's shop. She looked around nervously. then turned, her face beaming under the shelter of her hood.
I finally found you,
she said breathlessly. She was younger than I'd thought, no more than 14. Curls of mousy brown hair framed her pale face and fought to escape the hood. Still, I couldn't place her.
I've had a drummer of a time tracking you down, she said. I spend so much time here. Mama thinks I have a beau at the university.
She said the last almost shyly, her mouth making a tiny curve. I opened my mouth to admit I didn't have the slightest idea who she was, but before I could get a word out, she spoke again.
Don't worry, she said. I ain't let anyone know I was coming to see you.
Her bright eyes went dark with anxiety, like a pool when the sun goes behind a cloud.
I know it's safer that way.
It was only when her face went dark with worry that I recognized her. She was the young girl I'd met in Trebon when I'd gone to investigate rumors of the Chandrian.
Nina?
I said.
What are you doing here? Looking for you?
She thrust out her chin proudly.
I knew you must be from here, because you knew all sorts of magic.
She looked around.
But it's bigger than I thought it would be. I know you didn't give anyone in Trebon your name because then they'd have power over you, but I have to say it makes it terribly hard to find.
Had I not told anyone my name in Trebon? Some of my memories of that time were vague, as I'd had a bit of a concussion. It was probably for the best I'd kept myself anonymous, given that I'd been responsible for burning down a sizable portion of the town. I'm sorry to put you to so much work, I said, still not sure what this was all about. Nina took a step closer.
I had dreams after you left,
she said, her voice low and confidential.
Bad dreams. I thought they were coming for me because of what I told you.
She gave me a meaningful look.
But then I started sleeping with the amulet you gave me. I made my prayers every night, and the dreams went away.
One of her hands absent-mindedly fingered a piece of bright metal that hung around her neck on a leather cord.
What can I do for
I
you?
realized with sudden guilt
Farewell.
that I'd inadvertently lied to Master Kilvin. I hadn't sold anyone a charm or even made anything that would look like one. But I had given Nina an engraved piece of metal and told her it was an amulet to set her mind at ease. Before that, she'd been on the edge of nervous hysteria, worried that demons were going to kill her. So it's been working then? I asked, trying not to sound guilty. She nodded.
As soon as I had it under my pillow and said my prayers, I slept like a babe at the tit. Then I started having my special dream,
she said and smiled up at me.
I dreamed about the big pot Jimmy showed me before those folks were killed up at the Mortham farm.
I felt hope rise in my chest. Nina was the only person alive who had seen the ancient piece of pottery. It had been covered with pictures of the Chandrian, and they are jealous of their secrets. You remembered something about the pot with the 7 people painted on it? I asked excitedly. She hesitated for a moment, frowning.
There were 8 of them, she said. Not 7.
8? I asked. Are you sure? She nodded earnestly.
Thought I told you before.
The rising hope in my chest suddenly fell into the pit of my stomach where it lay heavy and sour. There were 7 Chandrian. It was one of the few things I knew for certain about them. If there were 8 people on the painted bars Nina had seen... Nina continued to chatter away, unaware of my disappointment.
I dreamed about the pot for 3 nights in a row, she said, and it weren't a bad dream at all. I woke up all rested and happy every night. I knew then what God was telling me to do.
She began to root around in her pockets and brought out a length of polished horn, more than a handspan long and as big around as my thumb.
I remembered how you were so curious about the pot. I couldn't tell you anything because I'd only seen it for a moment.
She handed me the piece of horn proudly. I looked down at the cylindrical piece of horn in my hands, not sure what I was supposed to do with it.
Can I help you?
I looked up at her, confused.
Off and away. You have a great day.
Nina
now.
gave me an impatient sigh and took the horn back. She twisted it, removing the end like a cap.
My brother made this for me,
she said as she carefully drew a rolled piece of parchment from inside the horn.
Don't worry, he doesn't know what it was for.
She handed me the parchment.
It's not very good,
she said nervously.
My mum lets me help paint the pots, but this is different. It's harder doing people than flowers and designs. And it's hard getting something right that you can only see in your head.
I was amazed my hands weren't shaking.
This is what was painted on the vase, I asked. It's one side of it, she said. Something round like this. You can only see a third of it when you're looking at it from one side.
So you dreamed of a different side each night? I asked. She shook her head.
Just this side. 3 nights in a row.
I slowly unrolled the piece of paper and instantly recognized the man she had painted. His eyes were pure black. In the background there was a bare tree and he was standing on a circle of blue with a few wavy lines on it.
That's supposed to be water,
she said, pointing.
It's hard to paint water though, and he's supposed to be standing on it. There were drifts of snow around him too, and his hair was white, but I couldn't get the white paint to work. Mixing paints for paper is harder than glazes for pots.
I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. It was Cinder, the one who had killed my parents. I could see his face in my mind without even trying, without even closing my eyes. I unrolled the paper further. There was a second man, or rather the shape of a man in a great hooded robe. Inside the cowl of the robe was nothing but blackness. Over his head were 3 moons, a full moon, a half moon, and one that was just a crescent. Next to him were 2 candles. One was yellow with a bright orange flame. The other candle sat underneath his outstretched hand. It was grey with a black flame, and the space around it was smudged and darkened.
That's supposed to be a shadow, I think,
Nina said, pointing to the area under his hand.
There's more obvious on it. I had to use charcoal for that. I couldn't get it right with paint.
I nodded again. This was Haliax, the leader of the Chandrian. When I'd seen him, he had been surrounded by an unnatural shadow. The fires around him had been strangely dimmed, and the cowl of his cloak had been black as the bottom of a well. I finished unrolling the paper, revealing a third figure, larger than the other 2. He wore armor and an open-faced helmet. On his chest was a bright insignia that looked like an autumn leaf, red on the outside, brightening to orange near the middle, with a strange black stem. The skin of his face was tan. The hand he held, poised upright, was a bright red. His other hand was hidden by a large round object that Nina had somehow managed to color a metallic bronze. I guessed it was his shield.
He's the worst,
Nina said, her voice subdued. I looked down at her. Her face looked somber, and I guessed she'd taken my silence the wrong way. You shouldn't say that, I said. You've done a wonderful job. Nina gave a faint smile.
That's not what I meant,
she said.
He was hard to do. I got the copper pretty okay here.
She touched his shield.
But this red...
Her finger brushed his upraised hand.
It's supposed to be blood. He's got blood all over his hand.
She tapped his chest.
And this was brighter, like something burning.
I recognized him then. It wasn't a leaf on his chest. It was a tower wrapped in flame. His bloody, outstretched hand wasn't demonstrating something. It was making a gesture of rebuke toward Haliax and the rest. To stop them. This man was one of the Amir, one of the Kiridai. The young girl shivered and pulled her cloak around herself.
I don't like looking at him even now, she said. They were all awful to look at, but he was the worst. I can't get faces right, but his was terrible grim. He looked so angry. He looked like he was ready to burn down the whole world.
If this is one side, I asked, do you remember the rest of it?
Not like this. I remember there was a woman with no clothes on and a broken sword and a fire.
She looked thoughtful, then shook her head again.
Like I told you, I only saw it for a quick second when Jimmy showed me. I think an angel helped me remember this piece in a dream so I could paint it down and bring it to you.
Nina, I said, this is really amazing. You You really have no idea how incredible this is. Her face lit up again with a smile.
I'm glad of that. I've had a world of trouble making it.
Where did you get the parchment? I asked, noticing it for the first time. It was actual vellum, high-quality stuff, far better than anything I could afford.
I practiced on some boards at first, she said. But I knew that wasn't going to work. Plus, I knew I'd have to hide it, so I snuck into the church and cut some pages out of their book.
She said the last without the faintest hint of self-consciousness. You cut this out of the Book of the Path? I asked, somewhat aghast. I'm not particularly religious, but I do have a vestigial sense of propriety. And after so many hours in the archives, the thought of cutting pages out of a book was horrifying to me. Nina nodded easily.
It seemed the best thing, since an angel gave me the dream. And I can't lock the church up properly at night since you tore off the front of the building and killed that demon.
She reached over and brushed at the paper with a finger.
It ain't that hard. All you need to do is take a knife and scrape at it a bit and all the words come off.
She pointed.
I was careful never to scrape off Taylor's name, or Andan, or any of the other angels,
she said piously. I looked at it more closely and saw it was true. She'd painted the Amir so the words Andan and Ordal rested directly on top of his shoulders, one on each side, almost as if she were hoping the names would weigh him down or trap him.
Plus, you said I shouldn't tell anyone what I saw,
Nina said.
And painting is like telling with pictures instead of words. So I figured it would be safer to use pages from Taylor's book, because no demon would ever look at a page of that book, especially one with Taylor's name still writ all over it.
She looked up at me proudly. That was cleverly done, I said approvingly. The belling tower began to ring the hour, and Nina's expression flared into sudden panic.
Oh no,
she said pitifully.
I should have been back at the docks by now. My mum's going to give me a birchin.
I laughed, partly because I was utterly amazed by this unexpected piece of luck, and partly at the thought of a young girl brave enough to defy the Chandrian, but still terrified of making her mother angry. Such is the way of the world. Nina, you've done me a wonderful favor. If you ever need anything, or if you have another dream, you can find me at an inn called Anchors. I play music there. Her eyes went wide.
Is it magic music?
I laughed again. Some people think so. She looked around nervously.
I really have to go,
she said, then waved, and took off, running toward the river, the wind blowing her hood back as she went. I carefully re-rolled the piece of paper and tucked it back into the hollow piece of horn. My mind spun with what I had just learned. I thought of what I'd heard Haliak say to Cinder all those years ago. Who keeps you safe from the Amir, the singers, the scythe? After my months of searching, I was fairly certain the archives held nothing more than fairy stories about the Chandrian. Nobody considered them more real than shamblemen or fairies. But everyone knew about the Amir. They were the bright knights of the Aturan Empire. They were the strong hand of the church for 200 years. They were the subject of 100 stories and songs. I knew my history. The Amir had been founded by the Talian church in the early days of the Aturan Empire. But the pottery Nina had seen had been much older than that. I knew my history. The Amir had been condemned and disbanded by the church before the empire fell. But I knew the Chandrian was still afraid of them today. It seemed like there was more to the story. Chapter 30.
And that's it. I'll take my break. I will stop the stream and most likely be back in the evening. The second part of the stream won't contain the audiobook. I'm not sure if I will. Wait a minute. It's this girl. Your mount.
Have a good one.
How are you?
I don't get more. Whatever. So later I decide if I play here on my hardcore project or on my actual project on the PvP tour. So have a nice time. Bye bye.